Chapter 1 Urza is my childhood sweetheart. Pirate system? Where am I? In a dilapidated small room, a pale young man looked blankly at his skinny hands. Raising his eyes and looking around, the strange environment made the teenager a little scared. This strange body also made the boy a little unresponsive for a while. The boy's grey-brown pupils were full of confusion, and the last memory in his mind was a sharp pain and a hideous face. The boy's name is Luo Zhen. In his previous life, he acted bravely and saved a little girl. Afterwards, he was stabbed to death by a trafficker, and what he saw at the last moment of his life was the ferocious face of the trafficker. With the complete disappearance of Luo Zhen's consciousness, when he opened his eyes, he saw this strange dilapidated hut in front of him. At this time, Luo Zhen was about to get up and go out to see where it was. A memory suddenly flooded into Luo Zhen's mind, accompanied by a tingling pain. Luo Zhen's complexion became even paler. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Luo Zhen gritted his teeth, his complexion became extremely ferocious. After the intense stinging pain disappeared, Luo Zhen sat on the ground with difficulty, panting heavily. Leaning limply on the side of the bed, an inexplicable brilliance shone in his eyes. After a while, Luo Zhen murmured to himself, "I didn't expect to cross over the kingdom of Fiori, the world of magic. In that memory, I learned that the owner of my body is named Luo Zhen Dikasis, who lives in a remote mountain village in the kingdom of Fiori. Because his parents passed away, he was the only child left. A few days ago, due to illness, he finally failed to survive and passed away last night. Afterwards, Luo Zhen, who was reborn, was resurrected with the help of his dead body. The orphan at the beginning is really the lone star of the devil." Luo Zhen couldn't exert any strength due to his weak body, grinning and muttering to himself with a bitter smile on his face. In the previous life, Luo Zhen grew up in an orphanage and never met his parents since he was a child. "I didn't expect to live a new life, and I was still an orphan in this life. But the name Fiori Kingdom sounds familiar." Looking at the blue sky outside through the dilapidated roof, Luo Zhen didn't know where he heard the name for a while. "Luo Zhen, are you home?" At this time, a childish voice suddenly came from outside the door, and a doubt flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, and he shouted, "Who is it?" "You're home, I haven't seen you for days." Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, the people outside quickly opened the door and came in. When they saw Luo Zhen sitting pale and slumped on the ground, they hurried forward. "What's wrong with you?" Helping Luo Zhen up and sitting on the bed, the person who opened the door had worries in his eyes. "I'm fine, I'm just a little hungry." Feeling a void in his belly, Luo Zhen looked at the girl in front of him and squeezed out a smile. "The moment I saw this girl, memories about her came to my mind. Urza and Luo Zhen are good friends from the same village. The two have known each other since childhood, because they were both orphans, they helped and supported each other a long time ago." But seeing the scarlet shoulder-length hair and the name Urza in front of him, Luo Zhen's eyes became a little complicated. "Urza, Fei Red's long hair. Isn't this one of the protagonists in fairy tale, Urza Shakarat? The world of fairy tale. Are you hungry? I still have something to eat at home. I'll go and get it for you." Hearing a slight sound coming from Luo Zhen's belly, Urza got up and ran out of the house. Before Luo Zhen could speak, he had already disappeared from sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for contacting one of the protagonists of the plot, Urza Shakarat. Ding! The system is officially activated, please wait a moment. Ding! The system is activated and the system rewards are being activated. The moment Urza's back disappeared, mechanical sounds echoed in Luo Zhen's ears. Luo Zhen's pupils shrank, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. System. Ding! The pirate system is on. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to draw a character template. The system did not answer Luo Zhen's words, and a soft light curtain appeared in front of Luo Zhen's sight. A turntable flashed in the light curtain, and there were familiar images on the turntable. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Beasts, Kaido. Redhead, Shanks. Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. Pirate Hunter, Rolo no Azoro. Many familiar images appeared on the light curtain in front of him. Before Luo Zhen could understand clearly, the turntable in front of him started to spin. After a while, the turntable stopped slowly, and the turntable disappeared from Luo Zhen's sight. Then a picture appeared on the light curtain. 4 Emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Big Mom template, one of the 4 kings of the One Piece world. Is it fused? With the appearance of this picture, the sound of the system then echoed in Luo Zhen's ears. A little disappointment flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes when he saw that he didn't win Whitebeard or Kaido. But Big Mom is also one of the 4 emperors, Luo Zhen also silently accepted. Immediately, Luo Zhen suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked the system, if I integrate the Big Mom template, will I also suffer from cravings? Thinking disorder is a weakness of Big Mom. After the onset, she completely loses her mind and attacks everyone around her indiscriminately. And he doesn't have any combat IQ, he won't dodge and defend, he can only attack indiscriminately. No, the host gets the Big Mom's ability template, only the Big Mom's ability. Hearing the system's answer, Luo Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Only getting the ability of Big Mom made Luo Zhen excited. In the world of One Piece, Big Mom is definitely one of the top powerhouses. Belongs to the first echelon of the One Piece world. He possessed incomparable strange strength and a body of steel at an early age. When he was 5 years old, the Man of Steel could not even break through the defenses of the Titans, and a slap could break the ribs of the Titans. One can imagine what kind of monster Big Mom is. After knowing that there would be no other sequelae, Luo Zhen said decisively, let's merge. Chapter 2 Big Mom Template. Guard this smile. Let's merge. Luo Zhen's eyes became firm. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, the picture of Big Mom instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into Luo Zhen's body. As the streamer penetrated into Luo Zhen's body, a steady stream of power began to pour out of Luo Zhen's body, and the muscles on his body began to swell continuously. A severe pain began to erupt in the body. Luo Zhen clenched his teeth, and forcibly endured the severe pain. Luo Zhen felt that there was a strong and powerful airflow constantly colliding in his body, widening the tendons in his body. This sharp pain repeatedly crushed Luo Zhen's spirit, and the bones seemed to be crushed and repaired by the air current. I don't know how long it took before the severe pain dissipated. Luo Zhen only felt his muscles twitch and tremble. After recovering for a while, Luo Zhen got up slowly, his limbs spasmed due to severe pain. The originally thin body has become burly, and even the height seems to have been abruptly raised a lot. Underneath the sturdy body lies endless power. Clenching his fist, Luo Zhen could clearly feel the inexhaustible strength in his body. Clenching his fist and punching forward, a loud noise rang in Luo Zhen's ears. The speed of punching was extremely fast, and only an afterimage flashed in the air. Directly ahead, on the wall of this dilapidated house, this punch directly shattered the wall. Just a fist wind directly blasted a big hole in the wall. Outside the big hole is a small forest. The trees in the forest seemed to be swept by some strong wind, and the trees were overturned to the ground. So strong. Luo Zhen didn't react for a while, and muttered to himself, looking at the deserted scene not far away. The light curtain of the system then appeared in front of Luo Zhen. Host, Luo Zhen Dikasis. Abilities, Strange Power, Man of Steel. Template, Big Mom. Current template progress, 10%. Looking at the crude virtual panel on the light curtain in front of him, Luo Zhen's eyes gradually became serious. System, is it possible to obtain all the abilities of Big Mom by increasing the progress of the template? Luo Zhen's face was serious, and her immature voice sounded in the dilapidated small house. Yes, if you increase the progress of the template, you will be able to obtain the abilities and strengths of the template character. The mechanical sound of the system rang in his ears. Luo Zhen's eyes lit up slightly, and then he asked the system, how to improve the progress of the character template. In this world, contacting the characters in the original book can improve the progress of the template, and the more important the character, the greater the progress of the improvement. After receiving the system's reply, Luo Zhen also understood, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Did you get in touch with the characters in the original novel? I have only been in contact with Urza now, and I have directly obtained 10% of the progress. Then if you join Fairy Tale yourself, wouldn't you be able to quickly fill up BIGMOM's template? But joining Fairy Tale is just another story. Luo Zhen remembers that in the original book, Urza and the children in the village were kidnapped by a dark magic order and taken to the Tower of Heaven to become slaves. Since I am here now, I can't let this happen. His eyes gradually became firm, and the turbulent power in his body was surging. Just when Luo Zhen was in a daze, Urza's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Holding a small package in his hand, he hurriedly looked at the big hole in the wall and the deserted scene outside. What happened? Luo Zhen turned his head and saw Urza standing at the door of the house, looking at Luo Zhen's back in panic. Looking at Urza, who was a little panicked, Luo Zhen didn't know how to explain to Urza for a while. Scratching his head, he pointed to the small package in Urza's hand and asked, "Is there food in this? I'm so hungry." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza also put aside what he saw before, and decided to ask what happened later. With a smile on his face, he came to sit next to Luo Zhen with the small package in his hand, and placed the food in the package in front of Luo Zhen. "Eat quickly." With a smile on Urza's face, he looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. Seeing Urza's sincere eyes, Luo Zhen suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In 2 lifetimes, there was only one person who treated Luo Zhen so unconditionally in the previous life. That is the director of the orphanage. With a smile on Luo Zhen's face, he pointed to the food in the package and said, "You can eat some too." Urza hesitated for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry, eat quickly." At this moment, an untimely voice sounded in the dilapidated house. There was also a gurgling sound in Urza's stomach. Blushing, Urza turned his head aside. "Eat quickly." Luo Zhen smiled, and put the somewhat crude food into Urza's hands. Then he grabbed a piece of dry food and ate it. Looking at Luo Zhen, who was feasting, Urza stopped being hypocritical, grabbed the food in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. After simply filling their stomachs, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Looking at the innocent smile on Urza's face, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing from the bottom of his heart. If it was just because I watched this anime in my previous life, I fell in love with the role of Urza. So now it can be true that he has feelings for Urza. I swear to protect this innocent smile in front of me. With BIGMOM's power and steel body, Luo Zhen doesn't have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. Normally, Luo Zhen would go to the forest around the village alone to rob. At the beginning, Urza was strongly restrained, although there were no monsters in the forest around the village. But there are many ferocious beasts in the forest. Most old hunters dare not go deep alone, let alone Luo Zhen, an 11-year-old boy. But after Luo Zhen showed his strength in front of Urza, Urza reluctantly let Luo Zhen go to the forest. For a long time to come, Luo Zhen was able to bring out some prey in the forest every day. In the beginning, it was just some small prey, such as rabbits and the like. Until one day Luo Zhen walked out of the forest with an adult wild boar on his back, which directly shocked everyone in the village. Chapter 3: The Dark Magic Order Strikes. Attack and Rage. For a long time to come, Luo Zhen lived in peaceful days. Go hunting in the forest during the day, and you can have a good harvest every day. During this time, Urza has also grown up a lot, because there is no problem with the supply of food. Originally at an age of growing up, Urza has been malnourished due to lack of food. Seeing Urza growing up gradually, Luo Zhen felt very relieved. In the village, Luo Zhen also met several characters from the original novel. Because it is only a supporting role in the original work, it only increases the progress a little. Looking at the current progress of only 13%, Luo Zhen secretly sighed. It is still a bit difficult to improve the progress in this village, and you still have to leave here. But before leaving the village, Luo Zhen needs to wait for the people from the Dark Magic Order to come here and settle their worries before Luo Zhen can leave with peace of mind. On this day, Luo Zhen got up early as usual and went to the forest. From a distance, I saw Erza standing at the entrance of the village, waiting for me. Seeing Luo Zhen coming, Erza trotted to Luo Zhen's side. I told you that you don't have to come and see me off every day. Looking at Erza, who was a little out of breath, Luo Zhen said with a helpless smile. How can I do that? I must watch you leave and come back safely. With an innocent smile on Erza's face, he pouted and said to Luo Zhen. All right. Seeing the somewhat stubborn Erza, Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly. Every time Luo Zhen went hunting in the mountains, Erza would stand at the entrance of the village and wait for him. Whether going out or returning, you can see Erza's figure. I'm leaving. Looking at Erza standing at the entrance of the village, Luo Zhen turned his head and waved to her. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen gradually going away, Erza put his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Be sure to come back safely." Not long after entering the mountain, Luo Zhen saw his favorite prey. It was an adult wild boar. The moment Luo Zhen saw this wild boar, Luo Zhen's eyes lit up. He rushed straight out of the grass, staring straight at the wild boar. The wild boar also found Luo Zhen at the first time, looking at Luo Zhen with two eyes vigilantly. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Luo Zhen's footsteps slammed on the ground, and he rushed out directly. An afterimage flashed in the wild boar's sight, and suddenly Luo Zhen's figure came to the wild boar's side. He clenched his fist and punched the wild boar on the back. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the wild boar collapsed on the ground and struggled continuously, spitting blood from its mouth. Not long after, the boar's body stopped struggling and was directly crushed to death by Luo Zhen's punch. On the side, he smashed a big tree in half, and found some vines to tie the wild boar's body to the trunk of the big tree. Luo Zhen carried the tree trunk and walked down the mountain. In the distance, Luo Zhen saw several figures at the entrance of the village. It was Erza and the others. Look, is that Luo Zhen? It seems to be him. What is that on his back? It's so big. A few friends also found Luo Zhen, who was going down the mountain, and pointed to Luo Zhen, who was carrying a huge tree trunk, and said in surprise. Erza trotted all the way towards Luo Zhen. Running in front of Luo Zhen, Erza gasped and looked at the wild boar on Luo Zhen's back, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What is this? Erza had never seen a whole wild boar, and this wild boar, which was bigger than the old cattle cultivated in the village, made Erza a little scared. Wild boar, how is it? Great! Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and rubbed Erza's little head, and the two walked towards the village side by side. Several friends at the entrance of the village also ran over, looking at the huge wild boar on Luo Zhen's back in surprise. Back home, Luo Zhen peeled off the wild boar skin and divided the meat into pieces. Erza, share this meat with everyone in the village. Some of the better places were reserved, and most of the rest Luo Zhen planned to distribute to the people in the village. After the parents of Luo Zhen and Erza passed away, they were brought up by everyone in the village. The two of them grew up eating hundreds of meals and wearing hundreds of clothes. Erza nodded happily, took a large piece of meat from Luo Zhen's hand, and ran towards the village, bouncing around. Wiping off his sweat, Luo Zhen looked at Erza's back with a smile on his face. As night fell, the duo of Luo Zhen and Erza got together for dinner. After eating and drinking, the two sat on the stairs in the yard, looking at the stars in the sky. What a nice view! There seemed to be stars in his eyes, Erza muttered to himself, looking at the starlight in the sky. Hello, Luo Zhen. Suddenly, Erza turned his head and looked at Luo Zhen. Urza suddenly called out his name. Luo Zhen was a little puzzled, turned his head and looked at Urza, and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Looking at the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face, Urza seemed to be infected by this gentle smile, with a pure and innocent smile on his face, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, "We will always be together in the future." "Most definitely." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and rubbed Urza's little head, and replied with a chuckle, "Well, I will definitely." Urza was very happy to get Luo Zhen's reply, and nodded heavily. "Then I'll go back first. See you tomorrow." Urza stood up, jumped and ran out of the house with his hands behind his back. Watching Urza's back disappear into the darkness, Luo Zhen also turned his head and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Luo Zhen looked at the dark room, slowly falling asleep. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion outside the door, which woke Luo Zhen up. Suddenly jumping up from the bed, Luo Zhen rushed out of the house. Seeing the flames of the village not far away, Luo Zhen suddenly became nervous. With a sharp step on the ground, the whole person rushed out. Explosions sounded from time to time in the village, and Luo Zhen's eyes became serious and fierce. Suddenly, two figures in black robes rushed out of the alley not far away. The eyes of the two people lit up when they saw Luo Zhen, who was running wildly, and they approached Luo Zhen grinning ferociously. "The little devil who came to your door! Go away!" Luo Zhen's complexion sank, and he let out an angry shout. He clenched his fist and punched one of the black-robed figures directly. The fist hit the chest of the black-robed figure, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded from the side of the remaining black-robed figure. The upper body of the companion next to him was directly smashed by Luo Zhen's punch, and flesh and blood splashed around. Chapter 4: The Raging Luo Zhen. "We will always be together. Go away." Looking at the two men in black robes who appeared not far away, Luo Zhen let out a roar. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two black-robed figures. The two of them didn't even realize when Luo Zhen appeared in front of them. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched one of the black-robed figures on the chest. There was a violent explosion, and the remaining figure in black robe turned his head in a daze. Looking at the half-corpse beside him, the remaining black-robed figure was terrified, and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. Why is it said to be half a corpse? Because the black-robed figure was hit in the chest by Luo Zhen's punch, and the upper body was directly smashed by the punch. Blood splattered everywhere. His body kept receding to the back, but he could touch the flesh and blood of his companion casually with his palm on the ground. "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the black-robed figure stared at Luo Zhen, whose face was stained with blood, in horror. Boom! Before the man in black could plead for mercy, Luo Zhen kicked him on the head. His head exploded like a watermelon. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Luo Zhen, who had killed someone for the first time, not only did not feel the slightest bit of nausea in his heart. On the contrary, there is a feeling of excitement spreading in the bottom of my heart. The scarlet look in his eyes flashed away, and Luo Zhen took a step and ran towards Urza's house. On the road, I met many villagers in the village. They wanted to escape with Luo Zhen, but Luo Zhen refused. Luo Zhen looked fiercely at the burning houses around him, and from time to time, several members of the dark magic sect in black robes appeared. Without exception, the black mages of the dark magic order who appeared were all killed by Luo Zhen with one blow. Bloody scenes. Even if these scenes are mixed in the dark magic order, black mages who have seen countless horrible scenes are afraid. Soon, Luo Zhen arrived at the door of Urza's house. Rushing into the house, Luo Zhen went straight to Urza's bedroom. But the door of the room had been destroyed, and Luo Zhen's eyes flashed with ferocious killing intent. Turning his head and rushing out of the house, Luo Zhen searched the village. In a small alley, Urza hides in a corner with a girl scared. The girl trembled all over and hid tightly behind Urza. "It's okay, Kagura, I'm here." Although Urza was also very scared, he still held on and forced a smile to comfort the girl behind him. Seeing a basket not far away, Urza carefully led the girl to the side of the basket. Stuffing the girl into the basket, he said to the girl in a low voice, "You must not come out, you know, I must not come out until I come to you." The girl suppressed her fear and nodded, watching Urza cover the basket. Seeing the black-robed man selected to search, Urza rushed out directly in their line of sight. "There's a kid over there." Seeing Urza's fleeing back, the two black-robed men showed joy and chased after Urza's back. Although Urza's body nutrition has kept up in the past 6 months, he is still only a child after all. Soon he was forced into a dead end by 2 men in black robes. Looking at the black-robed man approaching step by step in horror, Urza closed his eyes in fear. "Try fucking her." Suddenly, an angry voice exploded in Urza's ear. Opening his eyes, a figure appeared behind the 2 men in black robes. "Luo Zhen! Run!" Seeing Luo Zhen's figure appear, Urza was not surprised at the first time, but was afraid that Luo Zhen would also be taken away, so he quickly shouted at Luo Zhen. "Ha ha ha, here comes another little devil." The man in black showed surprise, and walked towards Luo Zhen, who had thrown himself into the trap. "Urza, are you okay?" Luo Zhen completely ignored the man in black robe who was coming before him, and asked Urza, who was curled up in the corner. "Go away, Luo Zhen, leave me alone." Watching one of the black-robed men reaching out to grab Luo Zhen, Urza shouted. A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's blood-stained face, and a gentle voice reached Urza's ears. "Urza, close your eyes, it will be over soon." For some reason, Luo Zhen's gentle voice rang in Urza's ear, immediately calming down Urza's frightened heart. He closed his eyes and prayed that Luo Zhen could leave safely. Seeing Urza close his eyes, the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face dissipated, and a scarlet flash flickered in his eyes. The palm of the black-robed man in front of him was about to land on Luo Zhen's collar. Luo Zhen punched fiercely and swept forward. There was a bang. The upper body of the man in black was directly smashed by Luo Zhen's punch. Kicking half of the corpse in front of him aside, Luo Zhen walked towards the remaining men in black with a cold face. The man in black was completely taken aback by the scene in front of him. After he regained his composure, Luo Zhen was about to appear in front of him. The man in black came to his senses and was about to rush towards Urza with big strides, trying to hold Urza hostage. Ah! Just as his palm was about to catch Urza, his arm stopped suddenly, accompanied by shrill screams. Luo Zhen appeared beside him, holding his arm with one hand and his body with the other. Brutally tore off her arms and body. Blood gushed out, most of which fell on Luo Zhen's body. Standing in front of Urza, blocking all the blood splashing out. "I said, if you dare to touch her, you will die." A low moan like a god of death rang in the ears of the man in black. The next moment, the man in black was kicked out by Luo Zhen. He slammed into the distant wall heavily, and when his neck was tilted, he became silent. Wiping the blood off his face, Luo Zhen turned around and looked at the trembling Urza. "Okay, Urza, open your eyes." Luo Zhen didn't face Urza, he didn't want the young Urza to see his bloody scene. Opening his eyes, looking at Luo Zhen's tall back, Urza directly reached out and hugged Luo Zhen. Completely ignoring Luo Zhen's blood-stained clothes, she pressed her cheek against Luo Zhen's back. "Luo Zhen, we will always be together." Stretching out his hand to touch Urza's little head behind him, Luo Zhen took Urza's tender little hand and walked out of the alley. Etc. Suddenly, Urza seemed to have thought of something, and pulled Luo Zhen towards the alley not far away. In a basket in the alley, Urza opened the basket to reveal a little girl with purple hair. "Kagura, it's all right." Chapter 5 3-Color Domineering. You can end number 039, break my defense. "Kagura, it's all right." In the basket, Urza will be a girl with purple hair. The moment the girl came out of the basket, she got into Urza's arms directly, and looked at Luo Zhen behind Urza in horror. Seeing Kagura, who was a little scared, Urza glanced at Luo Zhen behind him with apologetic eyes, then leaned into Kagura's ear, and said softly to her, "Don't be afraid, he is a good person." After being comforted for a while, Kagura's mood stabilized a bit, poked his head to look furtively at Luo Zhen, and retracted his head behind Urza. "Urza, you guys follow me, go find someone else." After wasting a while, the sound of explosions in the village gradually stopped, and he looked solemnly at the village not far away that was completely shrouded in flames. Urza nodded, took Kagura's little hand and followed behind Luo Zhen. The three set off, searching the streets, trying to find survivors in the village. Ding! Congratulations to the host's BIGMOM template progress to 15%, and the primary 3-color domineering. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. As the sound of the system fell, Luo Zhen's mind suddenly appeared the method of using the 3-color domineering. Eyes brightened slightly, Luo Zhen turned his head and glanced at Kagura behind Urza. The domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge is activated, covering a range of tens of meters around. The three of them walked quickly in the village, looking at the surrounding ruins with vigilance. Suddenly, Luo Zhen at the front stopped and waved to Urza behind him. Seeing Luo Zhen's movements, Urza and the two quickly stopped their progress and hid in the ruins beside them. Seeing that the two of Urza hid themselves, Luo Zhen stepped on the ground fiercely, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground instantly. The body rushed out, turning into an afterimage and disappearing into the night sky. The next moment, there was a loud explosion in a dilapidated house not far away. Luo Zhen directly smashed through the wall of the dilapidated house, sending bricks flying everywhere. In the room, a man in a black robe was pressing down on a woman with a ferocious face. He kept spitting out obscene words from his mouth. The pressed woman was struggling continuously, her face was worthy of the flushed slap marks, and her cheeks were already swollen. The clothes on his body were torn, but under the strong strength of the man, the struggle was completely useless. The sound of crashing into the wall immediately caught the man's attention, and he looked towards Luo Zhen. The moment he turned his head around, Luo Zhen's figure appeared beside him. With a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes, he gave the man a cold look. The next moment, Luo Zhen grabbed the man's head with both hands, and twisted hard to break the man's neck. The head has come to a 360-degree turn. The man in black robe didn't even have a clear look at Luo Zhen's face, and he just fell aside with blank eyes. Luo Zhen looked at the woman on the bed with tears all over her face and a swollen face. Looking away, he pulled a piece of clothing from the bed and threw it at the woman. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Watching Luo Zhen's back leave, the woman looked at the black-robed man's body on the ground, her eyes filled with hatred. He pulled out a pair of scissors from nowhere, and vented his anger on the corpse like crazy. I said several times of thanks to Luo Zhen's back. Walking out of the room, Luo Zhen's complexion became extremely cold. After finding Urza and Urza, Luo Zhen looked at them solemnly and said, "Hide here well, don't leave here, I'll go and deal with these people and come back to you, and don't come out until I come back." Looking at Luo Zhen whose face was stained scarlet with blood, Urza nodded heavily. Bainan's palm landed on the back of Luo Zhen's hand, looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said, "I will wait for you to come back." Luo Zhen nodded, smashing the wall beside him with a punch. The splashed stones were scattered on the ground. Luo Zhen made a simple shelter for Urza and the two in the corner, and sealed the entrance. Under the perception of knowledge and domineering, there are no members of the dark magic order around. After taking a look at the stone pile in front of him, Luo Zhen left here after feeling that it was not easy to be exposed. With ferocious killing intent emerging in his eyes, Luo Zhen ran wildly on the street. After a while, a group of members of the dark magic order were sensed by Luo Zhen's sense of knowledge. "What sound? What is that?" Under Luo Zhen's furious running, the members of the dark magic order quickly discovered Luo Zhen. With horror on his face, he watched an afterimage flash before his eyes. The headed one was directly smashed in the head by Luo Zhen's punch. Before the rest of the crowd could react, Luo Zhen rushed into the dark magic sect and killed all directions like a tiger jumping into a flock. In a short while, these dozen people were slaughtered by Luo Zhen. Looking at the stumped limbs and broken arms all over the ground, Luo Zhen didn't have the slightest pity in his eyes. He turned around and rushed out of the village. Just now Luo Zhen left a mouth alive, and found out under interrogation. They belonged to the rear team, and the large force had already left the village. This village is not big, Luo Zhen's speed is very fast, and he arrived at the entrance of the village in less than a moment. Select the faintly visible bunches of fire. Swinging away some dried blood on his fist, Luo Zhen strode towards the distant flames. Because Luo Zhen was making too much noise, he was spotted by the dark magic sect from far away. But because of the darkness, the people of the dark magic order didn't realize what it was. Watching vigilantly in the direction of the loud noise. Go to hell! The moment they saw Luo Zhen's figure clearly, Luo Zhen had already appeared in front of their eyes in an instant. With a roar full of rage, he killed a black-robed man with one punch. There are enemies. With the appearance of Luo Zhen, everyone in the dark magic order became vigilant and quickly made countermeasures. Dozens of people formed a circle, tightly surrounding Luo Zhen. Behind this human wall, several figures holding staffs stood behind them. These figures held staffs and were covered in black robes. At this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground under Luo Zhen's feet. Countless soil thorns suddenly appeared under Luo Zhen's feet, and the soil thorns rushed out of the ground in an instant, and directly pierced towards Luo Zhen. Just when they thanked the black mage for thinking it was a success, the smoke cleared, and Luo Zhen was unscathed in their sight. The soil spike that broke through the ground couldn't even break through Luo Zhen's defense. Chapter 6 He and Number 039, S.A. Monster. To be loathed and feared. As the smoke cleared, Luo Zhen's figure reappeared in the sight of these men in black. The earth thorns that broke through from the ground rushed towards Luo Zhen, but they couldn't pierce Luo Zhen's skin at all. On Luo Zhen's skin, there is an invisible armor. The armed color is domineering, which can greatly enhance the defense. The people in black robes suddenly panicked and looked at the bloody Luo Zhen in horror. With a wave of his arm, he shattered the soil thorn on his chest in front of him, and Luo Zhen's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Looking at the people in black robes forming a circle around him, Luo Zhen had a sinister smile on his face. There was a loud bang. The ground under Luo Zhen's feet exploded instantly, and cracks spread like spider webs. Luo Zhen's figure turned into an afterimage, and he rushed directly to the man in black robe who was closest to him. A punch blasted out, directly smashing the body of the man in black. Flesh splattered, and scarlet was everywhere. Before the people in black robes could react, Luo Zhen directly broke through the encirclement and charged towards the group of mages behind them. Stop him! The mages reacted and shouted at the black robes around them with horror in their eyes. But as soon as his words fell, Luo Zhen's figure had appeared in front of him. Before he could raise the staff in his hand to release the magic, Luo Zhen had already grabbed his arm. With the force of Luo Zhen's hands, he directly tore his arm off. Blood spewed out like a fountain, and the splashed blood was everywhere. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the night. Luo Zhen smashed the wizard's head with one punch, and then rushed towards the other black-robed people. Possessing strange powers and bodies of steel, these men in black robes are no match for Luo Zhen at all. In less than a moment, most of them were slaughtered, and blood was sprayed everywhere. Wiping the scarlet blood off his face, Luo Zhen's face became even more ferocious. The people in black robes had already started to flee, rushing towards the surrounding mountains and forests. Luo Zhen glanced at the prison cars not far away, and rushed straight towards the fleeing black robes. The screams echoed continuously in the forest, and Luo Zhen's figure was like an evil ghost seeking his life, constantly passing by every man in black. In the next moment, the body of the man in black was smashed to pieces like a watermelon that exploded. The blood turned the mountain forest into a blood red, and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. I don't know how long it has passed, Luo Zhen walked out of the mountain forest, with sticky blood all over his body. Shaking off the dried blood on his fist, Luo Zhen walked towards the prison cars. Inside the prison van were villagers from the same village as Luo Zhen. There are also some people from other villages. When these people saw Luo Zhen who was covered in blood, their eyes suddenly showed horror. It was like seeing some horrible monster. Even the villagers in the same village couldn't help but feel a little scared when they saw Luo Zhen. Open the prison van and release the imprisoned villagers. Everyone, it's all right, let's all go back. With a smile on his scarlet face, Luo Zhen looked at the villagers in the same village and said. Luo Zhen thought that the smile on his face was very kind, but this bloody smile looked more and more terrifying to other people. The villagers in the same village were all right, and some others even collapsed on the ground because of Luo Zhen's fright. Are you really little Luo Zhen? At this time, a middle-aged man tremblingly asked Luo Zhen. Uncle Kiel, I'm not Luo Zhen, who else could I be? Looking at the fear on the middle-aged man's face, Luo Zhen sighed in his heart, squeezed out a smile and said to him with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, looking at the stumped limbs and arms around them, they were still a little scared. Some people even vomited from the horror of the scene. Uncle Kier, it's all right, you can go back. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen raised his eyelids and glanced over everyone. Seeing the fearful and disgusted eyes of everyone, Luo Zhen said something, then turned around and walked towards the village. Looking at Luo Zhen's back, everyone didn't know what to do for a while. Gritting their teeth, the villagers of the same village decided to return to the village. Looking at the leaving villagers, some people were a little panicked. Looking at the surrounding dark mountains and forests and the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, they decided to keep up. Back in the village, Luo Zhen went straight to Urza's direction. Moving the stone away, the figures of Urza and Kagura appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. The moment the stone was removed, Urza was holding a wooden stick tightly in his hand, watching the hole vigilantly. After seeing that it was Luo Zhen, he breathed a sigh of relief, dropped the stick and got out of the hole. The moment he got out of the hole, Urza saw the bloody Luo Zhen by the moonlight. Panic appeared in Urza's eyes. He rushed to Luo Zhen in a hurry, looking at Luo Zhen helplessly. Are you hurt? What to do, what should I do? I'm fine, I'm not hurt, it's not my blood. Looking at Urza who was already crying out of anxiety, Luo Zhen showed a smile on his face, and was about to reach out and caress Urza's little head as usual. Seeing that he was raised in mid-air, he suddenly saw blood on his hand, and his arm stopped. At this moment, Urza suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Zhen's arm, and put Luo Zhen's palm on his head. Rubbing against Luo Zhen's palm like a kitten. It's okay, I said I will always be with Luo Zhen. An innocent smile appeared on Urza's face, and he didn't care that Luo Zhen was soaked in blood at all. Kagura on the side stood blankly, looking at the scarlet face of Luo Zhen, but showing a gentle smile. The whole person just stood there blankly. But after a while, there was a commotion from the entrance of the village not far away. The three looked towards the entrance of the village, and the villagers all came back. Kagura saw a familiar figure in the crowd, his eyes turned red immediately, and he rushed towards that figure. Big brother! With a cry in his voice, Kagura threw himself into the arms of a boy, holding the boy tightly with both hands. Seeing Kagura in his arms, the boy froze for a moment, then became excited, hugging Kagura in his arms tightly. Great, Kagura, I haven't been able to find you, great that you're okay. Chapter 7 I want to get out of here. Ken and number 039, leave me. Seeing Kagura and Simon embracing each other tightly, Urza couldn't help smiling. Suddenly, Urza saw the villagers behind Simon with a different look in their eyes. Following the eyes of the villagers, they finally landed on Luo Zhen. Urza's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly came to Luo Zhen's side, holding Luo Zhen's palm tightly. Not far away, Simon let go of Kagura in his arms, and took Kagura's little hand to Luo Zhen. Without saying a word, he bowed deeply to Luo Zhen. "Thank you, Luo Zhen." Before that, Simon thought that Luo Zhen's death-like figure was a little intimidating, but after learning that Luo Zhen saved Kagura, Simon could only be grateful to Luo Zhen from the bottom of his heart. Luo Zhen smiled and said to Simon, "You must protect your sister from now on." Speaking of which, Luo Zhen looked at the villagers who were a little afraid of him in the distance, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Luo Zhen turned directly and walked towards his home. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Erza turned his head and glanced at the villagers, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Quickly followed Luo Zhen, grabbed Luo Zhen's palm and left here together. It wasn't until the crowd could no longer see Luo Zhen's back that the scene became noisy. Because of the emergence of the dark magic order, the children in the village were taken away, and some villagers who fought hard were brutally killed by the dark magic order. The villagers returned to their homes, looking at the dilapidated houses and the dead bodies lying on the ground without moving. A sense of sadness spread in the village. Back home, Luo Zhen asked Erza to sit down and rest for a while. "I took a bath in the pool in the backyard by myself to wash off the sticky blood on my body." As the water washed over Luo Zhen's body, the bright red blood flowed continuously to the ground along the water. After washing for a long time, Luo Zhen finally washed the dried blood off his body. Putting on clean clothes, Luo Zhen found Erza, said to Erza with a serious face, "Erza, I want to leave the village." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza was startled, quickly got up and raised his head, looking into Luo Zhen's eyes. There was firmness in Luo Zhen's eyes, and after Erza saw this firmness, he knew he couldn't persuade Luo Zhen. With a smile on his face, he reached out and grabbed Luo Zhen's palm, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, "Then let's leave together. Their parents have passed away, and there is nothing to remember in this village." Although Erza is somewhat reluctant to part with the village where he grew up, he has to choose between this village and Luo Zhen. Erza will choose Luo Zhen without hesitation. Looking at Erza with a firm face, Luo Zhen also showed a gentle smile on his face. "Then let's pack up and leave tomorrow." The reason why Luo Zhen didn't take Erza away from the village earlier was that he wouldn't be harassed by the dark magic sect. Because Luo Zhen can't let go of this village. After Luo Zhen received the memories of his predecessor, he also knew that everyone in the village took good care of Luo Zhen. After gaining strength, Luo Zhen still decided to protect them once. Now the night of hunting children is over, and all the members of the dark magic order have also been killed by Luo Zhen. The village is also safe. Luo Zhen was able to leave with peace of mind. Erza nodded heavily, and accompanied by Luo Zhen, he returned to his home to pack his luggage. Said it was luggage, but in fact there was nothing there. Apart from a few worn-out clothes, there was nothing else. After packing up the clothes, Erza looked back at the room where he grew up, and there was still some reluctance in his eyes. But looking back at Luo Zhen not far away, Erza's eyes became firm, and he resolutely walked towards Luo Zhen with the package on his back. Coming to Luo Zhen's side, Erza raised his face and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go back home, because there is only one bed at home." Luo Zhen let Erza sleep on the bed, and he spread a layer of fur on the ground. Because of hunting for so long, Luo Zhen left a lot of fur at home. With his hands behind his head, the roof is dilapidated, and the moonlight shines into the room through the holes. "Luo Zhen, are you asleep?" At this time, Erza's voice reached Luo Zhen's ears. "Not yet." Luo Zhen lay straight on the ground, staring at the roof without squinting and replied, "Although I don't know what happened to you, I hope you can promise me one thing." Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, Erza seemed to feel relieved a lot, and the soft voice reached Luo Zhen's ears. "You must not abandon me in the future. I will work hard to become stronger, and I will always be by your side. No matter what hell is ahead, I will face it with you, so you can't abandon me." Erza's voice was soft but firm. There is no rhetoric, Luo Zhen's voice is very small, but when it reaches Urza's ears, it makes her feel at ease. After a while, the room fell into silence again, and the sound of insects outside the house rang in my ears. Under the music played by nature, the two of Luo Zhen soon fell into a dreamland. The stars moved, and the night passed silently. The sun shone into the house through the hole in the roof, and a beam of sunlight just fell on Luo Zhen's face. Opening his sleepy eyes, Luo Zhen subconsciously stretched out his hands in front of him, blocking the dazzling sunlight. "You're awake." The movement of Luo Zhen soon alarmed Urza outside the house. Urza is now like a little cook, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, standing happily in front of the door. Luo Zhen yawned and sat up from the ground with his right hand propped up. "What are you doing?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, looking at Urza's outfit, Luo Zhen asked with some doubts. "I think you were so tired yesterday, you must be hungry after waking up today, so I'll get up early and make you something to eat." Urza stuck out his tongue and said with a little blush on his face. At this time, a burning smell spread into the house. Urza suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, my food is going to be mushy." Chapter 8. Meet Mrs. Carlo. What a precocious child! "Ah, my food is going to be burnt." Suddenly, Urza exclaimed, and ran out of the house with the spatula in hand. Luo Zhen came outside the house and saw Urza busy in the corner of the yard. His petite back looked like an adult. After a while, Urza looked at the dishes on the table with a pure smile on his face. Nodding in satisfaction, he suddenly saw Luo Zhen sitting on the threshold, looking at him with a smile on his face. A blush appeared on Urza's face, and she said coquettishly to Luo Zhen, "What are you looking at? Come and eat." Luo Zhen nodded, and sat at the table with a smile on his face, looking at the dishes on the table that didn't look very good. Luo Zhen took a deep breath, and immediately started eating. Seeing Luo Zhen gobbling it up, Urza immediately beamed with joy, resting his chin with both hands, just looking at Luo Zhen quietly. "You eat too, why are you looking at me?" Seeing Urza looking at him so quietly, Luo Zhen swallowed what was in his mouth, and tapped Urza's forehead lightly with his hand. Sticking out his tongue, Urza ate the food in small mouthfuls with the bowl in his hand. After eating and drinking, Urza wanted to wash the dishes. Luo Zhen stopped her from cleaning up the dishes, and said to Urza, "Don't clean up, I don't know if I will come back, just throw this away." Urza shook his head resolutely, cleaned and arranged the rice bowls neatly, and then walked out of the room. Walking beside Luo Zhen with a small package on his back, he looked at the dilapidated village behind him with some reluctance. The two stood at the entrance of the village. Urza's eyes were a little sad. Born and raised in this place. This is the first time Urza wants to leave here, and he is really reluctant in his heart. Turning his head and glanced at Luo Zhen who was not far away, Urza's eyes gradually became firm, and he ran towards Luo Zhen without looking back. "Let's go." With a smile on his face, Urza looked up at Luo Zhen and said, "Let's go." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to touch Urza's little head, turned his head and glanced at the village behind him, and then the two walked towards the mountain forest. This is the only way out. After walking for more than a day after leaving the village, I have not seen other villages or towns. Luo Zhen brought a rabbit down quilt at home when he set off. It was still a bit cold at night. Luo Zhen's constitution was not afraid of the cold, but Urza was not. When arriving at the hotel, Luo Zhen took Urza to hunt, and found a place to sleep at night. After walking for several days, I was about to walk out of this huge mountain forest. On this day, Luo Zhen took Urza to deal with the rabbit he just killed. The aroma of roasted rabbits wafts through the forest. Suddenly, there was a sound in the bushes behind Luo Zhen and the two of them. Urza's expression suddenly became tense, and he quickly got up and hid behind Luo Zhen. This happens from time to time these days. Often, ferocious beasts suddenly appeared in the bushes and directly attacked the two of them. In a large package on the side, there is also a complete tiger skin. Luo Zhen looked at the bushes vigilantly, and under the arrogance of his knowledge, he saw a person in the bushes. Oh, I'm exhausted. There was an incoherent sound from the bushes, and a short old man got out of the bushes and patted the sticky leaves on his body vigorously. He raised his head and saw two children looking at him vigilantly. The old man showed a smile on his face and waved to the two of them. "Hello you all. Who are you?" Looking at the kind-faced old man in front of him, Urza's tension eased a lot. Walking out from behind Luo Zhen, he asked the old man curiously, "Grandpa, why are you alone in this forest?" "Well, that's a long story." The old man was silent for a while, scratched his head and said with a smile. At this time, the old man's eyes suddenly fell on the roasted rabbit beside the two, his eyes lit up, and he asked Urza with some expectation, "I'm a little hungry, can you share some of your food with me?" Urza raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen beside him. Luo Zhen stared straight at the short old man, then smiled and said, "Of course, you can eat. Why are you two in the forest? There are many beasts in this forest." After eating and drinking enough, the old man put his hands on the ground and asked Luo Zhen and the two curiously. "Luo Zhen is very strong, beasts are no match for Luo Zhen at all." Hearing the old man's words, Urza showed a proud look on his face, patted Luo Zhen's arm beside him and said, "Oh? Is it so powerful?" The old man looked Luo Zhen up and down, and then asked, "Are you homeless?" Urza fell silent, but the next moment, he grabbed Luo Zhen's arm and said with a smile, "Where is Luo Zhen? That's Urza's home." "Your name is Urza, what a nice name." "Really, the young devil is so precocious, is he starting to fall in love now?" The old man muttered, curled his lips and looked at the two. "Grandpa, are you leaving the forest?" "We are about to set off." "Bury the bonfire for roasting rabbits with soil," Urza asked the old man. "Where are you going?" The old man stood up and patted the dirt on his buttocks. "If you have nowhere to go, follow me." As soon as these words were spoken, Urza's eyes suddenly became vigilant. "I'm not a human trafficker, I'm the president of a magician's guild." The old man grinned, showing his bright teeth, and said with a smile, "The Magister's Guild? What's that?" Urza raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen beside him in confusion. When the old man appeared, Luo Zhen had already recognized his identity. "Chairman of Fairy Tale, Mr. Carlo. The Magister's Guild is a big family formed by the gathering of many wizards. In the guild, everyone is like a family. When it comes to Fairy Tale, Carlos the horse is bursting with pride. Luo Zhen, shall we go with him then? After all, she is an inexperienced girl," and Urza was a little moved by Mrs. Carlo's exhortation. She looked at Luo Zhen expectantly and asked, "Then let's go with him." It was Luo Zhen's goal to go to the fairy tale, but he didn't expect to meet the horseman Carlo on the way. The two followed the horseman Carlos out of the forest, and soon came to a small town nearby. Chapter 9 Welcome to Fairy Tale. I am the strongest. In front of a magnificent building, Ma Karloff showed pride and pushed the door open. Turning around, he wanted to say something to Luo Zhen and the two behind him. Suddenly a wine bottle flew out of the building and hit the horseman Carlos on the head. After a moment of silence, Carlos turned around with a gloomy face. There was a loud noise. The three of them looked over and saw that many people were fighting in the building. Enough! Mrs. Carlo was trembling slightly, and walked into the guild with a gloomy expression. With a loud roar, the noisy guild suddenly fell silent. All eyes were on Carlos the horse. "President, you are back. Welcome back, President." After a short while of silence, a louder voice sounded again. Everyone had smiles on their faces and greeted Carlos the horse. Carlos Ma was trembling, looked at the guild that looked like a garbage dump, and walked into the guild without saying a word. Leaping up from the bar, Karloff's eyes swept over everyone one by one. "How many times have I said it? No fighting in the guild, bastard!" With a dark face, Makarlov yelled at the people in front of him who seemed to have nothing to do with him. Everyone turned their eyes elsewhere, as if they were not talking about themselves. When I'm not in the guild, why don't you manage everyone well? Looking at a middle-aged uncle, Makarlov immediately yelled at him. President, they are all monsters, how can I control them? Macau was crying, as if he had been wronged. President, don't listen to Macau's nonsense. Today is entirely because of Macau to provoke Myra Jane, and Myra Jane beat me up. Suddenly, a figure jumped out and angrily complained to Mr. Carlo the horse. Damn it, Wakaba, you traitor! Macau's face turned black, and he pointed at the man biting the pipe with trembling fingers. Call! Makarlov exhaled deeply, comforting himself in the bottom of his heart. It's okay, these are my family members, I want to be more tolerant to them. With a smile on his face, he said to everyone present, today I have something to announce. Everyone focused on Mr. Carlo, curiously looking at what Mr. Carlo wanted to say. Our guild has welcomed 2 new members, let's welcome them. Makarlov gestured his palm towards the door. Luo Zhen and Urza Zheng stood at the door. Urza hid behind Luo Zhen with some fear, poking out a small head to look at the noisy crowd in the guild. Wow, the newcomer looks so handsome. Welcome Green Hands. Makarlov jumped off the bar, walked up to Luo Zhen and the 2 of them, stretched out his palms to them, and said with a smile, welcome to Fairy Tale. They exchanged glances with Urza, and saw that Urza stretched out his palm to put on the palm of the groom Carlo. Luo Zhen immediately stretched out his palm and said to Mrs. Carlo with a smile, thank you, President. In front of Luo Zhen, a virtual light curtain that only Luo Zhen can see floats in front of him. Seeing that the progress of BIGMOM's template has increased to 85% in an instant, the smile on the corner of Luo Zhen's mouth became brighter and brighter. The system reward Luo Zhen has not claimed yet, and is stored in the system space. Oh, little brother, my name is Macau, and I'm an old man of the Fairy Tale Guild. If you need any help in the future, just ask me. Hi, my name is Lysina, and I'm also a wizard from Fairy Tale, what's your name? Macau walked up to Luo Zhen, hooked Luo Zhen's shoulder and said with a smile. Another silver-haired girl walked up to Urza, asked Urza with a smile on her face. Urza raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen, summoned up his courage and said to Lysina, my name is Urza, I don't have a last name. After speaking, Urza bowed his head with a little inferiority. Wow, your scarlet hair is so beautiful. Lysina caressed Urza's scarlet hair curiously, her eyes were like stars shining. Urza raised his head, looked at the girl with a bright smile in front of him, and couldn't help but smile on his face. Humph, Mao, don't underestimate Luo Zhen, he's really strong. On the side, Carlos Ma looked at the putting on airs of Macau, and said with a sneer on his face. Macau didn't listen to Mrs. Carlo's words at all, waved his hands and said, oh, it's just a little devil, how strong can it be? Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the guild. Macau, are you looking down on children? A figure shrouded in terror walked out step by step, staring fiercely at Macau and roaring. Except for Myra Jane, of course, Myra Jane is our guild's top rookie. Macau trembled all over, with a smile on his face, he waved his hand to the visitor and said. Humph, I'll spare you this time. The visitor had long silver hair, and was wearing a midriff-bearing outfit like a little girl, with a pair of shorts on her lower body. His eyes looked up and down on the young man in front of him. It doesn't look like much. Myra Jane pouted, completely ignoring Luo Zhen. Sister Myra, you can't be so rude. Lysina on the side pouted, ran to Marajana's side, and murmured while hugging her arm. I know. Myra Jane waved her hand perfunctorily, and then stopped looking at Luo Zhen and Urza. Just when Myra Jane turned his head to leave, Urza suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at Marajana's back, Luo Zhen is very strong, you are not allowed to look down on Luo Zhen. Myra Jane turned her head and looked at Urza with her hands on her waist. A smile appeared on her face. Really, but I am the strongest in this guild. Looking at Myra Jane with contemptuous eyes in front of him, Urza was furious. Luo Zhen is the strongest. Hey, little devil, I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. With a sullen face, Myra Jane walked towards Urza step by step. Not to be outdone, Urza returned the same glare. At this moment, Luo Zhen held Urza's palm and pulled her back behind him. The terrifying aura emanating from Marajana's body already made Urza's legs tremble slightly. Urza, who is still from common, has no way to deal with the already famous Myra Jane. Chapter 10 Fight Myra Jane. Belonging. The strongest new generation and newcomers in the guild. Everyone in the guild watched curiously, but they didn't come out to stop them. Even the horseman Carlos folded his arms and watched the scene with a smile on his face. Little ghost, I won't show mercy to your subordinates just because you are a rookie. There was a smile on Marajana's face, and she looked at Luo Zhen in front of her with contempt. Although Luo Zhen in front of him looked very bluffing, with a strong body, a head taller than himself. Seeing Myra Jane who was eager to try, Luo Zhen also had some expectations in his heart. It's been a long time since I came to this world, and I haven't formally fought against a wizard. Urza, you go aside first. Bring it on. After Urza also stood in the crowd, there was also some anticipation in Luo Zhen's eyes. Here we come. Little devil. Seeing the scene Luo Zhen was looking forward to, Myra Jane was covered by a magic circle. Except the whole body Satan's soul. As the magic circle dissipated, Marajana's figure reappeared in Luo Zhen's sight. Like a devil. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Myra Jane gave a soft drink to Luo Zhen, and the figure rushed straight up. The sharp claws grabbed Luo Zhen's arm, but did not kill Luo Zhen. Under the arrogance of knowledge, Marajana's actions clearly appeared in Luo Zhen's mind. The moment Marajana's figure appeared in front of Luo Zhen clenched his fist and punched straight ahead. The sound of explosions echoed in the empty square. Just as Myra Jane gained a firm footing, Luo Zhen's fist had already appeared in front of her. Myra Jane was startled, and quickly put her arms in front of her. The next moment, a sharp pain surged in his arm, and before Myra Jane could even react, his body backed up rapidly behind him. It slammed heavily on the wall in the distance, and a loud bang made the surrounding guild members stay in place. Hey, are you kidding, that Myra Jane got blown away? President, where did you find this monster rookie? Myra Jane is not the only one with this level. The noisy voices kept ringing. Luo Zhen's face was calm, and he quietly watched the smoke and dust rising in the distance. But it's not over yet. Marajana's wings vibrated, and she rushed out of the smoke in the blink of an eye, and a black magic ball was condensed between her palms. Boom! With a loud noise, the magic ball swept towards Luo Zhen. Hit the bullseye. No, something went wrong. Hurry up and save people. Why doesn't this newcomer avoid it? Seeing that Black's magic ball hit Luo Zhen, the surrounding members suddenly panicked. As companions, they naturally knew the power of Marajana's move, but they didn't expect Luo Zhen to take it. Stop it, you guys. Luo Zhen is not as weak as you think. The groom Carlo at the side didn't panic at all, and sat calmly by the side, looking at the smoke and dust with a natural expression. The surrounding guild members who wanted to go up to check it all looked at each other and stopped when they saw their guild leader pinching him with his hands. Boom! There was an explosion, and suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dust. Everyone didn't see that figure clearly at all. Marajana's pupil shrank, and she tried to avoid it. The afterimage instantly appeared in front of Myra Jane, and Luo Zhen's calm face appeared in Marajana's sight. With a punch, a sonic boom resounded in midair. The next moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Hit the ground heavily. The ground shattered, and cracks like spider webs spread across the ground. Just kidding, it's too much. President, stop them quickly. Mila, are you okay? Although the figure falling from the sky was very fast, all the people present were wizards with magic, and they all clearly saw that Myra Jane was being held down by Luo Zhen on the head, and fell straight from the air to the ground. The cracks spreading on the ground made everyone worry. At this moment, Carlos Ma couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly jumped off the chair, and quickly walked towards the rising smoke. Before the horseman Carlos approached, a tall and strong figure was slowly reflected in the smoke and dust. As Luo Zhen walked out of the smoke and dust, Carlos the groom asked Luo Zhen with a worried expression, "Is Myra Jane okay?" "Should be fine, just passed out." Luo Zhen scratched his head and replied with some hesitation. Ma Karloff rushed into the smoke and dust, and saw Marajana's eyes rolled white in a huge pit. He had been beaten back to his original form and lost consciousness. Along with the horse Carlo, there is a strong young man. "Alfman, take Myra Jane back and rest, it's nothing serious." Ma Karloff stepped forward to check and found that Marajana's body was fine, but he was beaten and lost consciousness under the heavy blow. Other places are some skin trauma. Ma Karloff breathed a sigh of relief, but he was really afraid that Luo Zhen's attack would be unreasonable, and he would hit Myra Jane badly. He has also seen Luo Zhen's strength. "Back then, I met a monster in the forest." The huge body made Urza faint from fright. At that time, the horseman Carlos was ready to step forward to suppress the monster, but Luo Zhen made a move one step ahead. The powerful force crushed the monster with a single punch. But the monster's counterattack couldn't hit Luo Zhen's body at all. In that battle, Luo Zhen didn't use any magic at all. Simply used the strength of the physical body to kill the monster. After the farce was over, Ma Karloff looked at the relaxed Luo Zhen, feeling a little rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Luo Zhen has joined Fairy Tail. If this power can be used in the right way, it will definitely make the magic world more peaceful. "Okay, Luo Zhen, Urza. Where do you want the guild's coat of arms engraved?" After the farce was over, Carlos the horse stood on the chair with a serious face, raised his head and could barely see Luo Zhen's eyes. Stretching out his arm, Luo Zhen pointed to the inside of his right forearm and said, "Just here." Speaking of choosing the color, Carlos the horse gently landed the seal on the inside of Luo Zhen's forearm. A crimson crest appeared on Luo Zhen's skin. Seeing the coat of arms on Luo Zhen's arm, Urza's face turned slightly red. Then he raised his head and said to the horseman Carlos, "I want to engrave it here, and the color should be black." Looking at the direction Urza was pointing at, Carlos Ma showed a smile on his face and kept talking. The children nowadays are really precocious. The place Urza chose was also the inside of the forearm, but it was the other arm chosen by Luo Zhen. Urza squinted with joy as Black's crest appeared on Urza's skin. Chapter 11 Create Home Eyes. Naked Man Pervert. Looking at the guild crest on the inside of his forearm, Luo Zhen couldn't help but smile. A sense of belonging spontaneously emerged in my heart. Because Luo Zhen and Urza have just arrived and they don't have their own residence in Magnolia yet. Ma Karloff also left 2 dormitories for the two. Because most of the guild's mages have their own place to live, the guild's dormitory has been vacant for a long time. Everywhere has been covered in dust. After tidying up his dormitory, Luo Zhen lay on the single bed with his hands behind his head. Open the virtual panel of the system. By the time he met Carlos the horse, Big Mom's template progress had already increased to 25%. After arriving at the guild, I met many members of the guild. It directly increased the progress to 85%. Just looking at it can completely reproduce the strength template of Big Mom. Lying on the bed, Luo Zhen received all the rewards excitedly. With a flood of memories flooding Luo Zhen's mind. 3-color domineering is enhanced. The ability of Soul Fruit also appeared in Luo Zhen's mind. With the receipt of the rewards, the use and development of the Soul Fruit was completely engraved in Luo Zhen's mind. Luo Zhen opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Waving his arms lightly in the air, a faint blue light emerged from between Luo Zhen's palms. This is the soul that Luo Zhen extracted from his body. In the original book, BIGMOM also used his own soul to create 3 special homies. Prometheus was created by the soul blessing on the flame. Zeus created by the soul blessing above the thundercloud. Napoleon was created with the blessing of the soul on the sharp blade. These 3 special homies are powerful and have been guarding BIGMOM's side. Now that he possesses the ability of soul fruit, Luo Zhen naturally wants to create his own homies. Looking around in this empty dormitory, there is only a single bed, a wardrobe, and a simple desk. Luo Zhen had no choice but to take his soul back into his body and wait for the opportunity to use it again. BIGMOM's swordsmanship is also very strong, and these rewards have almost accommodated all of BIGMOM's abilities. There are 3 more opportunities for rewards in the future. Luo Zhen is a little unexpected. What else will come next? Luo Zhen's spirit was a little exhausted due to traveling overnight for several days and fighting with Myra Jane for a while today. After a while, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Under the darkness of night, Urza in the dormitory next door opened his eyes and raised his arms to look at the coat of arms of Black's fairy tale on the inside of his forearm, with a happy smile on his face. Turning his head and glanced at the wall, Urza was very satisfied when he thought that Luo Zhen was just across the wall from him. Close your eyes and soon fall into dreamland. Even after falling asleep, Urza had a smile on his lips. The next day, Luo Zhen found Mr. Carlo, looked at him sincerely and said, "President, Urza doesn't know magic yet. I hope everyone in the guild can teach Urza." Looking at Luo Zhen with a sincere expression in front of him, Mrs. Carlo fell silent, then raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen and said, "Don't worry, Luo Zhen, I will teach Urza myself." Luo Zhen nodded with gratitude in his eyes. Facing the horse, Carlos bowed slightly, lowered his head and said, "Thank you, President." "Ha ha ha, we are a family." Ma Carlos laughed loudly, raised his right hand and patted Luo Zhen who was taller than him. In the following days, Luo Zhen left the guild alone to do commissions. Urza soon awakened to magic under the careful teaching of the horseman Carlo. As in the original book, what Urza awakens is still the magic of dressing up. On this day, a white cloud was floating in mid-air, and a teenager was resting on the cloud with his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. "Master, we are going back to the guild soon." At this time, a human-like face suddenly appeared in Yunduo under the boy, and he spoke to the boy. The young man opened his eyes, and there was a stream of light in the grey-brown eyes. "Well, speed up." The boy glanced at the outline of the town not far away, yawned and sat up. The speed of the cloud increased, and it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the town in an instant. After a while, clouds appeared over the town, and Luo Zhen jumped down from the clouds. The white cloud also fell and floated beside Luo Zhen. "Yo, Luo Zhen, you're back." "Luo Zhen, is the commission going well?" "Welcome back, Luo Zhen." The people in Magnolia Town are very warm, and they have become acquainted not long after Luo Zhen came here. Seeing everyone greeted him enthusiastically, Luo Zhen waved to everyone with a smile on his face. "Everyone, I'll go back to the guild to deliver the commission, let's talk next time." After bidding farewell to everyone, Luo Zhen strolled down the streets of Magnolia. Soon came to the door of Fairy Tale. Before Luo Zhen could push the door and enter, the guild's door was suddenly knocked open. A wine bottle suddenly hit Luo Zhen's head. Boom! Just when the wine bottle was about to hit Luo Zhen, the white cloud beside him suddenly became pitch black, turning into a dark cloud and floating in front of Luo Zhen. There was a bang, and a bolt of lightning flashed in front of Luo Zhen's eyes. The moment the wine bottle was about to hit Luo Zhen, it was completely shattered by this bolt of lightning. As the explosion sounded, all the noisy people in the guild turned their gazes over. "Yo everyone! Who threw this wine bottle?" Luo Zhen smiled and waved to everyone in the guild. Seeing the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face, everyone suddenly felt a chill. With a tacit understanding, he stopped and pointed his finger at a black-haired boy not far away. "It's Gray." Looking at the scattered people around him, the black-haired boy still hadn't realized what was going on. "When did our guild join a pervert? Why don't you wear clothes in broad daylight?" The corner of Luo Zhen's mouth twitched, and he looked at the naked man in front of him. "Ah! When?" Hearing the word abnormal from Luo Zhen's mouth, the black-haired boy quickly looked towards his body. His face changed, and he quickly grabbed the clothes from the side and put them on. Chapter 12 Thundercloud Zeus. Life is great. Who do you call a perverted naked man, bastard? After getting dressed, the black-haired boy came to Luo Zhen with a dark face, and looked up at the boy who was much taller than him, without the slightest fear in his eyes. "Yo, is this little devil a newcomer?" Seeing the dissatisfied face of the black-haired boy in front of him, Luo Zhen burst out laughing and asked his companions around him. "Yeah, right, what about the newcomer who just joined?" "Luo Zhen, teach this brat a lesson." "My name is Gray, I'm not called brat." Gray in front of him was full of dissatisfaction, and shouted at Luo Zhen defiantly. "I don't have time to fight with you." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, pushed the black-haired boy aside with his hand, and walked straight into the guild. "Oh, Gray, being ignored. Ha ha ha, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to swallow this breath. Who can stand this?" Seeing this scene, the members of the guild frantically added fuel to the fire, provoking Gray. "Damn it, bastard! Stop!" Being ignored by Luo Zhen, Gray was already annoyed. The words of the companions around him kept getting into his ears, which immediately made Gray's face darken. Pointing at Luo Zhen's back and shouting, Hey, brat, I can't pretend that I didn't hear your words." Luo Zhen didn't look back, he stretched out his hand and waved behind him. When Gray was about to catch up, a sinister voice suddenly sounded above Gray's head. Looking up, I saw a black cloud floating above Gray's head. "What is this?" Gray's expression changed, and he looked curiously at the black cloud above his head. The members of the guild watched with curiosity when they saw that Black's Yunduo actually spoke. "I am the most loyal servant of my master, Zeus of Thunder." Black's dark cloud descended slowly and landed in front of Gray. Right in front of the dark cloud, a face appeared in everyone's sight. "Little ghost, if you apologize for what you said just now, I can still forgive you." Zeus' face was gloomy, his voice was full of fury, and he stared at Gray with the rumbling thunder. Gray felt a little in awe, but still stuck his neck and shouted, "Who needs to apologize? Bastard! Smelly brat, let me teach you a good lesson." Zeus was furious, and a rumbling thunder resounded through the sky. "President, don't you stop them." Luo Zhen leaned lazily on the chair, watched Gray and Zeus play not far away, yawned and said, "Ha ha ha, children just like to play around, let them have fun." Ma Karloff laughed loudly, took a sip of wine from the bottle, and watched the scene in front of him with relish. "Ice make, saucer." Gray's right hand turned into a fist and rested on the palm of his left hand. The next moment, a frisbee made of condensed ice crystals appeared beside Gray. The frisbee spun and made a screeching sound. The frisbee rushed out in an instant and swept directly towards Zeus. In an instant, Zeus's body was cut open by the flying disc turned into ice crystals. However, it recovered its form in the blink of an eye and reappeared intact. What happened? Gray's complexion changed. Looking at Zeus, who had nothing wrong with him, he secretly thought that something was wrong. "Zeus, don't go too far." Luo Zhen waved his hand at Zeus and shouted softly, "Good master." Thunder. Zeus' expression was full of anger, and the rumbling thunder echoed in his body. The next moment, a thunderbolt rushed out of Zeus's body, and a loud bang echoed in the guild. Gray couldn't dodge the lightning attack at all, and was directly pierced through. Green smoke was rising all over his body, and he fell straight down with his eyes turned white. Zeus floated in front of Gray, and was stunned when he saw Gray, who was completely unconscious. Turning around, he looked at Luo Zhen, and then at Gray, who fell to the ground and passed out. Why is this kid so irresistible? The farce is over, send Gray down to rest. Karloff put down the bottle and jumped down to Gray's side. After an inspection, Gray only suffered some injuries and was fine. After people took Gray down for a rest, Carlos surrounded Zeus, who was able to speak in front of him. Curiously asked Luo Zhen, what's going on? The members of the guild are also very curious about why a cloud can speak. Turning back into a white cloud, Zeus, who slowly floated to Luo Zhen's side, squinted his eyes and swept over everyone one by one. He raised his head proudly and glanced away. Zeus is a homise created by my soul, with the ability to control lightning and fly. Poking the soft body of Zeus aside, Luo Zhen explained to everyone with a smile. After getting along for such a long time, everyone also knows Luo Zhen's magic. Soul magic. But they never thought that soul magic could create life. Suddenly, a voice came from among the crowd. Asked to Luo Zhen, is that the soul of other people can also create life? Luo Zhen nodded and said, yes, but I haven't tried it yet. At this time, Ma Karloff's face suddenly became serious, and he looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said, the magic of creating life is a forbidden technique. Life is great. As magicians, we cannot use magic to break this rule. Luo Zhen nodded, but did not answer Mrs. Carlo's words. Looking at the silent Luo Zhen, Mrs. Ma Carlo didn't know what he was thinking. Luo Zhen, you are back. At this time, a voice full of surprises suddenly came from the door of the guild. A girl in armor stood at the door of the guild. Yo, Urza. A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face, and he waved to Urza in armor. Xia Ran came to Luo Zhen. Urza smiled and asked Luo Zhen happily, when did you come back, and when are you going to leave next time? Seeing the anticipation in Urza's eyes, Luo Zhen shrugged and said, you should take a rest during this time. Very good. After receiving Luo Zhen's reply, the surprise in Urza's eyes seemed to overflow. Chapter 13. What the hell is this? Whitebeard template. After reminiscing with Urza, Luo Zhen came to Mr. Carlo, and asked Mr. Carlo curiously. President, before I go out to complete this commission, you said that I have something to tell me after I come back. What do you want to say? Hearing Luo Zhen's question, Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen, then took a sip of his wine and continued. You know S-class mages, right? Luo Zhen nodded. He also knew about those S-level commissioners on the second floor, but MRS Carlos Mafia didn't allow them to go to the second floor. In another week, our guild will usher in the annual S-class mage assessment. You are one of the examiners this time. Ma Carlos gave Luo Zhen a thumbs up, and said with a smile, since Fairy Tale was founded, you are the only one who has been able to participate in the S-level wizard assessment within less than a year after joining the guild. Really? Before Luo Zhen could answer, Urza on the side spoke first. Eyes full of surprise, Urza looked at Luo Zhen's eyes. Shendo was filled with admiration. Besides me, are there any other people participating in the assessment this time? Luo Zhen was a little curious. There are quite a few powerful people in the guild. Besides you, there is Lagosas, just the two of you. Carlos Ma sighed, and cast his eyes on his companions who had nothing to do with him. When the members of the guild saw Mrs. Carlo looking over, they all looked away and started chatting with their companions. Hey, these bastards have gone too far during the commissioning process and received too many complaints. Ma Karloff snorted coldly, but then said with a smile, but let them complain about the council's complaints, we are Fairy Tale. Oh! President, I love you to death. The members of the guild smiled knowingly, and showed Fairy Tale gestures to the short figure of the groom Carlo. After saying goodbye to the groom Carlo, Luo Zhen took Urza back home. After making the first commission and earning the first pot of gold, Luo Zhen took Urza and moved out of the guild's dormitory. The house I currently live in is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room rented out, and the house is relatively good. It's not too far from the guild, and the surrounding environment is also very good. Back home, Urza changed his armor into home clothes, wore a knee-length dress, hummed and was busy in the kitchen. Looking at Urza's busy back, Luo Zhen couldn't help but seem to have returned to the small mountain village back then. When Urza was busy, Luo Zhen opened the virtual panel of the system. Unsurprisingly, this last bit of progress was made up after meeting Gray. During these days, Luo Zhen raised the progress to 90% and obtained the sword skills of Big Mom. Although Big Mom's swordsmanship is not very strong, but with the help of the 3 homies, his strength has been raised to another level. Luo Zhen couldn't help but look forward to the last 2 rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining super fertility, is it fusion? As the system's notification sound echoed in Luo Zhen's mind, the expression on Luo Zhen's face froze instantly. The palm of the hand was in mid-air, and the whole person was stunned. After a while, Luo Zhen came to his senses, his mind full of question marks. What is super fertility? Luo Zhen's face was dark, looking at a line of small characters on the soft light curtain in front of him, he couldn't laugh or cry. In the original work of One Piece, the fertility of Big Mom is indeed better than 1. But why can this also be a reward for the system? After a long silence, Luo Zhen sighed deeply. He waved his hand like a rotten man and said, "Forget it, let's merge." As the streamer poured into his body, Luo Zhen didn't feel any changes in his body at all. With a sigh of relief, Luo Zhen was afraid that the system's reward would turn him into a woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Big Mom template, and getting a chance to draw a template lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? As Big Mom's template was completed, the system's prompt sound echoed in my ears again. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Zhen replied in his mind, "Yes." Luo Zhen's voice fell, and the original turntable appeared in front of Luo Zhen again. It's just that the image of Big Mom on the turntable is grayed out and cannot be selected further. The turntable started to spin, and familiar images flashed across the turntable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Whitebeard of the 4 Emperors, Edward Newgate template. Ding! Since the host has collected all the Big Mom templates, the Whitebeard template has increased by 10%. Ding! Reward the Whitebeard Constitution, whether to merge. The sound of the system kept echoing in Luo Zhen's mind. Until finally, the sound of the system stopped, and Luo Zhen merged with Whitebeard's constitution without hesitation. As the muscles all over his body continued to expand, Luo Zhen frowned suddenly. After a while, the muscles in his body began to convulse, and Luo Zhen's deeply frown became more and more wrinkled. Fortunately, the spasm didn't last long and stopped soon. Feeling the power continuously bursting out from the body, Luo Zhen was very satisfied. Although Whitebeard's constitution is very strong, it is still not as good as Big Mom's Iron Man and strange power. What Luo Zhen wanted more was Whitebeard's Zhen fruit. The Whitebeard's constitution can't be called a timely gift, it can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. After merging with Whitebeard's constitution, Luo Zhen's physical strength has been raised to another level. Zeus at the side saw Luo Zhen's frowning, floating beside Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Glancing at the worried Zeus beside him, Luo Zhen smiled and waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." As if knowing Luo Zhen's habits, Zeus floated to Luo Zhen's side and let Luo Zhen lean on him. Luo Zhen propped his cheek with his right hand, and fell on Zeus's body. The soft and sticky body made Luo Zhen like to lie on it when he had nothing to do. Time to eat. Not long after, Urza walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron with a bowl of soup in his hand, put it gently on the table, and shouted at Luo Zhen in the living room. Standing up and stretching, Luo Zhen walked to the kitchen and took a deep breath. He gave Urza a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Urza's craftsmanship is still as good as ever." Chapter 14 Three Homies. The face of the devil. Urza's craftsmanship is still as good as ever. Being praised by Luo Zhen, Urza's face blushed, she lowered her head and said nothing. The two were sitting at the dining table eating, and Urza pointed to Zeus floating in the mid-air of the living room not far away and asked, "Does Zeus want to eat? What does he want to eat?" Hearing his name, Zeus turned his head to look at Urza and Luo Zhen at the dining table. Grinning, showing a creepy smile. "No, Zeus doesn't eat." Looking at the food on the table, Zeus didn't have any desire to eat, so he turned his head and looked out the window. "Forget it, don't worry about him." Seeing Zeus looking out the window eagerly, Luo Zhen rolled his eyes. Been with Zeus for a while. Some time ago, Luo Zhen didn't have any difficulty when he went out to do commissions. So Luo Zhen never created homies. When going out to entrust this time, because it was a bit tricky, Luo Zhen created Zeus. Perhaps it is because Luo Zhen's soul is relatively strong, and the created Zeus is also very powerful. It is very different from Zeus in the original book. After eating, Luo Zhen sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Zeus floating beside him thoughtfully. Now that Zeus has been created, let's simply create the remaining two homies in the original book. Just do it and stretch out your right hand. A faint blue floating light emerged in Luo Zhen's palm. Coming to the kitchen, Urza looked suspiciously at Luo Zhen, who walked into the kitchen, and was about to ask something. Seeing Luo Zhen turn on the gas stove on the side, the flames ignited. Luo Zhen stretched out his blue floating palm into the flames. Urza hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. "Wait, Luo Zhen, what are you doing?" "It's okay, don't worry." Turning his head and showing a gentle smile to Urza, Luo Zhen didn't feel any burning sensation as he stretched his palm into the flames. The floating light dissipated in Luo Zhen's hands, and was absorbed by the flames in an instant. Withdrawing his palm, the flames on the gas stove began to surge. The rising flames made Urza on the side completely unaware of what was going on. The next moment, a voice came from within the flames. "Master, please give me a name, I will serve you forever." In the flames, a human-like face suddenly appeared. The flame left the gas stove and slowly floated in front of Luo Zhen, lowering his eyes, and his deep voice echoed in their ears. "Then, your name is Prometheus." Luo Zhen didn't bother to name him, so he named him with the name in the original work of One Piece. "Thank you, my master, Prometheus will never forget your kindness." The flames were raging, and Prometheus, who lowered his eyes, murmured. Pulling out part of his soul, Luo Zhen felt a little weak in spirit. Zeus in the living room heard names that did not belong to Luo Zhen and Urza, and drifted towards the kitchen curiously. Seeing a guy covered in flames, Zeus suddenly understood something. With a proud expression, he said to Prometheus, "Boy, I am your senior. I only obey my master." Prometheus glanced at Zeus, then his eyes fell on Luo Zhen. "You bastard!" Zeus was furious for a while, but after being glanced at by Luo Zhen, he immediately calmed down. He secretly glared at Prometheus in front of him. "Luo Zhen, are you okay?" Urza was very curious to see a new life being created. But seeing that Luo Zhen's complexion was a little pale, he felt worried immediately, and asked Luo Zhen quickly. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen said with a smile, "I'm fine, don't worry." Although Luo Zhen said so, the worry in Urza's eyes remained. There is also a knife, but Luo Zhen doesn't want the one from BIGMOM in the original book. After searching at home for a long time, but did not find a suitable weapon, I gave up this idea for the time being. I plan to wait 2 days to find a blacksmith in Magnolia to forge a weapon of my own. Luo Zhen, there are still a few days until the S-rank wizard assessment, are you nervous? After washing the dishes, Urza sat beside Luo Zhen and asked Luo Zhen curiously. Smiling, Luo Zhen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if you can become an S-level wizard or not." Shrugging his shoulders, thinking of Lagosas, Luo Zhen said indifferently, "And this time the participants are only me and Lagosas, so I don't think it's a big problem. Although possessing Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, it can restrain Zeus on the side. But Luo Zhen's own strength is not weak, and it doesn't mean that he can't fight without relying on Homais. Only Homais, who has defeated Luo Zhen, is eligible to meet Luo Zhen. The next day, Luo Zhen found the blacksmith in the town. Let him forge a long knife according to his own ideas. Knowing Luo Zhen's thoughts, the blacksmith said that it was not difficult at all. 2 days later, Luo Zhen retrieved his long knife. This was forged by Luo Zhen according to the horizontal knife in the memory of his previous life. The blade is straight, and the blade presents a touch of black. Luo Zhen, who returned home, immediately attached his soul to the horizontal knife. After a while, a big ferocious mouth and a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the knife body. Owner Hung Dao, who had life, was as light as a feather in Luo Zhen's hands. The moment he opened his eyes, Hung Dao's eyes became extremely respectful. From now on, your name will be Napoleon. Similarly, the name of Hung Dao is still named after the name in the original work. At this point, Luo Zhen's 3 major homies can be considered complete. Although the same name, the same attributes. But there is a big difference from Homais and BIGMOM in the original book. No matter in terms of image or strength. Although Leon Zeus usually looks like White Cloud, his face is even more ferocious. The biggest difference is Prometheus. In the original One Piece, Prometheus usually looks like a little sun. But the Prometheus created by Luo Zhen is like a flame monster. The turbulent flames have always been preserved, showing a ferocious face in the flames. As for Napoleon, even the prototype is different, not the same weapon at all. Chapter 15. The assessment begins. If I don and number 039, T come out, I and number 039, LL leave. Soon, the day of the S-level assessment will arrive. On this day, Ma Karloff came to the guild. Looking at the expectant people in the guild, with a smile on his face, he shouted loudly to everyone in the guild, "This year's S-class mage assessment begins now." As the horse Carlo's voice fell, everyone present roared in unison. Luo Zhen de Cassis. Lagerthus Ma Karloff called the names of the two, and Luo Zhen and Lagerthus walked out of the crowd together. Glancing at Luo Zhen provocatively, Lagerthus walked up to the horseman Carlo with high spirits. He said with a serious and proud face, "Old man, I will prove to you that I am the strongest in this guild." While speaking, there were bursts of thunder flashing on his body. Luo Zhen also stepped out of the crowd, beside Luo Zhen. Surrounded by Zeus and Prometheus, a long knife in a sheath is pinned to his waist. Every year in the S-level assessment, you can choose one person to be your companion, and you can also choose one person. His eyes swept over Luo Zhen and Lagerthus. Ma Karloff said seriously. Scanning the crowd, Lagerthus didn't hesitate at all, and directly chose Fried, who also joined the guild not long ago but was very strong. After joining Fairy Tale, Fried admired Lagerthus very much, and even joined Lagerthus' team with 2 others. It's called Thor, and Fried is the captain. And also one of the men recognized by Lagerthus. After Lagerthus made his choice, Luo Zhen chose Urza without any hesitation. Urza hesitated, and said to Luo Zhen, "My strength is still too weak, will it hold you back?" Seeing the hesitant Urza, Luo Zhen said directly, "Your strength is very strong, but you haven't discovered it yet. You will definitely become an S-level mage in the future, and you will be on your own." Seeing Luo Zhen's serious eyes, Urza nodded heavily. "I will not let you down." Firm eyes appeared in Urza's eyes, and at the same time, the seeds of becoming an S-class mage gradually germinated in Urza's heart. "Okay, then let's go to the assessment site." Seeing that the two had chosen their partners, Ma Karloff nodded and walked out of the guild with his hands behind his back. Luo Zhen and Lagerthus followed behind the stable Carlo, and behind them were Urza and Fried respectively. On the train, to a seaside town. He boarded another boat and sailed slowly towards his destination. Because of Dragon Slayer, Logger's face has become very ugly since he was on the road. Fortunately, the journey was not very far, and it didn't take long before they came to a small island. Looking at the small island, Carlos Ma turned around, looked at the two with a serious face and said, "There are 3 roads on this small island, one is a dead end and has no end, and the other 2 roads have 10 branches. Flags, you have to collect these 10 flags and bring them to the finish line, there will be someone waiting for you. Then now, let's go." Carlos waved his hand, Luo Zhen jumped up on the boat, pulled Urza and jumped onto Zeus's back. With a sinister smile on his face, Zeus glanced at the 2 ugly-looking lagasses with disdain. In an instant, it turned into an afterimage and rushed straight to the island. Snort! Looking at the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Logger's snorted coldly. Fried beside him gestured with his fingers in the air. The next moment, a pair of wings appeared on the backs of the 2 at the same time. With a shake of their wings, the 2 also galloped towards the island. Luo Zhen, who landed on the island 1 step ahead, looked at the 3 roads in front of him. As soon as the knowledge-colored domineering is opened, it directly covers the entire island. Not long after, Luo Zhen stepped into a cave with Urza. Stepping into the cave, a red flag not far away caught Urza's attention. When Urza was about to step forward to take down the flag, Luo Zhen suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Urza. He glanced at Luo Zhen with some doubts. Urza was about to say something. Luo Zhen waved to Zeus who was on the side, and Zeus rushed towards the flag excitedly. The moment he entered the range of the flag, countless arrows rained down from the sky, piercing Zeus's body continuously. But soon Zeus's body returned to normal. "How do you know?" Urza showed surprise on his face, looked at Luo Zhen in disbelief and asked. Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly, and said with a smile, "How could the president let us pass the assessment so easily?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza was a little embarrassed, lowered his head and dared not speak. The 2 continued on, and it didn't take long to collect 7 flags. When he encountered the 8th flag, Zeus was about to pull it out. Suddenly the cave shook. The next moment a huge monster appeared from the ground, and Zeus was startled by its ferocious face. "Damn it, guys!" The color of his body slowly turned black, and Zeus showed anger, and thunder surged on his body. "Go to hell!" Following Zeus's roar, an explosion echoed in the cave. After the thunder, the monster was instantly smashed into ashes. Seeing that the monster completely lost its vitality, Zeus was still a little bit puzzled. "Okay, let's go." Looking helplessly at Zeus who kept summoning thunderbolts to attack the corpse of the monster, Luo Zhen pulled his body and walked towards the depths of the cave. As expected, the next flag was again guarded by a monster. But this time, Zeus was not given a chance to play. The figure of Prometheus, who looked like a demon from hell, rushed forward, and the raging flames completely engulfed the monster. Accompanied by the screams of the monster, after the flames dissipated, there were only ashes all over the ground. Only the last flag was missing, and the 2 continued to move forward. After a while, they came to a huge cave. Not far from the cave, a red flag is planted there. Urza glanced around vigilantly, but didn't seem to see any monsters. "I'm going to get the flag." Urza, who had never had a chance to express himself, saw that the surroundings were very quiet, and proposed to Luo Zhen who was beside him. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen didn't answer Urza's words. He shouted to a dark corner not far away, "Come out, if you don't come out, we have to leave." Urza was startled, and quickly looked towards the corner. Ah, the current rookies are all so strong. Chapter 16 Fight the Guildarts. Dawn and number 039, T-Fight, Dawn and number 039, T-Fight. Oh, the rookies these days are all monsters. In the empty cave, a voice of vicissitudes echoed in the cave. Following the sound of this voice, a figure slowly walked out of the dark corner. I saw this figure folded his hands on his chest, with a half-smile on his face, and he didn't care that he had been discovered. "You are the examiner." Frowning, looking at the figure in front of him, Luo Zhen said in surprise. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Gildarts, a fairy tales level mage. I am the guardian of the 10th flag. If you want to get the 10th flag from me, you must first let me admit you." Nodding his head, the middle-aged man pointed to the red flag not far away and said with a smile. Luo Zhen nodded slightly. The next moment, Luo Zhen's figure instantly disappeared from Gildart's sight, turning into an afterimage and rushing towards the red flag. Frowning, Gildarts disappeared, and the moment Luo Zhen appeared in front of the flag, he raised his fist and smashed Luo Zhen's back. Knowing that it would be uncomfortable to take this punch forcefully, Luo Zhen didn't dare to hold on. He dodged and fled from the vicinity of the flag, looking at Gildarts with serious eyes. Hey, young people can't be so lacking in martial arts." Looking at the solemn Luo Zhen, Gildarts felt helpless. It never occurred to him that Luo Zhen's first thought was to take the flag and run away first. Shrugging, Luo Zhen didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. Helplessly said, "Uncle, I can't beat you, so I have no choice but to do this." Gildarts smiled, and said to Luo Zhen, "There is one more thing I forgot to tell you, even if you take off the flag, it's useless. Before I admit you, it will be invalid." Looking at Gildart's confident smile, Luo Zhen also knew that this battle was inevitable. Sighing, his eyes sharpened instantly. "Then come on." Drinking lightly, Luo Zhen stared at Gildarts with vigilance in his eyes. Gildarts adhered to the concept of his predecessors. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and hooked Luo Zhen's palm. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed in the empty cave, and the stones under Luo Zhen's feet burst instantly, spreading like a spider web. Luo Zhen, who appeared in front of Gildarts in an instant, clenched his fists and punched Gildarts directly in the face. Gildarts reached out to block, fist bumping on the arm. Gildart's expression darkened involuntarily. He shook his arm and looked at Luo Zhen in surprise. "Such a strong force! Uncle, you have to be serious." Grinning, a raging flame and a dark cloud appeared behind Luo Zhen. Thunder and lightning roared, flames roared. Thunder continued to bombard, blasting towards Gildart's figure. Prometheus kept spitting out fireballs, and the scorching heat swept over, quickly turning the entire cave into a sea of flames. Luo Zhen pulled out Napoleon from his waist. The jet-black blade shone brightly under the light of the fire. He raised his sword and fought with Gildarts hand to hand. During the fight, Gildarts became more and more surprised. This young man seemed to be able to predict every attack he would make, and every time he could dodge his attack without any risk. And seize the gap between your own attacks to fight back. Suddenly, Gildarts suddenly felt dizzy and his movements froze slightly. At this moment's pause, Luo Zhen directly cut out a sword. The fierce sword energy instantly chopped towards Gildart's neck. Relieved, Gildart's complexion darkened due to the sword aura so close at hand. His eyes also became serious. With a wave of his right hand towards the front, the sword energy that was close at hand shattered instantly. It turned into streaks of fragmented sword energy and shot towards the surroundings. The sword energy blasted on the surrounding stone walls, making a huge roar. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the stone wall was covered with dense slashes. Prometheus and Zeus floating beside Luo Zhen slowly descended, and their ferocious faces appeared in Gildart's sight. He reached out and grabbed Prometheus beside him, and attached it to Napoleon in his hand. In an instant, the blade became extremely narrow and long. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Luo Zhen jumped up and stood on the body of Zeus and rose in the air. Surrounded by incomparable flames, Napoleon in his hand slashed out with a sword. Slashed a sword with raging flames, and the scorching heat swept over. With a shocking explosion, Gildarts stepped out from the smoke. The clothes on his body were a little torn, and his eyes were very excited. Looking at Luo Zhen, he muttered to himself, "President, you really summoned a monster this time." As he spoke, he rushed straight to Luo Zhen, completely ignoring the oncoming flames and thunder. At Luo Zhen's feet, Gildarts jumped up and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. Crush! Appearing in front of Luo Zhen, Gildart's palm suddenly touched Zeus's body. Boom! With a bang, Zeus under Luo Zhen's feet suddenly exploded. It turned into countless small dark clouds scattered around. Luo Zhen fell to the sky and became serious when he saw the countless Zeus. "Have you finally used magic?" "My magic is super magic, shattering magic, capable of shattering everything I touch, including humans." Gildarts raised his arm and smiled at Luo Zhen. "Is that why you told me your details?" Putting away the long knife, Luo Zhen asked Gildarts with a smile. After waving his hands, Gildarts said indifferently, "I've already admitted you, go and get the flag." Looking at Gildarts, who suddenly stopped fighting, Luo Zhen was a little surprised for a while. But seeing Gildarts' half-smile look, Luo Zhen felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, the moment Luo Zhen was about to take off the flag, a thunderbolt blasted not far away in an instant, and exploded directly beside Luo Zhen. At the moment when the thunder and lightning struck Luo Zhen, the dark cloud that split into countless small Zeus gathered and blocked Luo Zhen. "Swallow this thunder in one gulp." Bursts of blue smoke spewed out of his mouth, and he stared fiercely at the place where the thunder came from. Hey, you little brat is playing tricks like this, aren't you?" Chapter 17 Fighting Lagoses. "Not only you can eat. Hey, you little brat, do you know how to do this sneak attack?" Zeus' ferocious face was full of anger, his white body became as black as ink, and traces of lightning flashed in Zeus' body. Yin Ti's voice echoed in the empty cave. Not far away, Prometheus also floated in front of Luo Zhen, and the raging flames soared into the sky, like the cheeks of the devil in hell emerging from the flames. "Put down the flag." The figures of Lagerthats and Fried walked out of a hole not far away. Lagerthas, who was wearing a coat, didn't pay attention to Zeus and Prometheus at all, and stared at Luo Zhen with his eyes. Luo Zhen stood up and pulled Prometheus and Zeus in front of him to the sides. "Master, leave this guy to us." Pulled aside by Luo Zhen, Zeus said with anger in his voice, staring at Lagerthas viciously. Luo Zhen didn't speak, with a faint smile on his cheek. The next moment, Luo Zhen's figure instantly appeared in front of Lagerthas. The clenched fist punched out, and went straight to Lagerthas's face. Accompanied by a loud noise, Lagerthas's figure flew upside down and slammed heavily on the wall behind him. "We're even." Glancing at Fried at the side, Luo Zhen rubbed his wrist and said calmly. After speaking, Luo Zhen turned around and walked towards the flag. "Asshole!" Thunder surged on the shattered stone wall, and Lagerthas rushed out of the pile of rubble. There was a red fist mark on his face, and the somewhat embarrassed look made Gildarts, who was not far away, wanted to laugh. Gildarts crossed his arms and sat in a corner watching the scene. When he fought against Luo Zhen, he knew that Lagerthas could not be Luo Zhen's opponent. "Leave it to the three of you." He pulled out the long knife at his waist and threw it into the air. Suddenly a human face appeared on the sharp blade. "Yes, my master." With a ferocious smile, the flaming Prometheus floated in the air. Fire from the sky. Bursts of flames sprayed out from the mouth, blasting towards Lagerthats and Fried. Zeus was not idle either, his pitch-black body was floating in the air. The thunder kept pouring down, and the moment the fireball hit the ground, it exploded. The figures of Lagerthats and Fried dodged, constantly avoiding the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus in the air. The next moment, a blade of light flashed in front of Lagerthas's eyes, and it slashed straight at Lagerthas's chest. "Not good." The expression of Fried in the distance changed, and his fingers gestured in the air in front of him. "Steel." The next moment, a piece of steel suddenly appeared in front of Lagerthas, blocking Napoleon's slash. The steel was cut in two, and the slashes that still had power continued to attack Lagerthas. But Lagerthas, who was already prepared, easily avoided the attack. Napoleon gave Fried a vicious look, turned his head and killed Fried. "Napoleon, give me this opponent." At this time, Urza stood out in armor and stood in front of Napoleon. Looking sharply at Fried in front of him, he held a long sword and said. Looking at Luo Zhen in the distance, after seeing Luo Zhen nodding, Napoleon continued to hide, waiting for the opportunity to give Lagerses a fatal blow. "Damn it, you just let these things hold me back, don't you dare to confront me head-on." Constantly dodging the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus, Lagerses felt annoyed. He roared at Luo Zhen, who was sitting next to the flag in the distance. Although it can devour Zeus's thunder, his attack is completely ineffective against Zeus and Prometheus. He also tried to fight back, but the attack had no effect on them at all. In this world, there is no armed domineering and yellow spring fruit. Except for those who use soul magic, there are very few people who can deal with Homize. Luo Zhen crossed his arms and looked at the fleeing Lagoses with great interest. He chuckled and said, "If you can't even pass them, what qualifications do you have to be my opponent? Damn it!" Hearing Luo Zhen's flat voice beside his ear, Lagerses felt annoyed in his heart. The roar of the thunder dragon. With a sudden break, he stopped abruptly, and Lagerses put his right hand on the ground. There is thunder in his mouth. The next moment, a breath full of lightning spewed out of Lagerses's mouth, directly attacking Zeus and Prometheus in the air. Zeus' body swelled in mid-air, and he opened his mouth wide to swallow the gushing thunder. Lagerses' complexion was dark. Looking at Zeus, who had received his breath without mistake, he was constantly thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Unexpectedly, Zeus could also eat his own lightning. Zeus' body was created from a real thundercloud, and its power was unimaginable. Shock you lay. Zeus' body swelled enormously, and rumbling thunder continued to roar in his body. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, blasting towards Lagoses in an instant. "Bastard! Don't underestimate me!" With anger on his face, Lagerses stomped on the ground and jumped straight up. He grabbed the bucket-thick thunderbolt with both hands and stuffed it into his mouth. "You are not the only one who eats lightning!" Lagerses roared angrily, swallowing this bolt of thunder into his stomach. A grin appeared on his face. "Full strength is back. Stupid! Let me do it!" Prometheus on the side saw this scene and knew that Zeus could not fight Lagerses. Stepping forward to squeeze Zeus' body away, the flames on his body became more and more turbulent. Stolen fire! Prometheus rushed forward, and a flash of fire streaked across the sky. Under the extremely fast dive, Prometheus' body turned into a pillar of fire, rushing towards Lagoses. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Unavoidable, Lagerthats gathered lightning on his fist, ready to head with Prometheus. When the pillar of fire collided with the thunder, Lagerses' figure stepped back a few steps. Prometheus flew upside down and hit Luo Zhen's side heavily. Prometheus was frightened and angry, and the flames on his body became more violent. "Zeus, Napoleon, come back too." Seeing that Prometheus was about to step forward after being repelled, Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to stop him. At the same time, he yelled at Zeus, who kept sending down thunder, and Napoleon, who was hiding. Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, Zeus gave Lagerses a fierce look, and then returned to Luo Zhen unwillingly. Chapter 18 Passed the assessment. Makarlov and number 039, S. Bad taste. You are finally willing to make a move. Seeing Luo Zhen drink away Zeus and Prometheus, Lagerses's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and the lightning flashed on Lagerses's body. The two fists collided, and a flash of thunder roared between the fists. Luo Zhen smiled, completely ignoring the high-spirited Lagoses. Suddenly, Luo Zhen's complexion became calm. Accompanied by the violent explosion, Lagerses's pupils shrank sharply. Luo Zhen's figure disappeared directly from his sight. Not far away, Gildarts shook his head and said boringly, it's over, go home." Standing up and stretching, he no longer watched the outcome of this battle. The figure of Lagerses quickly retreated to the corner of the stone wall, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, trying to find the figure of Luo Zhen. The next moment, Luo Zhen appeared in front of Lagerses. Lagerses's pupils constricted violently, and he wanted to raise his arms and put them on himself. Too late. A calm voice echoed in my ears. A sharp pain appeared in the stomach along with the sound. Luo Zhen clenched his fist, and punched Lagerses heavily in the stomach. The violent impact directly shattered the stone wall behind him. Lagerses rolled his eyes white, and collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Not far away, Urza was struggling to fend off Fried's attack. Urza, who has awakened to magic for less than half a year now, is no match for Fried at all. The violent explosion echoed in the cave. Fried glanced this way and saw Lagerses on the ground rolling his eyes. Fried was startled, and shouted at the figure of Lagerses lying on the ground, "Lagerses, are you okay? Stop screaming, he's passed out and won't wake up." Scratching his head, Luo Zhen yawned. Watching Urza's battle between the two of them was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Although Fried was able to fight against Urza, but because of the defeat of Lagerses, Fried could not calm down and fight Urza seriously. "Okay, let's all stop, you lose." Just when Urza was sent flying by Fried, Luo Zhen stood up, came to Fried, and said calmly. Looking at Lagerses, who fell to the ground and passed out completely, although Fried was not reconciled, he also silently accepted the consequences. Facing Luo Zhen, he bowed slightly, and then passed by Luo Zhen's side, helping the fainted Lagerses to walk out of the cave. "Call." Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Luo Zhen asked Urza, who was out of breath, "Are you all right?" Urza shook his head, and said in a depressed mood, "I'm not his opponent." "How long have you learned to use magic? You will definitely be very strong in the future." Luo Zhen stretched out his palm and rubbed Urza's little head, took off the 10th flag and moved on. Since Gildarts didn't tell himself that the assessment was over, it meant that there was still an assessment ahead. Sitting on the back of Zeus, he quickly interspersed in the cave. A light appeared in the distance, and Zeus turned to Luo Zhen and said, "Master, there is an exit ahead." Luo Zhen raised his head, looked at the approaching light and sat up straight. The figure of Zeus rushed out, and there was a vast ocean outside. Came directly to the back of the island. This exit is connected to a cliff. The moment Zeus rushed out of the cave, there was a loud rumbling sound above his head. He turned his head and looked behind him. I saw pieces of rubble falling over the entrance of the cave, completely blocking the entrance of the cave. Luo Zhen was also a little confused for a while. What was the final assessment? At this time, Urza suddenly pointed to the collapsed stone pile and shouted, "Look, what's there?" Look in the direction Urza is pointing. There is a note on top of the stone. I saw that it was written on the note. "Luo Zhen, you should have come to the end, so now the final assessment begins. The final assessment is to return to Magnolia from here. We have already taken a step ahead, let's go." At the end of the note, Carlos the horse deliberately left a mischievous smile on his face. Luo Zhen's face darkened. Looking at the note in his hand, he couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at the text on the note, Urza didn't react for a while, and asked Luo Zhen, "What does the president mean? Did he leave us?" Shrugging, Luo Zhen said helplessly, "The assessment is over, we passed. This final assessment is actually a bad taste of the horseman Carlos. No matter who the final passer is, Carlos must have left long ago." After thinking about it, Luo Zhen said to Zeus below him, "Let's go back to the place where we went to the island before." After getting the order, Zeus immediately said loudly, "Understood, Master." As he said that, he speeded up and rushed straight to the place on the island. Sure enough, the boat that Carlos had sent them to had already left. Where they came to the island, a small boat stayed there. On the boat, Lagerses and Fried, who had already woken up, looked at the boat with puzzled faces. especially Lager thus, who looked at the ship in front of him with a dark face. "Hey, do you want a ride?" Asking Zeus to stop, Luogen sat cross-legged on Zeus's body, and shouted at Lagusus and Fried on the beach. Looking up at Zeus in the sky, Lagusus snorted coldly, and Tsundere turned his head. "Lagusus, let's go back with them." Seeing Lagusus Tsundere turn his head away, Fried hastily persuaded him from the sidelines. After struggling for a while, Lagusus finally compromised. Let the reluctant Zeus descend and stop on the sand. Just when the two of Lagusus were about to step on Zeus, Luogen suddenly said to Lagusus, "I can give you a ride, but I have one condition." Hearing this, Lagusus suddenly became furious, and shouted to Luogen, "Don't think that I can't go back without you, I won't sit down." As he spoke, he turned to get on the boat. Fried quickly persuaded Lagusus, because of the fight with Luogen, Lagusus' body was already injured. Coupled with being a dragon slayer, it is difficult for Lagusus to adapt to transportation. "Tell me, what are the conditions?" With a dark face, under Fried's persuasion, Lagusus asked Luogen reluctantly. "It's not an excessive request, but when you are in the guild, you can feed Zeus some lightning when you have time." Luogen grinned and pointed to Zeus below him. Chapter 19's Class Mage. You will be a good wife. It's not an excessive condition. Usually when you are in the guild, just feed this guy some lightning. Luogen grinned, pointed to Zeus under him and said. "Just, that's it." Hearing Luogen's request, Lagusus was stunned. It's not that the conditions proposed by Luogen are excessive, on the contrary, they are a bit too simple. "That's it." Luogen nodded and looked at Lagusus with a chuckle. After a moment of silence, Lagusus nodded and agreed. "That's all right, let's go." Giving room to Lagusus and Fried, Zeus reluctantly took the four of them home. Zeus was very fast, and it didn't take long to return to Magnolia. When they came to the gate of the guild, Lagusus and Fried jumped down and pushed open the gate of the guild in embarrassment. In the guild, Carlos the horse smiled, and when he saw Lagusus walking in, the smile on his face froze immediately. Looking at the figure of Lagusus, Ma Karloff stood up straight, and asked Lagusus curiously, "Lagusus, did you pass the test?" Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. He knew the strength of Lagusus best, and it was impossible for him to pass the examination under Luogen's hands. Lagusus shook his head, pointed to Luogen who walked in from the door, and said, "This guy passed." Seeing that there was no sign of resignation on Lagusus's face, Carlos the horse nodded in satisfaction. Being able to accept failure is also a good thing. The eyes of everyone in the guild fell on Luogen, and following Carlo the horseman strode up to Luogen. Loudly announced, "Starting today, Luogen Dikasus has become another S-rank mage in our fairy tale." "Oh! Congratulations, Luogen. I knew that Luogen must have passed the examination. Great Luogen." As the horse Carlo's voice fell, everyone in the guild cheered. The shouts of the crowd resounded through the sky. Seeing Carlo the groom standing in front of him and the lazy guildarts on the bar not far away, Luogen also had a smile on his face. "Luogen, congratulations." Standing in front of Luogen, Ma Carlos had a smile on his face, and said with a smile on his loving face, "President, I will carry the title of fairy tale on my back, and I will not disappoint this coat of arms." Raising his arm, pointing to the emblem of fairy tale on the inside of his forearm, Luogen said with a serious expression, "Fairy tale's name and whatnot, go to him. Look for your respective paths and move forward, this is fairy tale. Come on. Let's become S-rank mages for Luogen, come to the banquet." Ma Karloff cheered and shouted to everyone in the guild. "Oh! The banquet is on. Come on Luogen, let's play together." Being pulled into the crowd, Luogen had a rare indulgence. At night, Luogen shook his dizzy head. Urza helped Luogen walk towards home. Seeing that Luo Zhen's face was a little ugly, Erza couldn't help but complain to Luo Zhen, "Really, you are obviously not yet an adult, how can you drink? Our Erza is really becoming more and more like a good wife." Erza's complaining words echoed in his ears, and the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. After Luo Zhen's voice fell, Erza suddenly fell silent. With his head down, he supported Luo Zhen and walked towards home. Where Luo Zhen couldn't see, Erza's face was flushed, and his eyes were full of confusion. Back home, Erza ran out after sending Luo Zhen back to the room. Seeing the back of Erza disappearing in the blink of an eye, Luo Zhen couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. Spring goes and autumn comes, and 2 years are fleeting. In the second year after Luo Zhen became an S-level mage, Loggerses passed the S-level mage assessment and became an S-level mage. During the 2 years, Luo Zhen also met many characters that appeared in the original novel. Although most of them are supporting roles, the template of Whitebeard has been increased to 50%, and the ability of shaking fruit has been obtained. On this day, Luo Zhen was lying on Zeus' body, floating gently in the air. Soon, the silhouette of Magnolia appeared in front of her. "Master, we will be at the guild soon." With the breeze caressing his face, Zeus spoke softly to Luo Zhen on his back. Luo Zhen put his hands behind his head, the gentle sunlight shone on Luo Zhen's body, he lazily opened his eyes, and closed them again because of some dazzling eyes. Standing at the door of the guild, even if the door is not opened, the noisy voice has already reached the ears. "Really, I haven't been back for so long, why is it still like this?" Reluctantly pushing open the door, there was another noisy scene in the guild. "Yo, hello everyone." Luo Zhen, who pushed open the door, smiled and waved to everyone who stopped. The sound of the door being pushed open caught the attention of everyone in the guild. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, everyone immediately cheered. "Luo Zhen! You're back! Welcome home! Luo Zhen! And Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon, welcome home!" Seeing Luo Zhen's taller figure, everyone rushed forward and gathered around Luo Zhen, asking Luo Zhen how this mission is going. "Stop!" Seeing that everyone was surrounding him, Luo Zhen quickly stretched out his hand to stop everyone from asking. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he smiled at everyone and said, "Is the president in the guild? I'll report the details of the commission to the president first, and then I'll catch up with everyone." The president was summoned by the Senate again. It seems that it is because of Luo Zhen. Hearing that Luo Zhen wanted to find the president, Gray, who was standing aside, said with a snicker, "Hey? My business." Luo Zhen scratched his head, but didn't realize what happened to him. "It's not that you went too far in the commissioning process and smashed a mountain to pieces?" Seeing the puzzled look on Luo Zhen's face, Gray immediately shouted at Luo Zhen. Spreading his hands helplessly, Luo Zhen said, "But that monster is too big, I couldn't control the strength, and even the mountain and the monster were shattered together." As expected of Luo Zhen, destroying a mountain is as easy as kicking over a small mound. "Too strong, Luo Zhen. I've decided, I'm going to target Luo Zhen." "Forget it, thank God if you can be half as strong as Luo Zhen." Those who use TikTok almost forgot to update, Muggle. Chapter 20. Go to his council. Are you new? Luo Zhen found a seat at the bar and sat down, and the members of the guild gathered around Luo Zhen, listening to some things that Luo Zhen encountered in the commission. Looking at the curious eyes of everyone, Luo Zhen did not hesitate to tell his own story, and shared with them some interesting things he encountered in the commission. "I don't know how long it has passed," Carlos the horse returned to the guild. Seeing the guild members gathered around the bar one after another, he was a little puzzled. How could his asshole Carlo not know about these people in his own guild? They have to quarrel in the guild every day, and the only one who can calm them down is Erza. Curiously, he squeezed into the crowd, and immediately saw Luo Zhen sitting on the bar counter and telling stories vividly. As soon as he saw Luo Zhen, Mrs. Carlo became angry. Squeezing into the crowd and jumping onto the bar, Mrs. Carlos yelled at Luo Zhen and asked, "You brat! Why did you make such a big commotion during the entrustment again?" Raising his head to glance at the groom Carlo, Luo Zhen stood up with a smile and put down the wine bottle in his hand. Putting his hands under the horse's ribs, he picked him up. "Ah! It's the president, long time no see, I miss you so much." Being hugged by Luo Zhen with his hands under his ribs and held up over his head, the stable Carlo was instantly annoyed. Shouting at Luo Zhen, "You brat! Show me some respect, I'm the president." As he said that, he was about to reach out and beat Luo Zhen's head, but he couldn't touch Luo Zhen because of his short hands. His face flushed red with anger. Luo Zhen had had enough of seeing the flailing Mr. Carlo. He put it on the bar and asked Mr. Carlo, "President, I haven't seen you for so long, why are you yelling as soon as we meet?" It was agreed to be a family in our guild, who would yell at the long-lost family when they meet. Obviously it was Luo Zhen's own fault, but a burst of words came out, leaving Mrs. Carlo speechless. "That's right, President, why are you like this?" "President, you are wrong. It can't be like this in the future." The words of the surrounding guild members kept getting into the ears of Carlo the horse, making Carlo the horse flushed. Not because of shyness, but because of anger. "You bastards, don't think that you have nothing to do. These are all complaints from the council, all because of you." Ma Carlos was furious, and he took out a thick stack of papers from his arms, and yelled at everyone. "Go away! It's gone, let's do a commission." Seeing that Mrs. Carlo was angry, and that he and others were about to get angry, everyone turned their heads and left. Talked and laughed with the companions around me and left. Call. Letting out a foul breath, Carlos the horse grabbed a wine bottle on the table and took a sip. "Really, let me, the parent, worry less." Looking at the backs of the crowd, although Carlos Ma was complaining, the smile on his face obviously betrayed him. "Go to his council." Looking at the complaint in his hand, Ma Karloff smiled disdainfully, and the paper in his hand suddenly burned. Luo Zhen rested his chin on his right hand, and couldn't help laughing as he watched the horseman Carlos operate. "President, this is the receipt for this entrustment, and I leave it to you." Immediately, Luo Zhen handed over the receipt of his entrustment, this time to Mrs. Carlo, stretched and was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Luo Zhen was about to leave again, the groom immediately shouted at Luo Zhen's back. "I haven't been back for so long, go home and have a look." Luo Zhen didn't look back, stretched out his arms and waved at the horseman behind him. Zeus and Prometheus floated on both sides of Luo Zhen's head, and their backs could not be seen for a while. Looking at the entrusted receipt in his hand, Ma Karloff smiled and put it away. Because Urza also went out to make a commission and has not returned yet. Luo Zhen couldn't find anything to eat at home, so he simply went back to the guild. Although night fell, the guild at this time was still very lively. Luo Zhen found a seat and sat down, looking at Kana, who was holding a barrel and drinking. "Luo Zhen, has no one told you that it's impolite to keep staring at girls?" Being stared at by Luo Zhen like this, Kana suddenly felt uncomfortable, and turned her head to Luo Zhen in displeasure and said, "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I saw you drinking, and suddenly I fell in love with it." Luo Zhen scratched his head and laughed, took a bottle of wine from the bar and returned to the chair. Holding the wine bottle and waving at Kana, Kana pouted and raised the barrel at Luo Zhen. "Cool." After taking a sip of wine, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily and couldn't help shouting. After eating a full meal in the guild, Luo Zhen walked home slowly in flip-flops. It is worth mentioning that after Luo Zhen became an S-class wizard, he could accept more commissions, and the amount also increased a lot. Soon I had a house of my own in Magnolia. The area of the house is quite large, and it is not far from the guild, which made Luo Zhen and Urza quite satisfied. Tonight Luo Zhen lay in bed very early and fell asleep. At home, Luo Zhen specially prepared a room for Prometheus and Zeus Napoleon. Although they don't need to sleep, Luo Zhen never treats them like slaves. On this day, Luo Zhen sat drinking in the guild as usual. Suddenly the door of the guild was kicked open. A pink-haired boy rushed into the guild yelling, "Master, I'm back! And me!" Along with his voice, everyone in the guild joked, "Natsu and Happy are back. Welcome home. Natsu. Told you many times, don't kick the door." Looking at the dilapidated gate, Ma Karloff yelled at the pink-haired boy who walked in. I know, old man." Natsu grinned and didn't listen to Mr. Carlo's words at all. "Hey, who are you? Newcomer." At this time, Natsu suddenly saw Luo Zhen, who was sitting in front of him yawning, and curiously approached Luo Zhen and asked. The people around were about to speak, but Luo Zhen raised his hand to stop them. Luo Zhen showed a harmless smile and said with a smile, "Are you Natsu? I've heard of your name a long time ago." Hearing his name from Luo Zhen's mouth, Natsu burst out laughing proudly. "Ha ha ha! Has the reputation of my uncle spread?" Looking at the proud and complacent Natsu, the surrounding members all looked at Natsu with the eyes of a fool. The fifth watch is over. Brothers who have tickets count the votes, and those who have flowers count the flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 21. Natsu was killed by one punch. Ha ha ha, has my reputation spread everywhere? Not noticing the eyes of the guild members at all, Natsu looked up to the sky and laughed triumphantly. Luo Zhen smiled, and was about to shake the fool in front of him again. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy footsteps at the door. Everyone followed the footsteps and saw a figure in armor walking in slowly at the door. Carrying a huge package, Urza dropped the package on the ground with a bang. "What are you all making noise about?" Throwing the package on the ground, Urza glanced at everyone one by one with sharp eyes. Suddenly his eyes fell on a familiar figure, and he didn't bother to reprimand the people around him. Quickly trotted to the front of this figure. Seeing that familiar face, Urza's eye sockets turned rosy. "When did you come back?" Looking at Urza, who has grown up a lot in front of him, Luo Zhen grinned and said, "Just a few days after I came back, I heard from the president that you were going to do a commission, and there was no one at home, so I sat in the guild for a while when I had nothing to do." "Sit. Then let's go home." With red eyes, Urza reached out and put his hand on the back of Luo Zhen's. "Wait, you two know each other?" Natsu on the side suddenly made a sound, interrupting the reminiscence between the two. In Urza's dangerous eyes, he pointed to Luo Zhen and said, "Isn't this guy a newcomer who just joined the guild? How did you know each other?" Seeing the somewhat intimate behavior of the two, Natsu was completely puzzled. "You are stupid, you. Luo Zhen is an S-rank mage of our guild." Urza rolled his eyes, glared at Natsu, pulled Luo Zhen and was about to leave. "Luo Zhen? Are you the powerful brat that uncle said?" Hearing Luo Zhen's name, Natsu's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly blocked their way, and looked at them excitedly. "Come and fight me, Luo Zhen. I will defeat you and become the strongest." Natsu's eyes burst out with fighting intent, and he stared at Luo Zhen excitedly and shouted. Urza walked up to Luo Zhen, glared at Natsu and said, "Don't be kidding, Natsu, how could you be Luo Zhen's opponent? How is it impossible? I will definitely become the strongest in the guild." Natsu yelled, excitedly about to fight Luo Zhen. Looking at the excited Natsu, the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth curled up slightly. He took Urza's arm and pulled him aside. "Urza, a man's serious duel can't be disappointing." Seeing Luo Zhen's slightly playful expression, Urza could not help but walk aside while holding his forehead. "Come on, Natsu, let me see you." Standing where he was, Luo Zhen hooked his fingers at Natsu. "Coming!" Natsu shouted loudly, and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. Boom! With a loud noise, Natsu's body instantly fell to the ground straight. There was a big lump on his head, and he was knocked out by Luo Zhen's punch. Natsu. Behind Natsu, Happy with folded arms was still watching the show. Seeing Natsu being knocked down in an instant, he made a surprised sound. Fly to Natsu's side and turn Natsu over. Seeing this, Natsu was punched and rolled his eyes, and the whole person lost consciousness directly. It's too strong. A little scared, he raised his head to look at Luo Zhen, and then looked at Natsu on the ground with worried eyes. It's okay, I just fainted, I didn't use all my strength. Looking at the worried Happy, Luo Zhen knelt down and rubbed Blue's kitten's head. What? Luo Zhen hasn't used his full strength yet. Happy was very surprised, he didn't expect that the strength gap between Luo Zhen and Natsu was so big. Luo Zhen showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at the shocked Happy and said with a smile, yes, it probably took less than 1/10 of the strength. You are a monster. The small body took 2 steps back, and the originally awe-inspiring eyes instantly turned into horror. Take good care of Natsu, I'll go back first. Bye, little Happy. Pulling Urza's white and tender palm, Luo Zhen waved to Happy who was still pushing Natsu's body. It wasn't until Luo Zhen's figure left the guild that everyone returned to Natsu's side. It's a pain in the ass now. I didn't expect that Luo Zhen would have such a naughty time. But Luo Zhen has become stronger again, didn't he only use 1/10 of the strength just now? I feel like that punch could blow my head apart. The members of the guild surrounded him, but no one cared about Natsu who fell to the ground. Since Luo Zhen said that he just passed out, it means there must be nothing wrong. Walking on the road, Luo Zhen looked at Urza carrying such a huge package, and couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. Urza, what the hell is in your package? Originally Luo Zhen wanted to help, but was rejected by Urza. Luo Zhen helplessly looked at the package that was bigger than a person and asked. Just some clothes and weapons. Urza puffed up his chest, looked at the huge package behind him and said with a smile. Hey, you're here for a commission, not a trip. With black lines all over Luo Zhen's face, he couldn't help complaining to Urza. But it's full of necessities. Urza turned his head away, completely unaware that there was anything wrong with him. Seeing the innocent expression on Urza's face, Luo Zhen helplessly spread his hands and said, okay, just be happy. Back home, Luo Zhen stretched lazily. Master, you are back. As soon as Luo Zhen returned home, Zeus and Prometheus flew over. Well, let's go play. Waving at them, Luo Zhen took down Urza's huge package. Did you have meal? After returning home, Urza changed the armor on his body and wore a white dress on his body. Without sitting down to rest for a while, Urza walked into the kitchen and got busy. Looking at Urza's busy back, Luo Zhen felt like a family of 2. Time to eat. Soon, Urza finished the meal, stood in front of the dining table and shouted to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen trotted to the kitchen, washed his hands and went to the dining room. It's so fragrant, just smelling it will make you full. Luo Zhen grinned and said with a thumbs up to Urza. Gazing at Luo Zhen, Urza said softly, hurry up and eat. Chapter 22 Discipline Committee Urza. I will be the examiner. After eating and drinking enough, Luo Zhen sat lazily on the sofa, and Zeus squeezed beside Luo Zhen, allowing Luo Zhen to lean on him comfortably. Urza cleaned the dishes and came to the living room wiping his hands. Looking at Luo Zhen who was slumped on the sofa, Urza couldn't help saying to Luo Zhen, you can't lie down just after eating. Get up and go for a walk. Looking at Urza, who already looked like a disciplinary committee member in the original book, Luo Zhen waved his hand and said, I don't want to move anymore. Urza put his hands on his hips and stared straight at Luo Zhen. All right. Being stared at by Urza without saying a word, Luo Zhen was finally defeated and got up helplessly to follow behind Luo Zhen. As the sun set, Urza and Luo Zhen walked side by side on the street. The orange sunset sprinkled on the two of them, stretching their shadows extremely long and narrow. Luo Zhen, when are you going to leave this time? Walking on the road, Urza put his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground. Luo Zhen's arm was hanging on Urza's shoulder, and he replied with a smile, "This time, it should not be so fast. The president said he had something to do with me, but he forgot to ask him what's the matter." With a blush on his face, Urza raised his head and gave Luo Zhen a white look. "The president should have something important to ask you, don't you need to ask? Forget it, the old man would have come to me long ago if he had something important to do." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, shrugged and said. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza also nodded. Makes sense. As the sun went down, the two went home after a long walk in Magnolia. Because Urza just came back today, he went back to his room early to sleep. The next day, Luo really slept comfortably. After waking up, Luo Zhen stretched and let out a strange moan. Ah! Walk out of the room, Urza is not at home. After washing up, Luo Zhen also walked towards the guild. As soon as he entered the guild, Luo Zhen immediately heard the noisy voices of Gray and Natsu. "Yo, are you two in such good spirits?" Luo Zhen grinned and greeted the two with their heads on their heads. "Ah, it's Luo Zhen, good morning." Hearing the voice, Gray looked over and said with a smile on his face. "Why did you undress to say hello?" Luo Zhen's complexion turned dark, and he complained as he looked at Gray, who was stripped down to only his underwear. "Ah! When? Ha ha ha, you perverted underwear man! Stop rambling, fire-breathing bastard! What did you say? You naked man! Who are you calling a naked man, bastard?" The two quarreled again without saying a word. Luo Zhen found a seat and sat down, watching the two fight each other with one punch and one kick. "Luo Zhen, come here for a moment." At this moment, the groom Carlo, who was already a little drunk sitting on the bar, yelled at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen raised his head, looked at Mr. Carlo the horse, stood up and walked towards the bar. "President, what's wrong?" Carelessly, he sat down next to the horse Carlo, and took a bottle of wine from the bar. "Don't always drink wine from the guild, bastard." "Well, President, don't be so stingy." Luo Zhen took a sip of his wine with a smile, and put an arm around Carlo's shoulder. "What do you think of this year's S-Class Mage assessment?" The two sat side by side, watching Gray and Natsu fight not far away, and Carlo suddenly asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen turned his head in surprise, and asked Carlos the horse, "What? It's time for this year's assessment again." With black lines all over his face, Ma Carlos yelled at Luo Zhen, "Have you ever paid attention to the things in the guild?" Everyone's eyes were attracted by the movement of Carlos the horse and Luo Zhen. Ma Karloff waved his hand, then asked Luo Zhen with a serious expression, "You will be the examiner for this year's assessment." "Me? President, are you kidding me?" Luo Zhen was surprised and pointed at himself with his finger. "Now you are the only S-Mage in the guild who is still in Magnolia. If you don't serve as the examiner, I will go." Ma Carlos stared, stood up, and stood on the bar, barely touching Luo Zhen's shoulder. Patting Luo Zhen on the shoulder, he said in a deep tone, "Young people, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. President, are you not afraid that I will release water to Urza?" Luo Zhen didn't refuse either, and it happened that he didn't plan to go out to make commissions during this time, so he said to Mrs. Ma Carlo with a meaningful smile. "You're not that kind of person, and Urza won't accept it." Ma Karloff didn't care about this matter at all, and said with a smile on his face, "Okay, I accept." Seeing that he seemed to have been manipulated by the horseman Carlos, Luo Zhen shrugged helplessly. Because the assessment day for the S-level mages is approaching, most of the members of the guild have returned. All members gather in the guild except Gildarts and Lagerthats and Thor's congregation. Soon, the day of the S-Class Mages assessment will arrive. Luo Zhen sat beside the horseman Carlo, looking at the people in the guild with a smile. This year's S-rank Mage assessment has officially started. Following Carlos Ma's announcement, everyone turned their attention to the three standing in front. Urza, Myra Jane, and Kana. Last year's S-level assessment was the three of them. I didn't expect it to be them again this year. I hope someone can pass this year, and Fairy Tale can add another S-class mage. Urza, come on. Kana, beat them up, come on. Sister Myra, you are the best, come on. Everyone in the field cheered and cheered for the three of them. Luo Zhen, I'll leave it to you. Ma Karloff set his eyes on the smiling Luo Zhen. Nodding his head, Luo Zhen put away his lazy look, straightened up, and looked at the three of them with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm the examiner for this S-class mage assessment. Luo Zhen grinned, with a smile in his eyes. Sure enough, the examiner is Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen won't put water on Urza, will he? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you doubting the personality of Luo Zhen and Urza? You take these three maps. Luo Zhen waved his right hand, and three maps appeared in front of the three of them. After the three got their respective maps, Luo Zhen said with a grin. Then now I will announce the content of this assessment. Chapter 23. The assessment begins. Get ready for a show. You all have a map in your hand, and each has a destination on it. Your assessment is to go to the destination, get back the things I put there, and come to me at the location on the opposite side of the map. By the way, if you can meet each other on the road, you can snatch each other's items. If the items are lost, then it will be regarded as a failure of the assessment. See you next year. Luo Zhen stood up and said to the three girls standing in front of him. The three of them looked at the map in their hands, and their destinations were not very far from Magnolia. Then, the assessment begins now. Because the content of this assessment was determined by Luo Zhen did not ask them to find their own partners, but let them complete it alone. As Luo Zhen announced the start of the assessment, the three of them looked at each other, and Myra Jane rushed out of the guild first. Yuki Jueshin disappeared from everyone's sight. Urza and Kana looked at each other warily as Myra Jane disappeared. Soon, he chased Mirajana's back and rushed out of the guild. Sitting on the chair, Luo Zhen yawned and continued to lean back lazily. Looking at the lazy Luo Zhen, the horseman's head was suddenly covered with black lines. Hey, brat, don't you plan to set off to see your destination? They came back so soon. Luo Zhen waved his hand, not paying attention to this assessment at all. You didn't arrange Zeus and the others at their destination, did you? Suddenly thought of something, Ma Karloff asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen grinned and said, otherwise, wouldn't their assessment be too easy? Although Zeus and the others are good in strength, there is still a gap compared to their strength. As long as they can get the items that Zeus and the others protect, Zeus and the others will stop attacking. Carlos Ma nodded and didn't ask too much. Last year's S-class mage assessment was conducted by Loggerses, but none of them passed the assessment. In the words of Loggerses, what qualifications do these wastes have to become S-class mages? But Ma Karloff knew that the strength of Urza and Myra Jane was completely enough. After a while, the members of the guild sat down and discussed who would win this assessment. At this time, Luo Zhen suddenly stood up and stretched. Finally someone arrived. Luo Zhen muttered to himself, then walked out of the guild with his hands in his pockets. Looking at Luo Zhen's back, everyone suddenly became excited. Is it finally about to start? The final assessment. I'm looking forward to it. Damn it. Why don't we go and see? At this time, Natsu suddenly proposed to Gray, who was beside him. A little hesitation flashed in Gray's eyes. He looked at the drowsy groom Carlo on the bar, couldn't bear the anticipation in his heart, nodded heavily and said, okay. Let's go. The three of Natsu, Gray and Happy looked at the groom Carlo quietly, and then slipped out of the guild. Follow behind the slow Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen walked slowly towards Magnolia's cathedral. It seemed that they had noticed the Grey Three behind them. Stopping suddenly, Luo Zhen turned his head with a smile on his face. You three, what do you want to do by secretly following? Knowing that they were discovered, Gray and the others simply stopped hiding and jumped out of the alley. Luo Zhen, we want to see Erza fight. Take me there, take me there. Looking at the sincere eyes of the three of them, Luo Zhen refused without hesitation, no. Damn it. Luo Zhen, I must go and see it. After being rejected, Natsu shouted loudly, his legs suddenly condensed into flames, and wanted to rush straight past Luo Zhen. Boom! The moment Natsu's figure rushed past Luo Zhen. With a loud noise, Natsu's body suddenly fell to the ground straight. His body was twitching slightly, and a big lump bulged on his head. Another instant kill! Happy exclaimed, flapping its wings and coming to Natsu's side, pushing Natsu's body. Gray, do you want to come too? With a smile on his face, Luo Zhen looked at Gray and asked with a smile. I do not want. Without the slightest hesitation, Gray shook his head decisively. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Zhen pointed to Natsu who had passed out beside him and said, then you take this idiot back. No problem, leave it to me. Gray patted his chest, came to Luo Zhen's side and helped Natsu to leave. After seeing the three of them off, Luo Zhen turned his head and continued walking towards Magnolia's cathedral. It didn't take long to come to the door of the church. The surroundings of the church were extremely quiet, and Luo Zhen sat alone on the steps of the church, waiting for their arrival. Owner. At this time, the figure of Zeus floated gently behind Luo Zhen, and shouted to Luo Zhen in a low voice. Luo Zhen replied in a flat voice without raising his head. Sorry master, I didn't stop Myra Jane from taking things. Zeus's voice was a little sluggish, and he felt ashamed of Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen smiled, turned around and pulled Zeus's body to his side, propping up his arms. He smiled and said, then did you lose to her? Zeus shook his head decisively. Although he failed to hold the thing, Myra Jane couldn't defeat Zeus either. That's fine, I plan to give things to the three of them. Luo Zhen smiled indifferently, and leaned lazily on Zeus's body. Not long after, Napoleon also appeared. Seeing Napoleon's figure, Luo Zhen was not surprised at all. Although Prometheus was a bit late, he appeared not long after Napoleon appeared. Now I am here waiting for the arrival of the three of them. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. Luo Zhen's domineering aura was activated, and he sensed that there were already two people fighting over there. The show begins. Luo Zhen grinned, sat on Zeus's body and said, come on, let's go to the theater. Zeus rushed to the sky and galloped in the direction Luo Zhen pointed. On the ground, Erza was dressed in silver and white armor and held two swords. The person opposite is Myra Jane. At this moment, Myra Jane was covered with demonic energy, floating in midair with a pair of bat-like wings waving. Erza, hand over your things. Myra Jane squinted and yelled at Erza. Come and get it if you have the ability. With a sneer, Erza completely ignored Myra Jane, raised the long sword in his right hand high, and pointed the sword point at Myra Jane. Chapter 24 The Battle Between the Two Women. Kana abstained. Sitting cross-legged on top of Zeus, Luo Zhen took out a bunch of snacks out of nowhere, and watched Erza and Myra Jane fighting below happily. Seeing this scene, Prometheus and Napoleon, who were floating behind, were immediately covered in black lines, unable to understand Luo Zhen's behavior. The battle below also became intense, and Myra Jane, who was originally at odds with Erza, exerted her full strength. The dark magic ball continuously bombarded Erza, making the ground pitted. Suddenly, Luo Zhen came to his senses and asked Prometheus and the others behind him, I can't be blamed for the destruction where they fought, right? Looking at Napoleon, Prometheus wanted to shake his head. Seeing their faces covered in black lines, Luo Zhen turned his head helplessly, and then looked at the battle below. Suddenly, the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth curled up slightly, watching Urza not far from the two fighting. "Hey, found a little mouse." I saw Kana poking his head out of the alley with a small head, looking helplessly at Urza and Myra Jane who were fighting ahead. Really, why did I meet such a monster-like opponent? Kana was helpless and sat on the ground against the wall. Tian Lun dazzling sword. The sword rain surrounded Urza's back, and as the countless sword rain swept away, Myra Jane in the sky flapped its wings and kept dodging attacks. "Is this the only level? It's hard for you to hit me like this." Urza. Myra Jane in the sky took it easy, while still irritating Urza with constant trash talking. Snort. With a cold snort, Urza held two swords in front of him. Tian Lun, the three swords. The twin swords in his hands attacked at high speed, and a triangular slash went straight to Myra Jane. Change to Kuruba armor. Just as Myra Jane was dodging, a magic circle flashed under Urza's feet. Directly envelop Urza's body in it. As Tian Lun's armor dissipated, a touch of Black's armor appeared on Urza's body. With a shake of the wings behind him, Urza soared into the sky, and with a long sword in his hand, he went straight to Mirajana's face. "You underestimate me too much." Urza appeared in front of Myra Jane in an instant, with a long sword directly attacking the door. A sneer flashed across Mirajana's face. Black's magical power is condensed in the palm of his right hand. The moment Urza's long sword was about to hit, the movement stopped instantly. I saw Myra Jane raised her right hand and stopped in front of Urza. And Urza held his long sword on Mirajana's neck. At this moment, neither of them dared to act rashly. In the alley far away, Kana gritted her teeth and watched Urza and Myra Jane fighting in the sky. Finally he sighed deeply. "Go out of the alley and rush straight to the direction of the church." Both Urza and Myra Jane in the sky noticed Kana's figure, and after looking at each other, they backed away in unison. "Let go of you, stupid woman, for once." Myra Jane snorted coldly, and then the wings behind her trembled, and she swooped down directly towards Kana who was running on the ground. I didn't say it was over. Watching Mirajana's swooping figure, Urza naturally knew what she wanted to do, leaving no chance. He rushed straight down, chasing Mirajana's back. Urza soon caught up to Myra Jane and the two fought again. Luo Zhen, who was watching the play above, couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw Kana rushing towards the church. "Well." Sighing, Luo Zhen had no choice but to pat Zeus's body and let Zeus fly in the direction of the church. Back at the door of the church, Luo Zhen sat on the stairs, waiting for Kana's arrival. Not long after, Kana's figure appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. Kana also saw Luo Zhen from afar. "Kana, why are you here?" Luo Zhen put one hand on Zeus's body, frowning and asked Kana. I am not their opponent." There was a wry smile on Kana's face. Watching the thrilling battle just now, Kana's heart felt trembling for a while. "How can I be the opponent of those two monsters? It will definitely be killed in seconds." A look of disappointment flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes. He looked at Kana calmly and said, "You know, Kana, only one person can win the assessment of an S-level mage. Since you don't want to fight them, and you still appear in front of me, then you can only fight me." As he spoke, Luo Zhen hooked his fingers at Kana, letting Kana make the first move. The expression on Kana's face froze. He gritted his teeth, took out a small kit from his pocket and threw it on the ground. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, "Luo Zhen, I abstain." The kit was exactly what Luo Zhen asked Prometheus to guard. Luo Zhen nodded and waved to Prometheus, asking him to bring the items. Prometheus was floating in the air, and when he came to Kana, his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Prometheus felt more aggrieved. How could she let her take things away in her own hands? Taking the things back to the side at home, Luo Zhen opened the kit. Inside was a small note with nothing on it. Throwing the note on Prometheus, the note instantly turned into ashes. "Then Kana, you have failed the assessment, you can go back to the guild." With an incomparably calm expression, Luo Zhen said while looking at Kana, who was in a daze. After a long silence, Kana squeezed out a smile, bowed slightly to Luo Zhen, and then ran away from here. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen didn't expect Kana to be so afraid of Urza and Myra Jane. Since he was able to participate in the S-level mage assessment, then Kana's strength must not be weak. But things have happened, and there is no regret medicine to take. Luo Zhen continued to observe the fight between Urza and Myra Jane amidst his knowledge and arrogance. Just a short while after he left, the battle between the two had already become anxious. Both of them suffered some injuries, but their momentum was even more high-spirited. Wearing Kuruba armor, Urza soared in the sky with wings flapping, holding a long sword and colliding with Myra Jane again and again. Myra Jane received the soul of Satan and was not afraid of Urza's attack. Chapter 25 Final Assessment. Stubborn Second Daughter. Seeing the desperate fighting style of the two, Luo Zhen couldn't help frowning slightly. Patting Zeus beside him, Luo Zhen said, "Zeus, go and stop them, bring them here." Hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus soared into the sky and rushed straight to the place where Urza and others were fighting. Soon, due to Zeus's intervention, the two stopped fighting after talking a few trash words to each other. The two waved their wings at the same time, galloping towards the church. Boom! Urza's body fell heavily to the ground, stood up and looked at Luo Zhen, who was sitting on the stairs, and asked, "Why stop us?" Myra Jane followed closely behind, staring straight at Luo Zhen, and said with a sneer, "Aren't you going to put water on this dull woman?" "What are you talking about? You spiritual little sister! I will not accept such an assessment. I will defeat you head-on and become an S-class mage in a fair way. It's hard to say who beats who, you flat woman." The two were natural rivals like Gray and Natsu, and they began to confront each other without saying a word. Luo Zhen held his forehead helplessly, and shouted with black lines all over his head, "Stop it!" A domineering arrogance suddenly erupted from Luo Zhen's body, pressing directly on the two of them. The domineering color that combines Whitebeard and Big Mom is so powerful that it is difficult for the two of them to move in an instant. Seeing the two of them stop, Luo Zhen regained his domineering look. Kneeling down on the ground out of breath, there was a dignified look in the eyes of the two of them. "This breath is so strong. When your battle is over, you don't know how long it will last. So I decided to change the content of the assessment." Luo Zhen spread his hands, pointed to a large mountain not far away and said, "Follow me there." After saying that, Luo Zhen jumped on Zeus's back, and rushed towards the mountain. The two looked at each other and followed without giving in. Soon, Luo Zhen fell into the mountains, where there was a huge open space. After Feng Fan and Urza followed, Luo Zhen said to them with a smile on his face, "This is the venue for the final assessment. Are you ready? Bring it on." "It's already ready." Myra Jane and Urza agreed one after another, waiting nervously. "That's fine. Then the final assessment is, if someone can still stand under my attack, that is an S-rank wizard. Let's say it first, people will die. If you want to quit, you can only do it now." Luo Zhen spoke terrifying words with that smiling smile. "Who wants to quit? Come on. Come on, Luo Zhen." The two looked at each other. How could the two who were facing each other give up and quit in front of their opponents? "That's fine, I'll only strike once, and those who can still stand up are S-rank wizards. If both of you can stand, I can apply to the president and let your colleagues be promoted." As he said, a white mask formed on Luo Zhen's fists. Change, Armor of Vajra. Seeing Luo Zhen's pose, although Urza had never seen it before, he put on the armor with the strongest defense in advance. And Myra Jane is still in the form of Satan, ready to meet the attack. Coming. Seeing that the two of them were fully prepared, Luo Zhen didn't hold back either. "Cross your arms across your chest and squat down slightly." His fists slammed down towards the void around him. The next moment, a crackling sound rang in the ears of the two of them. Following the sound, I saw Luo Zhen's side. That fist seemed to completely shatter the void. As the space was shattered, a violent vibration also rushed in. The two held on, not to be engulfed by this turbulent force. Mountains collapsed and the ground crumbled. At this moment, as if the end of the world had arrived, this huge mountain immediately collapsed, and rubble continued to roll down from the mountain. The bodies of Urza and Myra Jane were also sent flying by this violent impact, and they hit the ground heavily. Because the place where the three of them stood was relatively open, the gravel did not fall near here. The ground is cracked, and there are long and narrow cracks everywhere. Urza and Myra Jane spat blood from their mouths and felt severe pain all over their bodies. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to stand up from the ground, but his limbs had no strength at all. This is because Luo Zhen didn't use all his strength, otherwise he would have killed both of them in one blow. After a long time, neither of them showed signs of standing up. Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly, looked at the two people who were about to pass out, and said, "Since you have no strength to stand up, I have to announce that no one passed the assessment this time." Saying that, Luo Zhen was about to turn around. "Stop!" Suddenly, Urza's weak but firm voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw Urza and Myra Jane supporting each other, and stood up, gritted their teeth. We haven't lost yet." Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Urza gritted his teeth, and spat out a sentence from his mouth intermittently. Because of the original work of the diamond armor, Urza suffered less injuries. Myra Jane was about to faint, but her unyielding will made her stare at Luo Zhen with her eyes wide open. Seeing the two supporting each other to stand up, Luo Zhen was a little surprised. With a smile on his face, he watched his body shaking slightly, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. "Congratulations, you passed." Hearing the words in Luo Zhen's mouth, Marajana's tense nerves were immediately relaxed. When he rolled his eyes, he fainted. The same was true for Urza. After forcing out a smile, he fell straight behind him. "Really?" Just as their bodies were about to fall to the ground, Luo Zhen's figure appeared behind them. He lifted the two of them up by holding their backs. Zeus! With a loud shout, an afterimage of white galloped in the air. "Go back to the guild. Put the two on the body of Zeus," Luo Zhen said with a chuckle. Zeus was also taken aback when he first saw the two people covered in wounds. But after hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus didn't dare to neglect, and quickly led the two of them towards Fairy Tale. Chapter 26 I Beat Them All. 10-year mission. Follow the two back to Fairy Tale. Before arriving at the guild, I saw everyone gathered in the square at the entrance of the guild from a distance. Because of the violent vibration and explosion just now, all the residents of Magnolia ran outside. Includes all members of Fairy Tale. Under the gaze of many people, the big mountain to the south of Magnolia collapsed. Fortunately, there were no villages around, and it was far from Magnolia, so the common people were not affected. In mid-air, Luo Zhen jumped down and landed heavily on the door of Fairy Tale. Falling to the ground, without waiting for Mrs. Carlos to ask, Luo Zhen shouted at Mrs. Carlos, "President, Urza and Myra Jane are injured, find a doctor." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the groom Carlo was startled and ran out quickly. Just when Zeus landed at the door, seeing the injuries of the second daughter on Zeus, Carlos took a deep breath. Such a serious injury. Both had been knocked unconscious. Myra Jane rolled her eyes and her head fell to the side. If it wasn't for breathing, Ma Karloff even thought that Myra Jane had been beaten to death. Wait, how come the wounds of the two of them seem to have been caused by the same attack? After checking it, luckily there was nothing serious. Karloff the horse heaved a sigh of relief. Then with a serious face, he turned around and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded with a bright smile on his face. Said, as expected of the president, "You are really sharp-eyed. Both of them were beaten like this by me." Luo Zhen scratched his head and looked away. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, the entire guild fell silent. If eyes could speak, then there must be a voice in the guild at this moment. You are a devil. Urza and Myra Jane looked as if they were dying. If it weren't for the fact that Ma Karloff said that his life was not in danger, they would have already started to worry. President, don't worry, I know it well. Looking at the silent horseman Carlo, Luo Zhen couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and said with a bright smile. Forget it, send the two of them to the hospital first, and come back and tell me what's going on. Glaring at Luo Zhen, Ma Carlo still didn't pursue this matter with Luo Zhen now. Luo Zhen nodded, and waved Zeus to follow Mao's figure to the guild. Since Fairy Tale is located in the center of Magnolia, the hospital is not too far away. After sending the two daughters to the hospital, two members of the guild stayed behind to guard the hospital. When Luo Zhen returned to the guild, he immediately saw the serious-looking Carlo the horseman. Luo Zhen didn't hide anything either, and told Carlos Ma the whole story. Listening to what Luo Zhen said, Mrs. Carlo frowned deeply. So, the final result is that both of them are standing. After being silent for a long time, Carlos the horse let out a foul breath, raised his head and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded and said, I thought it was impossible for them to stand under that move. Even if they stood, there would only be one of them. I underestimated their will. I knew I would have worked harder. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the groom immediately jumped up, slapped Luo Zhen's arm with his palm, and shouted loudly, Stinky boy, work harder, aren't you afraid of killing Urza and Myra Jane? So, I know what's in my heart. Luo Zhen shrugged, looking like he was in control. Forget it. Shaking his head, Ma Carlos felt helpless on his face. Since both of them have passed your assessment, let's do what you said, make an exception and let Urza and Myra Jane both become S-class wizards. Carlos Ma also knew that the three people participating in the assessment actually had the ability to become S-class wizards. The assessment is just a formality, adding a test to the participants. Kana, for example, failed the test. An S-level wizard must not only have corresponding strength, but also have a calm mind and rational judgment when necessary. 2 months later, Urza and Marajana's injuries have also recovered. Ma Carlos also did what Luo Zhen promised, making the two of them S-class wizards. Kana on the side was a little lost, but when he thought of Urza and Myra Jane being beaten like that by Luo Zhen's move, Kana was a little lucky. Can I really survive under that Luo Zhen's hands? Because they became S-class wizards at the same time, Urza and Myra Jane confronted each other as usual. However, the guild was much quieter. Because Gray and Natsu went out to make commissions. Sitting at the bar drinking as usual, Luo Zhen felt that without the two of them in the guild, it would be quite boring. After clapping his hands, Luo Zhen stretched. After resting for so long, it's time to move around. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Zhen walked up to the second floor. I looked in front of the entrustment board on the second floor. Eventually a commission was chosen. Luo Zhen took off the entrustment form and came to Ma Carlos, and handed the entrustment form to Ma Carlos for registration. After glancing at the commission, Carlos Ma's expression suddenly became serious. This is a 10-year mission, are you serious? S-level commissions are divided into common missions, 10-year missions, and 100-year missions. You can hear it from the name. The difficulty of this commission is gradually increasing, and the 10-year mission is a commission that will take 10 years to complete. President, I am very confident in myself. Luo Zhen grinned, patted his arm with his palm and said with a smile. Hearing this, Carlos Ma didn't stop him. Luo Zhen's strength is obvious to all. Ever since he learned that Luo Zhen had awakened another magic that caused vibrations, Ma Karloff felt more at ease. With such strength, Luo Zhen is already a strong man at the front of the pyramid in this world. After registering the order form, Ma Carlos shouted at Luo Zhen's back, when are you going to leave? Wait until Urza comes back, I still want to eat a meal made by Urza. Luo Zhen turned his head and said with a gentle smile on his face. Ma Karloff nodded and stopped asking. There is no mandatory requirement for when the 10-year task will be completed, and it would be best for Luo Zhen to leave after being fully prepared. Chapter 27, Beastmaster of the North. He must be there. On this day, under the watchful eye of Urza, Luo Zhen boarded the train to the Northland Plain. Looking worriedly at the leaving train, the worry in Urza's eyes seemed to overflow. Don't worry, Urza, Luo Zhen's strength is very strong, he will not have any accidents. By Urza's side, Grey Natsu and a reluctant Myra Jane were both seen off at the train station. Although Mirajana's face was full of reluctance, there was still worry in her eyes. That guy won't have an accident because of a commission, he is the man I must beat. Seeing Urza's worried look, Myra Jane raised her head and spoke. Urza turned his head to look at Myra Jane, who held his head up, with a smile on his face. Let's go back. Urza turned around and left the train station with his companions until the shadow of the train was no longer visible. After the train traveled for nearly 2 days, Luo Zhen finally arrived near the destination. Stretching for a while, Luo Zhen felt as if his bones were about to split in the car. Fortunately, there was still Zeus who could act as a cushion for a while, otherwise the hard seat would have almost not been sent away by Luo Zhen. Sitting is tiring. After getting off the train, Luo Zhen went straight to the city hall of this town. Not long after, the people in the city hall heard that Fairy Tale had an S-rank mage coming, and someone came out to greet him. Hello, I am the mayor of Gir Tosta. In the conference room, an old man with pale hair but a resolute face walked in. When he saw Luo Zhen for the first time, a suspicion flashed in the mayor's eyes. Can such a young person become an S-class mage? It's not that no one has come to this commission before, but most of the visitors are older people. Here is my ID and here is the order. Seeing the suspicion in the mayor's eyes, Luo Zhen took out the certificate given to him by Mr. Carlos and the order this time from his bosom without hesitation. Seeing the proof, the mayor tentatively believed it. This commission has already replaced 6 S-level mages, and you are the 7th. Sitting on the chair, the mayor said with a lonely expression after drinking his saliva. Tell me the details of the entrustment. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and asked the mayor seriously. The mayor nodded, and then told Luo Zhen about the details of the commission. After about half a quarter of an hour, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily. I roughly understand the content of the commission. In a mountain range near Gir Tosta, there is a Beastmaster. The Beast King has been invading the towns and villages near the mountains all the year round, and many people have died at the mouth of the Beast King. Several nearby villages and towns jointly issued a commission to the Kingdom of Fiori, which was to eliminate this Beast King. But after a long time, this Beastmaster survived the pursuit of several S-level mages. And after a period of time, the strength became stronger, and even killed these S-level mages afterwards. Now this commission has been upgraded repeatedly, and it has become a 10-year task. After understanding the whole story, Luo Zhen nodded, pointed to the towering mountain not far away and asked, the Beastmaster is there, right? The mayor nodded and replied to Luo Zhen, that's right there. With hatred in their eyes, the people in this town seemed to be kept in captivity by that Beast King. It's not that they didn't think about leaving here, but they were all stopped by the Beast King. As if possessing wisdom, the Beast King raised humans in this town as food. Exhaling a foul breath, Luo Zhen nodded and said, I see. Beckoning to Zeus who was not far away, Luo Zhen jumped onto Zeus's back. He waved his hand at the figure of the mayor, I'll go and see what's going on first. As Luo Zhen sat on Zeus's body and soared into the sky, the mayor's eyes were full of hope. Arriving in the mountains, Luo Zhen's knowledgeable and domineering aura is activated. In an instant, the scenes of the mountains came into Luo Zhen's mind. Flying around the mountains for a long time, Luo Zhen's knowledgeable domineering didn't even perceive the figure of the Beast King. Logically speaking, the Beastmaster should not be small in size. But in the mountains, Luo Zhen did detect many larger monsters, but they were all too weak. The figure of the Beast King did not appear from the beginning to the end. Luo Zhen couldn't help frowning. Could it be that the Beast King left? Shaking his head, Luo Zhen searched around the mountains twice more, but there was still no clue of the Beastmaster. Because the Beastmaster could not be found, Luo Zhen had no choice but to leave first. Back in town, Luo Zhen approached the mayor. In the hands of the mayor, he got the image of the Beast King. After telling that the Beastmaster didn't seem to be in the mountains, the mayor's mood suddenly became very excited. Emotionally retorted to Luo Zhen, "Impossible, that beast will never leave." Luo Zhen narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth and asked the mayor, "What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean he can't leave?" The mayor came to his senses, and after calming down, a smile appeared on his old face. Said to Luo Zhen, "It's not interesting, that beast kept us here, he can't leave easily." Seeing that the mayor seemed to be hiding something, Luo Zhen pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to the mayor, "If you have concealed the entrusted information, I can immediately give up the entrustment, and I can go back now." Being stared at by Luo Zhen's Ou Huang, the mayor fell silent. Gritting his teeth, he replied in a low voice, "That beast appeared in that mountain range 9 years ago. When it appeared in the past, it ate a group of hunters who went hunting in the mountains, and then it ate people in the surrounding towns and villages. The animal appears regularly every time, it appears on August 1st every year." Under the mayor's notice, Luo Zhen frowned slightly. August 1st is only half a month away from now. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "I will stay in the town and wait for half a month. If you think of anything else, I hope you can tell me right away." Luo Zhen's meaningful eyes glanced at the mayor, and being stared at by Luo Zhen, the mayor forced a smile on his face, and said with an apologetic smile, "Of course." Chapter 28, Kill the Beastmaster. The beast tide is approaching. After staying in the town for a while, after the people in the town knew Luo Zhen's identity, they treated Luo Zhen very well. Strolling on the streets of the town, watching the friendly eyes of everyone on the street, Luo Zhen also smiled at everyone. Tomorrow will be what the mayor calls the 1st of August. Luo Zhen's expression was slightly serious. With the coming of night, Luo Zhen was lying on the bed with his arms behind his head, looking at the ceiling with calm eyes. As time passed, Luo Zhen closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. The next day was what the mayor called August 1st. Today Luo Zhen got up early in the morning. Sitting on the body of Zeus, Luo Zhen went straight to the mountains. Zeus has been watching here in the mountains these days. But there was no movement of the Beast King at all. Not long after Luo Zhen arrived at the mountain range, Luo Zhen suddenly perceived the sudden appearance of a huge creature under the color of his knowledge. Luo Zhen's eyes were fixed, and he patted Zeus under him. Zeus understood and rushed in the direction Luo Zhen pointed. Just after Luo Zhen approached the mountain range, a roar that resounded through the sky echoed in the mountain range. The roar resounded through the sky, and the people in the town were frightened by the roar, and they all hid in their houses. In the city hall, the mayor looked hopefully at the mountain range not far away. In the distance, the huge monster appeared from the ground. The monster roaring up to the sky was full of fierceness, its huge head suddenly turned around, and its huge eyes as big as lanterns suddenly stared at Luo Zhen. Roar! With fierce eyes full of violence, he let out a deafening roar at Luo Zhen. Frowning, a cold light flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, Prometheus. Luo Zhen opened his mouth to drink softly, and then Prometheus rushed straight away with his body wrapped in intense heat. Fireballs spewed out from Prometheus' mouth continuously, and spewed towards the huge monster. The moment the fireball hit the Beastmaster's body, a violent explosion occurred. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Beast King was intact, without any injuries. Frowning, Luo Zhen couldn't help being a little surprised. He knew the strength of Prometheus best, and such an attack actually left the Beastmaster unscathed. "Zeus, You go too. Patting Zeus under him, Luo Zhen jumped off him, falling straight from the air. It crashed to the ground with a bang. After receiving the order, Zeus also rose into the sky, and together with Prometheus, he attacked the Beast King. Countless thunder and fireballs bombarded the huge body of the Beastmaster. Roar! Bang! 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 The attacks of Zeus and Prometheus continuously caused explosions on the Beastmaster's body. Although it was not painful, it still made the Beastmaster extremely furious. Grabbed a towering tree at the side, and threw it straight to Zeus and the others in the air. Seeing that Zeus's attack had no effect, Luo Zhen was not going to sit still. His body flickered in the forest, and he approached the Beastmaster in a short while. The moment Luo Zhen's figure appeared, the Beast King also found Luo Zhen. He let out a deafening roar at Luo Zhen. The huge palm patted it straight. Looking at the huge palm slapped above his head, Luo Zhen stomped on the ground. The ground cracked, and spider webs of cracks spread. Luo Zhen's figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, Luo Zhen flashed to the front of the Beastmaster. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched the Beastmaster hard on the head. With Luo Zhen's punch, the Beast King's body crashed down. It fell straight to the ground. While the Beastmaster was knocked down with a punch, the power of the shaking fruit was attached to Luo Zhen's fist. Luo Zhen rushed forward, punching the Beastmaster one after another. The severe pain made the Beastmaster let out a deafening roar, and waved his huge palm to knock Luo Zhen into the air. Possessing knowledgeable domineering aura, Luo Zhen easily dodged the Beastmaster's random attacks. Soon, the Beastmaster lost his movement under Luo Zhen's attack. Every punch has the ability to shake the fruit, completely shattering the internal organs of the Beast King. Looking at the Beastmaster who fell to the ground and lost his movement, Luo Zhen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the strength of this Beastmaster shouldn't make it difficult for S-level mages. Just when Luo Zhen was wondering, the whole mountain range suddenly began to tremble. The nearby forest suddenly began to shake and tremble, and all the trees on the ground were collapsing. Taking a closer look, countless monsters appeared underground. Roar! The moment these monsters crawled out of the ground, they raised their heads and roared into the sky. Luo Zhen's complexion sank. So much! These monsters that emerged from the ground looked exactly like the Beast King that was killed. This Beast King is actually a social creature. Luo Zhen jumped up from the ground and landed on Zeus. Looking at the entire mountain range filled with figures of monsters, Luo Zhen couldn't help being speechless. With a sullen face, Luo Zhen said to Zeus under him, "Go back to Girtasta first." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Zeus turned his head and flew towards the town without hesitation. Not long after, Luo Zhen returned to the town and went straight to the city hall. Coming to the city hall, Luo Zhen found the mayor. He looked at the mayor with a sullen face. "Why hide it?" Seeing Luo Zhen's dark face, the mayor squeezed a smile on his face, pretending to be ignorant and said, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." Luo Zhen sneered, and then said, "I don't know, then I'm leaving, you can handle the matter of the Beast King yourself." After speaking, Luo Zhen turned his head and was about to leave. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen about to walk out of the city hall, the mayor gritted his teeth and quickly shouted at Luo Zhen, "Wait! I tell you!" The mayor's face was ugly, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. Under the mayor's remark, Luo Zhen's face became more and more gloomy. It turns out that these monsters have appeared here in the mountains for these years. The leaders of these monsters, that is, the real Beast Kings, are wise. The Beastmaster had no idea about these common people, when the Beastmaster planned to slaughter all the nearby villages and towns. The mayor and the Beastmaster have reached a cooperation. Beastmaster spared these common people. But the mayor tried to find a way to send a magician with powerful magic power to the Beastmaster every year. Those S-class mages who came to crusade against the Beast King before all died at the hands of the monster because of the persecution of the mayor. He didn't even see the face of the Beastmaster. It's just that the mayor didn't expect that Luo Zhen's strength was so strong that after killing the monster, he completely made the Beast King furious. The beast horde was approaching, and the mayor had a bitter smile on his face. Maybe they shouldn't have cooperated with that Beast King in the first place. Chapter 29 Capture the Thief First. Kill the Beast King. After listening to the mayor's words, Luo Zhen suddenly fell silent. There was an ugly smile on the mayor's face, and he sat slumped on the chair as if he had aged 10 years. Have all those beasts recovered? After learning what happened in the mountains, the mayor was silent for a long time. His face became extremely ugly, and he muttered to himself, "It's over, everything is over." He had seen these magical beasts forming a beast tide back then, in a nearby Magister's guild. In order to resist that beast tide, everyone in the entire guild died in that beast tide. But after those mages were all sacrificed, the beast tide receded for some reason. Now the mayor can only place his hope on Luo Zhen in front of him. The roar that resounded through the sky can still be heard in the ears. Luo Zhen pondered for a long time, lowered his eyes and said to the mayor, "How many villages are there near the mountains?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the mayor quickly replied, "Because of the appearance of the Beast King, I have ordered people to relocate all the people from the nearby villages to the town. It happens every year." Luo Zhen nodded, then asked, "Is there any armed force in the town?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the mayor said with a wry smile, "We are just a small town, and there is no army stationed by the kingdom." Luo Zhen sighed. The deafening roar seemed to be getting closer. Luo Zhen was silent, walking towards the outside of the city hall without saying a word. On the wall of the small town, Luo Zhen stood there alone. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon are floating beside each other in the air. Seeing the rushing beast tide, Zeus couldn't help but be speechless. "Master, do we really want to fight them?" Swallowing, Zeus asked Luo Zhen tremblingly. "You three, play freely." Luo Zhen glanced at Zeus, and then jumped directly from the top of the city wall. Coming outside the city wall, a circle of light appeared on Luo Zhen's fist. A heavy punch hit the ground, accompanied by the vibration of the ground. A bottomless crack suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him, and the crack continued to grow until the ground was completely split. The crack in front of him continued to extend, and within a moment it turned into a bottomless abyss. Standing on the edge of the crack, Luo Zhen turned his head and shouted to Zeus and the others on the city wall, "Your purpose is to stop these beasts, don't let them come from here. The beast tide is close at hand, and Zeus and the others on the city wall can already see the monsters at the forefront of the beast tide." After getting the order, Zeus and the others' eyes became firm. Looking at the smoke and dust rushing in the distance, countless monsters roared and charged towards the small town. Luo Zhen bent her legs slightly, and the ability to shake the fruit emerged on Luo Zhen's fist. A fierce punch hit the void beside him. The space shattered, and cracks continued to spread in the void beside Luo Zhen. In an instant, the group of galloping monsters in the distance suddenly stopped. Countless blood mist exploded, and the shrill screams echoed outside the town. With a leap, Luo Zhen stepped directly across the bottomless abyss in front of him. He rushed into the beast tide and waved his fists. Zeus and the others in the air didn't show any weakness either, they continuously sent down thunder and exploded in the beast horde. The sword light surged, and Napoleon was flying in the beast tide, and the sharp sword light smashed the approaching monsters one after another. Luo Zhen stepped lightly, jumping among the beast tide. "Go straight to the mountains where the beast tide is coming. To capture the thief, capture the king first, and hand over the town to Zeus and the others for protection." Luo Zhen went straight to the Beastmaster. There are still countless monsters roaring in the mountains, constantly rushing towards the small town. Luo Zhen's complexion was slightly heavy, looking at the galloping herd. Running all the way, countless monsters have become the souls of Luo Zhen's subordinates. Suddenly, on the top of a mountain range in the distance, a huge beast is roaring upwards. There is a humanized light in the eyes of this monster. The moment Luo Zhen noticed him, the monster also noticed Luo Zhen for the first time. Seeing this huge monster, Luo Zhen's eyes froze. This should be the king of beasts. With a fierce step on the ground with both legs, the whole person soared into the sky. Go straight to the Beastmaster. Roar. The moment Luo Zhen was about to approach the Beastmaster, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of Luo Zhen, blocking Luo Zhen's way forward. Go away. Luo Zhen let out an angry roar, and swung his fist heavily to hit the Warcraft's chest. With a bang, the monster's chest exploded directly. Blood gushed out, soaking Luo Zhen's whole body in blood. The bloody Luo Zhen ran wildly in the forest. Soon came to the mountain of the Beast King. The Beastmaster turned around and stared at Luo Zhen with a pair of eyes full of wisdom. You killed my descendants. Suddenly, the Beastmaster spoke, and a heavy voice came out of his mouth. It's me. Frowning, Luo Zhen was a little surprised that the Beast King could speak. Bury it with my descendants. A mouthful of breath spewed out from the mouth of the Beast King, and Luo Zhen, who was bathed in blood, was not afraid at all. Against the raging flames, he walked forward step by step. Breathing stopped, the Beastmaster looked at the unscathed Luo Zhen in horror, his eyes became extremely heavy. I've never seen a human like you. The thick voice of the Beast King came, and there was a little awe in the voice. With a cold smile, Luo Zhen's eyes were filled with fierce killing intent. Instead of continuing to talk nonsense with the Beastmaster, Luo Zhen stomped on the ground. An afterimage flashed before Beastmaster's eyes. Rushing to the front of the Beastmaster, a circle of light appeared above his fist. A heavy punch hit the Beastmaster's head. With one hit, the Beastmaster's body was punched for a while. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spewed out from the Beastmaster's mouth, with violence in his eyes. He raised his head and let out a roar towards the sky. Along with the Beast King's roar, the herds of beasts in the mountains also began to roar. Go to hell! The Beastmaster roared, waved his huge palm and patted Luo Zhen straight down. Come! With a roar, Luo Zhen clenched his fists and went straight to the huge palm of the Beastmaster. Accompanied by a bang, Luo Zhen couldn't help but took 2 steps back. The figure of the Beastmaster flew upside down and crashed heavily into the mountains behind him. Taking advantage of the victory and pursuing, Luo Zhen clenched his fists and rushed forward. Armed with the ability of the shaking fruit, his fists kept pounding on the Beastmaster's body. Luo Zhen himself didn't know how many punches he had thrown. Until the smoke cleared, a huge pothole appeared on the mountain. The body of the Beastmaster was in the center of the pit, already bloody from being beaten by Luo Zhen. Exhaling heavily, the Beast King in front of him had completely lost his vitality. The monsters at the foot of the mountain seemed to sense the passing of the Beastmaster, and suddenly became very restless, galloping towards the depths of the mountain. Chapter 30 The Beast Tide is over. The Butterfly Effect. Without the command of the Beast King, the Beast Tide quickly became restless and violent. They flocked to the depths of the mountains one after another, and the earth began to tremble. Luo Zhen turned his head and took a look at the bloody flesh, but he couldn't see the flesh that looked like a Beast King at all. Fists crossed in front of chest. As countless monsters poured into the mountains, Luo Zhen punched hard to the side. With the shaking of the mountain range, the mountain body began to crack, and the ground also began to crack with violent tremors. The monsters roared, but they were helpless in front of the huge rubble, and fell into the cracks one after another. Huge boulders fell, crushing countless monsters to death, and the monsters that couldn't stop also fell into the abyss one after another. In front of the city wall, Zeus and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the beast tide that turned around and rushed towards the mountains. Even though the bottomless abyss intercepted the beast horde, it still almost made the beast horde break through to the town. It should be something the master did to make all these monsters rush towards the mountains. Looking at the backs of the monsters fleeing in a panic, Prometheus said with solemn eyes, floating beside Zeus. Then let's hurry to support the master. Hearing what Prometheus said, Zeus, who was covered in thunder and lightning, shouted. Looking at each other, Zeus, Prometheus and Napoleon flew towards the mountains. Flying all the way, I saw countless monster corpses. Zeus and the others couldn't help being startled. Until in the depths of the mountains, Luo Zhen was seen crazily slaughtering in the wave of monsters, waving his fists to shake and kill the surrounding monsters. Fire from the sky. Prometheus spit out countless fireballs, and they spewed out towards the beast tide that was rushing towards Luo Zhen on the ground. Falling into the beast tide, the fireball exploded instantly, and the sound of constant explosions echoed in the mountains. Shock you lay. Zeus was not to be outdone. The thunder and lightning in the sky danced wildly, turning into ferocious thunder snakes and blasting towards the ground. Luo Zhen, who was in the beast tide, looked up and noticed Zeus and the others in the sky. With a sharp step on the ground, the whole person jumped up. It fell directly on Zeus. Master, are you okay? Zeus, who was covered in thunder and lightning, saw Luo Zhen and hurriedly asked Luo Zhen. The reason is that the appearance of Luo Zhen is too scary now. His whole body was bathed in blood, and the strong smell of blood on his body scared Zeus and the others. Luo Zhen shook his head and didn't answer. Looking at the endless tide of beasts under his feet, Luo Zhen finally understood why this was a 10-year mission. With this level of beast hordes, ordinary S-level mages would have been trampled to death in the beast horde. A circle of light appeared on Luo Zhen's fist, and he punched hard into the air around him. Space shattered and mountains began to crumble. Countless monsters were buried under the rubble of the mountain. In this blow, Luo Zhen used all his strength, and the mountain range was completely shattered. The earthquake covered the entire mountain range, and violent tremors could be felt in towns. Houses collapsed and many people were buried by houses. Some monsters were not buried by the rubble, and they were already shaken to death the moment the earthquake struck. The entire mountain range is full of blood and corpses of monsters. A strong smell of blood wafts through the dilapidated mountains. This blow directly killed the warcraft in the mountains in one blow. He exhaled heavily and shook off the dried blood. Luo Zhen felt sticky and uncomfortable. Under the knowledgeable and domineering perception, there are almost no living things in the mountains. Most of the monsters buried deep in the mountains were seriously injured. To be on the safe side, Luo Zhen smashed into the air with another blow. There was another violent tremor, and the mountain range seemed to be pulsating, constantly undulating. Luo Zhen sat down on Zeus's body, and the continuous fighting made Luo Zhen feel a little exhausted. Let's go back. Exhaling a foul breath, Luo Zhen patted Zeus's body and said, Okay, Master. Hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus turned his head and flew in the direction of Gir Tosta. In the town, many houses were knocked down. Many people suffered injuries of varying degrees, but fortunately no one died. Back in the town, Luo Zhen found the mayor who was condolences to the residents. Seeing Luo Zhen drenched in blood, the mayor was also startled at first. But after hearing that Luo Zhen solved the beast tide and the beast king was killed, he could not help kneeling in front of Luo Zhen and weeping bitterly. The aftermath of the aftermath was handed over to the mayor, and Luo Zhen returned to the place where he lived. Fortunately, the hotel didn't collapse due to the shock just now. Luo Zhen went back to the room and took a shower to wash away the sticky blood behind him. After all matters were dealt with, Luo Zhen also set out on his way home. Sitting on Zeus' body and flying towards the train station in the city, Luo Zhen put his hands behind his head. After a while, Luo Zhen fell asleep on Zeus' body. In order for Luo Zhen to have a good sleep, Zeus slowed down drastically. 2 days later, Luo Zhen returned to Magnolia. After getting off the train, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily, twisted his body, and walked towards Fairy Tale. Strolling in Magnolia, the residents of Magnolia saw Luo Zhen and showed friendly smiles to Luo Zhen. Hey! Brother Luo Zhen! Walking down the street, suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Luo Zhen turned his head and looked. Lisana and Myra Jane were behind him. Luo Zhen turned around and waved to Lisana with a smile on his face. Yo, it's Lisana, where are you going? Sister Myra is going to take us out as a commission, but Alfman's big brother hasn't come yet. Lisana stuck out her tongue, and quickly ran to Luo Zhen's side. Although Luo Zhen severely injured Myra Jane in the wizard assessment, Lisana did not resent Luo Zhen because of this. A commission? Luo Zhen frowned, and curiously asked Myra Jane, who was silent at the side, what commission? Is it dangerous? Myra Jane stared, raised her head proudly, and said to Luo Zhen, what does it have to do with you? I'm already an S-level mage, and I can handle any danger myself. Seeing Marajana's arrogant look, Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, and then looked at Lisana. Lisana smiled, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, it's a commission to hunt down bandits, but it's not an S-level commission. Sister Myra wants to let Alfman's big brother practice his skills. Hearing this, Luo Zhen felt relieved. Luo Zhen was worried that because of his appearance, Myra Jane became an S-level mage ahead of time, and then went ahead to do the commission to crusade against the Beastmaster. Chapter 31. The plot begins. King of Souls. Ouch! Let me get out of the car. I don't want to take the car, let me run there. On the train, a boy with pink hair had an ugly face, holding a vomit bag in his hand and vomited continuously. Miss Urza, what's wrong with him, Natsu? It doesn't matter to him. A blonde girl on the side looked worried, watching Natsu lying on the chair with a livid face. Don't worry about him, he's always been like this. Urza at the side glanced at Natsu, raised his arm under Lucy's horrified eyes and punched Natsu heavily on the head. Miss Urza! What are you doing? Lucy looked at the scene in front of her in horror, and quickly curled up in a corner. Terrible. Thank you. Urza punched Natsu on the head, and Natsu suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and fell straight on the chair and fell asleep. Before passing out, Natsu struggled to get a word out of his mouth. Very scary. Lucy curled up, roaring inwardly. Although he knew Natsu's weakness under the explanation of Happy and Grey, he still looked at Urza with awe. As expected of the Fairy Queen. Just call me Urza, we will be companions from now on. Listening to the honorific title in Lucy's mouth, Urza showed a smile on his face, and said to Urza with a smile. On a chair not far away, a young man's eyes flickered with scorn, watching Urza and the others fight around, with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth. At this time, a loud noise reached everyone's ears. Urza and Grey frowned, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Happy suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, flying straight towards the direction of the voice. Urza, Grey, look who I found. Not long after, Happy came back waving her wings, excitedly pointing at a figure not far away and shouting. Looking in the direction Happy pointed, a familiar figure was sitting there. Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen, when did you come back? Grey and Urza immediately stood up, looking at the figure with surprise and joy on their faces. Hey, why are you here? Raising his head, he glanced impatiently at the noisy Prometheus and Zeus, and Luo Zhen looked at Urza and Grey in surprise. Luo Zhen, when did you come back? Urza trotted all the way to Luo Zhen's face, and hugged Luo Zhen's neck. I just came back from the commission and I'm about to go back to the guild. With a smile on Luo Zhen's face, he reached out and hugged Urza in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lucy was full of surprise. What's the relationship between Miss Urza and that gentleman? Lucy looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, and couldn't imagine that Urza in front of her was the same person as Urza who punched Natsu unconscious just now. Hey, don't you know, Urza and Luo Zhen are a couple. Hearing Lucy's words, Happy looked at Lucy with a face full of shock, as if she had heard something terrible. I just joined Fairy Tale. How could I know? Lucy's face darkened, and she yelled at Happy with black lines all over her head. Really, I told you kindly, you still speak so loudly to them. Happy was full of grievances, and said aggrievedly while hiding behind Gray. "That's right, Lucy, it's your fault." Gray nodded, helping Happy scold Lucy. With a face full of helplessness, Lucy immediately looked at Luo Zhen. "Is Mr. Luo Zhen also a member of our guild? Isn't he also very strong?" Seeing the shy look on Urza's face, Lucy asked Happy and Gray excitedly. "Luo Zhen is super strong, he is one of the candidates for the president of our guild." Gray crossed his arms and took off his clothes at some point. "Chairman candidate." Lucy's face was full of surprise, and she didn't notice that Gray took off all her clothes for a moment. She didn't expect that young man who looked about his age to be so strong. Urza took Luo Zhen back to his position. "Yo, Gray, Happy, long time no see." With a smile on his face, Luo Zhen raised his hand to greet Gray and the others. "Luo Zhen, long time no see." With a smile on his face, Gray waved at Luo Zhen. Happy flapped her wings and fell into Luo Zhen's arms. "Gray, get your clothes on, boy." Looking at Gray, who was stripped of only his underwear, Luo Zhen shouted at him after a moment of silence. "Hey! When? Luo Zhen, what are you going to do?" Pushing Natsu to the corner, Gray sat next to Natsu in disgust, making way for Luo Zhen and Urza. "I just completed the commission and am preparing to return to the guild." In recent years, Luo Zhen has rarely done General S-level commissions, and most of the missions he received were 10-year missions. Because it's been a long time since she left this time, Luo Zhen still misses the days in Magnolia. After hearing Luo Zhen's words, Gray, Urza and the others looked at each other and fell silent. "What happened to you guys?" Looking at the silent three people and one cat, Luo Zhen asked with some doubts. "Luo Zhen, this is the train leaving Magnolia." With a heavy complexion, Urza raised his head, looked straight into Luo Zhen's eyes and said. "What? I sat wrong again." The expression on Luo Zhen's face suddenly froze, and he was stunned. "Why do you want to add a word?" As soon as Luo Zhen's words came out of his mouth, the blonde girl Lucy couldn't help complaining. "Who is this?" Hearing Lucy's voice, Luo Zhen turned his head to look at Lucy, and asked Urza. "She's a partner who just joined our guild, Lucy." "He is one of the strongest candidates in our guild, Luo Zhen." Hearing what Lucy said, Urza pointed to Lucy who was sitting on his left and introduced. Hello, I know you." Suddenly, Lucy seemed to think of Luo Zhen's name, like stars bursting out of her eyes, and said to Luo Zhen excitedly. "You know each other?" Seeing Lucy excited, Urza looked at Lucy suspiciously. "Do not know." Seeing Urza's eyes, Luo Zhen quickly shook his head in denial. "I mean, I saw the name of Mr. Luo Zhen in the newspaper, Fairy Tale Soul King Luo Zhen." Lucy is like a little girl, looking at Lucy with excited eyes. Luo Zhen's face darkened, and he said with black lines all over his face, "Stop calling me by that name." Chapter 32. You are all veteran actors now. Seeing Luo Zhen's dark face, Lucy was at a loss for a while. Vomit. Suddenly, Natsu, who was beside Gray, suddenly vomited, interrupting the conversation. Gray jumped straight from the chair, looking at the vomit on his body, feeling nauseous. "Damn it! You motion sickness bastard!" Punching on the head of Natsu who passed out, Gray took off his upper body clothes in disgust. "Ha ha ha, Natsu is still the same." Seeing this scene, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing. "Are you going to do a commission?" Closer to home, Luo Zhen looked at Urza curiously and asked. "That's right. You just come to help." Hearing Lucy's inquiry, Urza's eyes lit up immediately, and he told Luo Zhen the ins and outs of the matter. But for a moment, the figures of Zeus and Prometheus appeared in front of everyone. With Luo Zhen here, Eisenwald's problem can be easily solved. Gray pushed Natsu to the corner in disgust, looked at Luo Zhen with bright eyes and said. "Don't, I won't participate in your commission." Luo Zhen grinned and leaned lazily on the chair. The expression on Gray's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Luo Zhen resentfully. Luo Zhen, Eisenwald, and the others want to summon the demon lullaby, I hope you can help. Urza's face was full of sincerity, and he looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said. Seeing Urza's sincere and innocent eyes, Luo Zhen spread his hands and snapped his fingers. But for a moment, the figures of Zeus and Prometheus galloped over, appearing in everyone's sight. Prometheus, you follow Urza and the others. Then I went alone to the place where the president and the others had their regular meeting. After arranging Zeus and Prometheus to Urza's side, Luo Zhen patted his body and stood up. Suddenly, Luo Zhen stopped in his tracks. He looked at a chair not far from the carriage. With a smile on his face, he walked slowly in front of a person whose face was completely covered by a black robe. Patting him on the shoulder, Luo Zhen grinned and said, Have you seen enough? Luo Zhen's sudden attack startled the man. He quickly raised his head, looked at Luo Zhen's smiling eyes, and pretended to be nonchalant. What are you talking about? It's okay if you don't understand. Luo Zhen stared at this man with a smile, and stretched out his palm towards his neck. Luo Zhen moved very slowly. But this man wanted to avoid Luo Zhen's arm, but he seemed to be controlled, watching Luo Zhen's palm grabbing his neck. He pinched the man's neck and lifted him up directly. A suffocating fear suddenly surged into his heart, the man struggled continuously, his face turned red. Seeing this scene, Urza and others rushed forward. Luo Zhen, what are you doing? Urza quickly came to Luo Zhen's side, watched Luo Zhen strangling the man's neck, and hurriedly asked Luo Zhen. Glancing at the man who was already flushed and about to die from suffocation at any moment, Luo Zhen swung his arm vigorously and threw the man out. Slamming heavily on the carriage, Luo Zhen said to Urza, He is the member of Eisenwald you have been looking for. What? How do you know? Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Gray and Urza looked surprised. After Zeus revealed the coat of arms on the man's body, everyone believed Luo Zhen's words. Look quickly, is lullaby on him? At this time, Urza suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Gray. Gray nodded, and quickly came to the man, rummaging through him. However, after searching for a long time, the existence of the flute was not found on the man. The man sneered, and said to Urza and the others, Lullaby is in the hands of the president, you just wait for your president to be cursed and die. The man stared at Luo Zhen with resentment in his eyes. Flies of fairy tale, you just wait to be completely sucked out of your soul and die under Lullaby's curse. The man laughed, looked at Luo Zhen resentfully and roared. It's so noisy. Before Luo Zhen could speak, Zeus suddenly let out a roar. Thunder surged on his body, and a burst of thunder spewed out from Zeus's body, directly penetrating the man's body. The man's body shook, and he glanced at Zeus who was covered in thunder in disbelief, and closed his eyes completely unwillingly. Luo Zhen, hurry to the president is in danger. With a heavy complexion, Urza quickly shouted at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded and didn't refuse this time either. Zeus, let's go. Jumping up and jumping onto Zeus, he rushed out of the carriage in the blink of an eye and disappeared from everyone's sight. Luo Zhen, who was sitting cross-legged on Zeus, had a calm expression, not worried about Mr. Carlo at all. In the original book, the demon lullaby, which Urza and the others can easily deal with, can threaten the safety of the stable Carlo. Zeus galloped all the way, and soon arrived at the place where the chairman held a regular meeting. Seeing a group of uncles sitting there drinking afternoon tea, Luo Zhen sighed. He really didn't want to deal with these uncles. Jumping off Zeus' back, Luo Zhen put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the horseman Carlo. Hearing the movement behind him, the presidents all cast their gazes at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen? Why are you here? Looking at the sudden appearance of Luo Zhen, the groom Karloff was suddenly surprised. Informed Mr. Carlo of the matter in detail, and Luo Zhen sat beside him and began to feast on it. I'm so tired from the journey, so it's not too much to eat. After learning what happened, Carlos Ma didn't worry at all, and even asked Luo Zhen to stay here and take care of it when necessary. Looking at these old actors, Luo Zhen couldn't help sighing. Long time no see, everyone. Luo Zhen smiled, waved, and smiled at several presidents present. Luo Zhen was also very familiar with these people. Several presidents of the Guangming Guild. He and Luo Zhen are also old acquaintances. Just as Luo Zhen was feasting, a violent hurricane suddenly hit. A man with a scythe in his hand and a mad look on his face appeared in midair. Looking at the top figures of the bright guild below, the eyes of the man holding the sickle became even crazier. He took out a black flute from his pocket, and the top of the flute looked like a skull. The man looked crazy, and muttered to himself, "You old men, be devoured by Zeref's demons." Chapter 33 Devour Lullaby. The man's eyes were full of madness, and the black flute was surrounded by black air, and dark magic power emerged from the flute. The moment he appeared, Luo Zhen spotted him. He raised his head and glanced at the horseman beside him, and found that the horseman was looking up at the sky. Knowing that Carlos the horseman had spotted Erriger, Luo Zhen stopped worrying and lowered his head to process the food in front of him. Ma Karloff lowered his head and glanced at Luo Zhen, who was feasting beside him, and was speechless for a while. He elbowed Luo Zhen, and whispered to Luo Zhen, "Take care of it." Luo Zhen raised his head in a daze, and seeing Mrs. Carlos' serious expression, Luo Zhen said helplessly, "President, you can solve this trivial matter by yourself. You brat, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young?" Ma Carlos was out of breath and shouted loudly at Luo Zhen. Ma Karloff suddenly shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many presidents around him. Seeing everyone's mocking gazes, Carlos the horse wanted to find a crack and slip in. Okay, the old man is in trouble." Ma Karloff stared at Luo Zhen without saying a word. Luo Zhen clapped his hands helplessly, slapping away the food residue on his palms. Standing up, he looked at Erriger in the sky, who was still chanting while waving a scythe. Boom! Luo Zhen's feet exploded suddenly, and his whole body shot straight into the sky. A burst of explosion sounded in his ears, and Erriger's expression changed. Suddenly a smiling face appeared in front of Erriger's eyes. "Who are you?" A look of horror flashed in his eyes, and he quickly distanced himself from the man in front of him. "Can you give me that thing in your hand?" Without answering Erriger's question, Luo Zhen looked at him with a smile and pointed to the lullaby on his hand. Erriger looked alert and looked at Luo Zhen solemnly. Suddenly appearing in front of him without making a sound, this person's strength is much stronger than his own. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he raised the lullaby in his hand and was ready to play. The next moment, he suddenly felt as if his chest had been hit hard, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. "If you don't give it, you won't give it. Why are you ready to do it if you don't agree with each other?" A smiling face appeared before Erriger's eyes again. Luo Zhen grabbed Erriger's neck with one hand, and took lullaby from his hand. The moment Luo Zhen took lullaby, a burst of black air kept gushing out of it. Luo Zhen's complexion changed, and he threw the lullaby out of his hand. Black air emerged, and a huge figure condensed in the black air. Roar! The huge figure condensed in the black air let out a roar, and looked greedily at the people around. Seeing this scene, madness appeared in Erriger's sluggish eyes, and bursts of wild laughter came out of his mouth. "Ha ha ha, you will all die under Zeref's curse. Lullaby. Devour their souls." Erriger laughed wildly, looking at the huge body frantically. Suddenly, Lullaby turned his eyes and stared straight at Zeus at Luo Zhen's feet. What a pure soul! His eyes were filled with greed, and he stared straight at the figure of Zeus. Luo Zhen frowned, and punched Erriger on the head. The wild laughter stopped abruptly. Erriger rolled his eyes and passed out immediately. Throwing him to the ground, Luo Zhen sat cross-legged on Zeus's body, staring straight at Lullaby. Suddenly, Lullaby's eyes fell on Luo Zhen, who was sitting on Zeus, and his eyes froze for a moment. The greed in the eyes became more and more crazy. In Luo Zhen's body, he can perceive a stronger soul power. Give me your soul, humble human being. Lullaby looked at Luo Zhen eagerly, the hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and he looked at Luo Zhen proudly and said. Hearing Lullaby's words, Luo Zhen looked puzzled. Why do you look so weak now? It's a cat or a dog who wants to come up and step on him. A violent breath erupted from Luo Zhen's body. Overlord color domineering launched. Lullaby suddenly felt a violent breath coming towards him to suppress him, as if he wanted to crush himself. Empty shock. Luo Zhen stepped on Zeus's body fiercely, and rushed out with a bang. He clenched his fist tightly, a circle of light appeared above his fist, and he punched heavily on Lullaby's body. In an instant, the body condensed with black energy was almost defeated. Under the terrifying aura, Lullaby suddenly felt Luo Zhen's emotionless pupils staring at him. The next moment, Lullaby felt as if something had been pulled out of his body. No! A shrill scream came out of his mouth, and a soul was pulled away above the flute that was continuously gushing black air from the ground. Lullaby's huge body disappeared instantly, and a trace of pure white soul was caught in Luo Zhen's hands. Is this the demon Ziref created? Holding Lullaby's soul in his hands, Luo Zhen had a playful look on his lips. Lullaby, who was caught in his hands, was still struggling, trying to escape Luo Zhen's palm. The next moment, Luo Zhen's soul fruit ability was activated, directly erasing Lullaby's intelligence. Only a trace of pure soul is left in the palm of Luo Zhen. Zeus. Throwing this soul into the air, the figure of Zeus galloped over, swallowing the soul in one gulp. Thank you, Master. With gratitude in his eyes, Zeus felt that the power of the soul in his body increased a lot in an instant. Falling to the ground, Luo Zhen crushed Lullaby's flute with one kick. Just after everything was settled, there was a sound of magic vehicles in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a magic four-wheeled vehicle galloping in the distance. When he arrived at the place, Urza's complexion was a little pale, and Urza jumped out of the car and ran towards Luo Zhen. Looking at the pale Urza, Luo Zhen quickly stepped forward to support Urza's body. An anxious look appeared on his face, and Urza quickly asked Luo Zhen, "How's the situation, what about the president?" Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and instead of answering Urza's words, he asked Urza, "What's wrong with you? Where did you get hurt?" Chapter 34 Butterfly Wings. Natsu vs Urza. What's wrong with you? Where are you hurt? Seeing Urza's pale face, Luo Zhen frowned and came to Urza to ask. Urza shook his head, and said weakly, "I'm fine, it's just that the magic power is consumed too much." Luo Zhen heaved a sigh of relief, and yelled at Urza with a serious face, "Aren't you relieved that I'm here?" Hearing Luo Zhen's scolding, Urza's eyes flashed with a smile. Then he got serious and asked Luo Zhen, "Where's Eriger? Where did Lullaby go?" Hearing Urza's words, Luo Zhen pouted towards a pile of ashes not far away. "Is this Lullaby?" Looking at the ashes on the ground, Urza's face was covered with black lines, and there seemed to be several question marks floating on his head. "Lullaby's body has been destroyed." Luo Zhen shrugged. He didn't expect Lullaby's body to be so fragile. Just a light kick and it shattered directly, and then it became a residue. That's good. Seeing that nothing happened, Urza breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed on Luo Zhen's body weakly. Luo Zhen supported Urza to find a place to sit down, and a magic circle condensed in Luo Zhen's palm. Not long after, Urza suddenly felt that the magic power in his body was constantly filling. Looking at this scene in surprise, Urza raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen, asking, "What is this?" Luo Zhen grinned and said, "A new gadget that can transfer the magic power in my body to other people's body." As the magic power in Urza's body was replenished, his pale face became rosy. Because of the appearance of Lullaby, the regular meeting of Ma Karloff and others had to be temporarily suspended. Everyone set foot on the way home. Because of the appearance of Luo Zhen, everyone did not encounter the small town in the original book. Back in the guild, everyone smiled when they saw the long-lost Luo Zhen. "Welcome Luo Zhen home. Long time no see, Luo Zhen. Brother Luo Zhen, long time no see. I miss you so much." A figure suddenly fell into Luo Zhen's arms, hugging Luo Zhen's neck tightly. Reached out and patted the figure's back. Luo Zhen smiled and said, "Okay, come down quickly." This figure is none other than Marajana's sister, Lisana. Because of the existence of Luo Zhen, Lisana was not sucked into AI Delis like in the original book. Not far away, a woman with very gentle brows looked at this scene, and there was a gloomy look in her eyes. "Myra Jane, long time no see, she looks pretty again." Looking at the people present, Luo Zhen saw Myra Jane in the crowd at a glance, smiled, and said to her with a chuckle. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Myra Jane covered her mouth and smiled lightly, like a flower blooming. "You too, you've become handsome too." Marajana's gentle eyes are full of Luo Zhen's figure, and the blurred eyes just fall on Luo Zhen's body. But when he saw Lisana beside Luo Zhen, his eyes suddenly became dull. In my mind, I recalled the original commission to crusade against the Beastmaster. On the way out, I ran into Luo Zhen. At that time, Luo Zhen seemed to know something. Regardless of Marajana's refusal, he must follow the three of them. Myra Jane couldn't resist Luo Zhen, so he had to let him follow. Although all the way down, Luo Zhen has never made a move. During the crusade against the Beastmaster, Myra Jane thought he could trap the Beastmaster, and then let Alfman take over the Beastmaster. But when Alfman took over the Beastmaster, he suddenly fell into a runaway. The powerful force sent Myra Jane flying, just when Marajana's life was hanging by a thread. Lisana fell in front of Myra Jane, trying to get Myra Jane to block Alfman's attack. But Lisana's gentle words still echoed in Marajana's ears. Just when Myra Jane was desperate, Luo Zhen, whom Myra Jane had already forgotten, shot. "Knock out Alfman who has accepted the Beastmaster." And after that time, Myra Jane seemed to be a different person. She is no longer the little girl she used to be, but has become gentle and pleasant. But after that, Myra Jane also lost her magic power and became a common person completely. Because of the state of mind, I can only wait for Myra Jane to enlighten himself, and then come out. Myra Jane then became a waiter at Fairy Tale. Just after returning to the guild, Natsu, who was sober, immediately became full of vitality. His eyes scanned the members of the guild. It suddenly fell on Urza's body. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he shouted excitedly at Urza, "Urza! Come and fight me, you promise me. Bring it on." Urza didn't refuse, looking at Natsu with folded arms. "Up! Urza!" There was a fierce fighting intent in his eyes, and flames burst from his fists. "Natsu! Come on!" Not far away, Happy was waving his small arms to cheer for Natsu, and turned his head to bet among the crowd in the guild. Urza wins. He is not ignorant of Natsu's strength. How could it be that Urza's opponent? Witnessing everything that Happy bet with her own eyes, Lucy couldn't help complaining. "Hey, can you really cheer for Natsu? Is Lucy an idiot? How could Natsu be that Urza's opponent?" Hearing Lucy's complaints, Happy waved her little wings, glanced at Lucy with wise eyes and said, "Makes sense." Thinking of that terrifying Urza, Lucy immediately supported his forehead. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't beat Urza. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu is fighting high, completely unaware that he has been sold by Happy. Hot flames poured out of the fist, and rushed towards Urza with the fist waving. Change into Yandi's armor. Seeing Natsu attacking towards him, Urza didn't care in the slightest. Immediately replaced with the Yan Emperor's armor with magic, which can enhance immunity to flames. With a burst of white light flashing, the armor on his body turned into scarlet. Red's long hair was tied into twin ponytails, holding a long sword and pointing at Natsu. Flames surged on the long sword and swung towards Natsu. The turbulent flame turned into a slash and went straight to Natsu. Boom! The collision of flames and flames instantly made a huge roar. The resulting heat wave couldn't help but make the surrounding fairy tale members take 2 steps back. So strong. My girlfriend has a bit of a fever today, and she didn't come home until very late after working in the hospital, so there are only 4 chapters in today's update. Chapter 35 that and number 039, it you complain about his appearance. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The collision of the 2 flames made a violent explosion. The resulting heat wave shocked everyone in the guild back 2 steps. Seeing Urza and Natsu fighting fiercely in the field, Lucy's eyes were full of wonder, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "So strong." Hearing Lucy's exclamation, Happy folded her arms proudly, looked at Urza in the field and said, "Of course. Urza is an S-rank mage from Fairy Tale. Shouldn't you be proud of Natsu?" Hearing Happy's words, Lucy complained with black lines all over her face. "Natsu can't be Urza's opponent, he has lost many times." Happy waved the kitten's paw indifferently, and said with a look that I had known for a long time. The sharp blade flew, Urza's scarlet figure galloped across the field, and instantly rushed towards Natsu, whose fists were burning with flames. Seeing Urza rushing in front of him, Natsu looked extremely excited. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Arms pulled back, flames spread across Natsu's arms. With the waving of his arms, he slammed heavily towards Urza's body. "Don't underestimate me, Natsu." Urza's face was flat, and he watched the scene in front of him seriously in his eyes. The next moment, the long sword in his hand instantly ignited raging flames, and directly slashed at Natsu's arm. The flames attached to the slash, as if Yan-Mo was roaring. The flaming sword energy rushed towards the sky and collided with Natsu's arms in an instant. With a muffled sound, Natsu's body was knocked flying. "Come again." After landing, Natsu turned over like a kite, without the slightest discouragement on his face, looking excitedly at Urza not far away. Taking a deep breath, a surge of magic power accumulated in Natsu's mouth. Fire Dragon's Roar. The magic power condensed, and Natsu let out a burst of breath. Raging flames gushed out of Natsu's mouth, heading straight for Urza. The Sword of Emperor Yan. Urza remained motionless, standing on the spot with both hands holding the long sword. At the moment when the flame was close at hand, he cut the long sword towards his body. The turbulent pillar of fire was instantly split into 2 in front of Urza. "Damn it!" Natsu gritted his teeth, looking at the unmoving Urza with some dissatisfaction. "That's it." At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads away, only to see a frog standing not far away, proudly looking up at everyone present. "I am the envoy of the Magic Council, here to announce the order of the council." Seeing everyone's frowning, the frog was a little dissatisfied, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "The envoy of the Senate? What is he doing here? What are the members of the Senate coming to our guild for? Hey, why don't you complain about his appearance?" Seeing this frog, everyone in the guild seemed to have no accidents. Lucy, who saw this frog for the first time, complained in horror. Just as he was about to read it out, a terrifying coercion suddenly crushed him. The frog's legs became weak for a while, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. The whole body was covered in cold sweat, and the frog's eyes were full of fear. "Urza, Natsu, you carry on." Glancing at the frog that was crushed to the ground by the terrifying coercion, Luo Zhen turned his head and continued talking to Urza and Urza with a smile on his face. Looking at Luo Zhen, Urza nodded. "Urza. I'm on." Natsu's fists collided, and the flames blazed through the collision. The next moment, Natsu rushed in front of Urza, raised his fist and punched Urza's cheek. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. At the moment when the fist was about to hit Urza's cheek, Urza twisted slightly, and an afterimage appeared in front of Natsu's eyes. The next moment, Urza's figure appeared beside Natsu. Raising his fist high, he punched Natsu on the head. Boom! With a loud noise, Natsu's body was smashed to the ground heavily. A big bag bulged on his head, and a puff of blue smoke floated on the big bag on his head. Hey! Natsu lost again, the 1214th challenge failed. Ha ha ha, as expected, Natsu lost again. Urza is really strong. Natsu sucks. Natsu was knocked down, and everyone in the guild burst into laughter. After Natsu was knocked out, Happy appeared with waving little wings to announce the result. Hey! It's all like this, so there's no need to announce so loudly. Lucy's head was full of black lines. She looked at Natsu, who was knocked to the ground, and then at Happy, who was happy to get the dried fish. After knocking Natsu down, Urza's body flashed white and restored the previous armor. Arriving in front of Luo Zhen, he glanced at the trembling frog that was crushed to the ground not far away, and said worriedly, "Nothing will happen, right? He is a member of the Magic Council after all." Reaching out and rubbing Urza Fei Red's hair, Luo Zhen grinned and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Walking in front of the frogman with his hands in his pockets, Luo Zhen crouched in front of him with a smile on his face. After the terrifying coercion dissipated, the frogman raised his head with difficulty, trembling all over, trying to stand up. Suddenly he raised his head and saw the familiar face in front of him. The frogman was furious, and was about to reprimand him. Suddenly, the smiling face in front of him felt a little familiar. Lo! Master Luo Zhen. After watching for a while, the frogman suddenly remembered the identity of the person in front of him, and stood up in a cold sweat. The whole body is shaking constantly. Oh! Arrest warrant! Luo Zhen didn't respond to the frog's words, and picked up a piece of brown paper from in front of him. Open it and see that it is an arrest warrant issued by the Senate. Arrest Urza? Why? Luo Zhen threw the craft paper above his head, and Prometheus swallowed it in one gulp, and a puff of blue smoke spit out from Prometheus' mouth. Looking at the frog in front of him with a smile, Luo Zhen asked softly in a very gentle voice. Urza Eucaret wrecked Magnolia's train, causing massive damage at the railway station. Members of the Senate issued a warrant for Urza Eucaret's arrest. The frog's body was trembling, and it lowered its head, not daring to look at Luo Zhen. After listening to the frog's words, Luo Zhen's expression was very calm, and the smiling expression on his face remained unchanged. Whose order? Luo Zhen's gentle voice then reached his ears, and the frog quickly said, "Orders from members of parliament." Cold sweat continued to flow down his forehead, and the clothes on his body were already soaked in cold sweat. The person in front of him was too scary, otherwise he wouldn't have let the frog show such a look. Chapter 36. Do you think you are qualified to joke with me? Reached out and patted the frog on the shoulder, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "No problem." As he spoke, he turned his head and shouted to Urza behind him. "Urza, the counselors are going to arrest you and put you in jail." After Luo Zhen's words fell, everyone in the field didn't know what Luo Zhen was going to do. Some people hurriedly shouted at Luo Zhen, "Luo Zhen, what are you doing? Can't let them take Urza away. Mr. Luo Zhen, you can't let Miss Urza be taken away by them." Lucy even stretched out her hand to block Urza's face, looking at Lucy's face with some fear in her eyes. Luo Zhen didn't care about what everyone in the guild said. After speaking, he turned his head and smiled at the frog and said, "Actually, there are accomplices who damaged the train and the station. I suggest taking them away together." The frog's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded to Luo Zhen and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Luo Zhen. I will definitely report to the council. Anyone who is with Urza can trouble Master Luo Zhen to tell me who it is." The frog's eyes were a little excited, and he completely forgot the terrifying coercion just now. Luo Zhen looked at the frog with a smile, and slowly stood up straight, looking at him calmly. As Luo Zhen's words fell, the frog's smile froze on his face. The steps he was about to take stopped straight away. Cold sweat dripped slowly on the frog's forehead. Swallowing, the frog looked at Luo Zhen with a bright smile, and said intermittently, "Lord Luo Zhen, no. Don't joke with the villain." Luo Zhen's smiling face suddenly turned indifferent, and there was no emotion at all in his cold eyes. "Do you think you have the right to joke with me?" Luo Zhen's eyes were cold, and he looked down at the frog in front of him. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, a terrifying coercion instantly swept across the entire square. The frog suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing on him. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees in front of Luo Zhen with a plop. The whole body was trembling, and the frog was sweating coldly. The terrifying coercion came and suppressed, instantly reminding the frog of the previous scene. He raised his head with difficulty, wanting to beg Luo Zhen for mercy. Seeing Luo Zhen's eyes full of indifference, he suddenly felt that Luo Zhen's back was like a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The next moment, under Luo Zhen's terrifying overbearing arrogance, the frog felt as if something had been pulled out of its body. Holding a touch of transparent soul in his hand, Luo Zhen threw the soul to Zeus in the air. "Go back and tell those members of the Senate who have nothing to eat, if they are still stubborn and want to trouble fairy tale, then start with me." Luo Zhen's eyes were extremely indifferent, and he watched the frog say every word with indifference. After finishing speaking, the terrifying domineering arrogance dissipated. When Luo Zhen's voice fell, the frog had already rolled his eyes and passed out completely. Waving to the soldiers of the council in the distance, the indifferent expression on Luo Zhen's face disappeared. Resuming the smiling appearance before, he returned the frog kneeling in front of him to their hands. He said with a smile, "You must greet the envoy of the House of Appreciation well." The soldiers trembled all over, and quickly nodded in agreement. After sending off the envoys of the council, Luo Zhen turned his head and looked at the silent crowd. Luo Zhen said with a smile, "Hey, you don't think I'm really going to hand Erza over to them, do you?" Hearing Luo Zhen's familiar tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were shocked by Luo Zhen's appearance just now. The appearance of Luo Zhen just now is completely different from before. They have never seen Luo Zhen with this appearance before. "Scared me to death, Luo Zhen. I thought you were really going to betray Erza." "I knew it. How could Luo Zhen betray his companions?" "You were the loudest just now." "Nonsense. You want to slander me." Seeing Luo Zhen's familiar face, everyone began to tease Luo Zhen. Only Erza came to Luo Zhen with a worried look. His eyes were full of worry, and asked Luo Zhen, "Is it really all right?" Luo Zhen shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the council is just looking for trouble, and wants to trouble fairy tale. They're not going to make a big fuss over such a trivial matter." A cold light flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, but Erza didn't notice it. At this time, Natsu, who was knocked out by Erza's punch, also woke up. He rushed out of the crowd with a face full of anger, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Gray, who was a natural enemy, saw Natsu's appearance, and shouted at Natsu with disgust on his face. "Where are those bastards in the Senate? Why did they take Erza away?" Gray rolled his eyes, looked at Natsu's furious eyes, and said helplessly, "What are you doing? They're all gone already." Natsu paused, and saw the back of Erza not far away. After stopping in his tracks, he scratched his head and asked curiously, "But didn't they want to take Erza away? Why did they leave?" "What are you thinking? With Luo Zhen here, how could Erza be taken away?" Gray rolled his eyes at Natsu, folded his arms and said. After listening to Gray's words, Natsu also thought it made sense and nodded. "You perverted bastard! Talk as you say, why do you only take off your underwear? What did you say? You stupid fire-breathing bastard!" Without saying a word, the two choked up. Looking at the two who were about to fight, Erza suddenly appeared beside them for some reason. "Don't shoot at your companions. Accompanied by the critical strike of each punch, the two stopped their movements very honestly. With shoulders crossed, he squeezed out a smile in front of Urza. "We are good friends." Urza: "That's right, we're a family." Urza nodded in satisfaction, and was very satisfied to see the two of them crossing their shoulders and walking away, and said in a straightforward manner, "That's right, we are all partners in the same guild, just like family." Looking at Urza with his hands on his hips, Luo Zhen held his forehead helplessly. The little girl back then, why did she grow crooked? How can I become a disciplinary committee member now? Urza was so gentle and pleasant back then. Chapter 37. Do these boring things. Strip away the magic. After returning to the guild, Luo Zhen did not continue to accept commissions this time. Because Luo Zhen was still in the guild, Urza also stayed in Magnolia for a long time, and did not leave to do commissions. Luo Zhen, who has nothing to do, has been sitting in the guild for a long time until late at night these days. The library of the guild contains most of the magic books. Luo Zhen has been looking up magic materials in the library these days. After becoming an S-level wizard, Luo Zhen did not rely solely on the ability of the system. Under the teaching of Ma Karlov, Luo Zhen also awakened his own magic. And there is a very powerful source of magic power in Luo Zhen's body, which makes Carlos the horse frightened. On this day, Luo Zhen was sitting at the bar drinking, holding a chronicle of the Kingdom of Fiori in his hand, flipping through it with interest. Suddenly, a sound sounded behind Luo Zhen. I saw Natsu standing not far from Luo Zhen, his fists were burning with flames, and he looked at Luo Zhen's back excitedly. "Luo Zhen! Come and fight with me!" Luo Zhen turned his head and looked at the excited Natsu with helplessness on his face. Waving to Natsu, Luo Zhen said, "I'm not free, you can find Urza." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Natsu suddenly became angry, and shouted at Luo Zhen's back, "Urza went home to cook for you, stinky bastard. I really don't understand how Urza likes such boring things. Luo Zhen, don't dawdle, come and fight with me." Looking at Luo Zhen unmoved, Natsu was full of momentum and shouted at Luo Zhen's back. "It's so noisy." Luo Zhen turned around impatiently and put down the book in his hand. The next moment, a purple magic circle formed in Luo Zhen's palm. Deprivation of the five senses. A magic power surged out of Luo Zhen's body. The next moment, Natsu's eyes suddenly went dark, and no sound could be heard in his ears. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste all disappeared at this moment. Natsu suddenly became frightened and shouted loudly to the surroundings, "Hey! Luo Zhen! Gray! Happy, where are you? Why can't I see anything? Can you hear me?" Natsu stretched out his hands and rubbed them in front of him, wanting to touch the figures of others. Seeing Natsu's strange behavior, Happy quickly waved her little wings and came to Natsu, holding Natsu's arm tightly. But Natsu seemed to have no feeling, still shouting loudly. At this time, Luo Zhen snapped his fingers, and Natsu's dark cast suddenly returned to light. After seeing everything in front of him clearly, he hugged Happy beside him tightly in his arms. Looking like the rest of his life, he said to Happy, "Happy, you know what, just now I suddenly went to a very dark place, I couldn't hear or see anything, it scared me to death." Feeling Natsu hugging her tightly, Happy quickly broke free from Natsu's arms. Looking at the expression on Natsu's face, Happy said wonderingly, "Natsu, are you stupid? You were in the guild just now, and you couldn't hear me calling you all the time. How is this going?" Natsu only remembered the magic circle emerging from Luo Zhen's palm, and then his eyes suddenly went dark, and he couldn't feel anything. Casting his eyes on Luo Zhen, Natsu hurriedly asked Luo Zhen, "Was that your fault just now?" Hey, Natsu, you're the one who keeps saying you want to fight me, but I'm up for it." Luo Zhen's head was full of black lines, and he pushed Natsu who was close in front of him to the side. What the hell happened just now? Curious, Natsu squeezed to Luo Zhen's side again, trying to figure out what just happened. My magic, take it away. Luo Zhen raised his arm, and Purple's magic circle emerged in Luo Zhen's palm. Seeing the magic circle of this number, Natsu quickly backed away, looking at Luo Zhen vigilantly. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, squeezed his palm, and Purple's magic circle disappeared immediately. Deprivation? Was that your magic just now? Hearing what Luo Zhen said, everyone in the guild approached curiously. Ma Karloff squinted his eyes, obviously he had known this for a long time. That's right, my magic can deprive the opponent of everything, such as the 5 senses, and magic power. Luo Zhen smiled, and a huge magic circle emerged under his feet. The next moment, everyone in this magic circle suddenly felt that the magic power in their bodies completely disappeared. The place where the magic power is stored is like a dry pond that has been drained dry. Everyone was terrified and surprised to feel this scene. This magic is too strong. It's exactly the same ability as a bug. Luo Zhen's strength is so strong, coupled with this kind of bug magic, the Holy 10 Wizards may not be able to be Luo Zhen's opponent. Listening to the words of the people in the guild, Carlos the horse beside him suddenly spit out a mouthful of wine. Looking awkwardly at the members of the guild who were looking at him, Carlos Ma waved his hand quickly. Because of what Macau said just now, Carlos Ma remembered some bad things. I remember that it was a year ago, when Luo Zhen awakened the magic called deprivation. Afterwards a request for combat was made to Ma Karloff. At first Carlos refused. After all, he was so old that he couldn't bully a kid like Luo Zhen. However, after repeated requests from Luo Zhen, Carlos the horse still accepted the challenge. However, just after Ma Karloff took up the challenge, he suddenly felt that his magic power was blocked and completely disappeared. The horse Carlo, who didn't react at the time, was sent flying by Luo Zhen's punch, and fell heavily to the ground. Thinking of Luo Zhen who doesn't talk about martial arts so much, sneak attacking an elderly man like himself, Ma Karloff just couldn't get angry. This also proves that the current Luo Zhen fully possesses the strength of 10 wizard saints. After the magic was released, everyone felt the magic power returning to their bodies, and they breathed a sigh of relief. I won't tell you, I'll go home for dinner. Putting down the book in his hand, Luo Zhen patted his butt and stood up, walking towards the outside of the guild with his hands behind his back. Not far from Carlo's horse, Natsu stared blankly at his hands. Did I lose completely before I fought Luo Zhen? Even deprived of the 5 senses, how could he still be the opponent of Luo Zhen? Chapter 38 Who in the family knows, my grandpa sold me. Looking at Natsu's blank eyes, Ma Karloff suddenly appeared behind Natsu, stretched out his hand and patted Natsu's arm. Natsu lowered his head in confusion, and glanced at Carlo the horse behind him. Hey, Natsu, what's the matter with your expression? Standing behind Natsu, Ma Carlos shouted at Natsu with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. With a bitter smile on Natsu's face, looking at his hands, he muttered to himself, Master, I can't even break Luo Zhen's magic, can I really become a powerful mage? Looking at Natsu's depressed eyes, Ma Carlos grinned and said to Natsu, let me tell you a secret. A long time ago, when Lagerses had not become a mage, his body was very weak, because there was a strong magic power in his body, and his body couldn't support this magic power. Die from this magical power in my body. Then what? Listening to Mr. Carlo's story, Natsu rekindled a little fighting spirit in his eyes, and asked Mr. Carlo immediately. After he became a wizard, he used the power that almost killed him and became a powerful wizard. If the original Lagoses also gave up on himself because of this trivial matter, would there still be the current Lagoses? After speaking, he patted Natsu's arm, and Mrs. Carlo didn't say much, turned around and walked towards the bar. Looking at Carlo's back, Natsu was silent for a long time. Finally, fighting spirit was rekindled in Natsu's eyes. He shouted at the back of the horse Carlo, I know. Old man. I will definitely become a powerful mage. One day I will defeat Luozhen, Loggerthats, and Gildarts, and become the strongest mage in fairy tale. Until Natsu Dragnil's fame resounds across the continent. Hearing Natsu's words, Makarlov's expression froze instantly, and he looked at Natsu, who left the guild excitedly. Makarlov was silent for a long time. Finally sighed, and said silently, "Beat Luozhen, Natsu, come on." Although Natsu has lost magic, Makarlov thought from the bottom of his heart that it would be very difficult to defeat Luozhen with the current Natsu. Snort. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the second floor. Makarlov looked up and saw Loggerses sitting cross-legged on the railing on the second floor, looking at him with a gloomy expression. Makarlov's face froze, and his expression froze instantly. Obviously Loggerses also heard what he said to Natsu before. Seeing Loggerses' unfriendly gaze, Makarlov coughed lightly and looked away. Then a smile appeared on his face. He raised his head and smiled at Loggerses and said, "Loggerses, when did you come back?" "Come back when you just said something about me." Loggerses looked extremely unfriendly, staring at the horse Carlo, and snorted coldly. In Loggerses' heart, the memories of his childhood are the scars that Loggerses does not allow outsiders to uncover. Now being told by his own grandfather, this inevitably made Loggerses feel upset. Makarlov smiled brightly, not knowing how to communicate with Loggerses. However, Loggerses didn't talk nonsense with the horseman Carlo, and turned his head away from the horseman Carlo's sight. Looking at the lone Loggerses, Makarlov sighed deeply. As soon as Luozhen returned home, a scent entered Luozhen's nostrils. Taking a deep breath, a gentle smile appeared on Luozhen's face. Walking towards the kitchen, I saw the familiar figure wearing an apron busy in the kitchen at a glance. Luozhen didn't bother Urza, leaning against the kitchen door with folded arms, just quietly watching Urza's busy back. At this time, Urza turned around suddenly and saw Luozhen behind him. His body trembled slightly, startled by Luozhen standing there suddenly. Urza gave Luozhen a blank look, and said to Luozhen angrily, "I was scared to death, why are you here all of a sudden?" Scratching his head, Luozhen's face was gentle, and he said to Urza with a smile, "Didn't I see that you are busy, so I dare not disturb you." Rolling his eyes at Luozhen, Urza brought the last dish in his hand to the table and served Luozhen with a good meal. "Wash your hands and eat." He took off his apron and sat at the dining table waiting for Luozhen. Luozhen washed his hands, sat at the dining table and took a deep breath. "It smells so good, it's Urza." Before tasting it, Luozhen felt that his stomach was about to move. "Then you eat quickly." Hearing Luozhen's praise, Urza showed a happy expression on his face, resting his chin with both hands, just staring at Luozhen intently. Because it has been a long time since the two of them sat together and had a good meal. After eating enough, Luozhen and Urza sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. Urza leaned on Luozhen's shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility. As the sun went down, darkness gradually enveloped Magnolia. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Looking at Urza, who was holding his arm and leaning on his shoulder, Luozhen turned his head slightly, put his chin on Urza's forehead, and asked in a gentle voice. Urza nodded and followed Luozhen without saying a word. The two walked arm in arm under the street lights. "Luozhen, I..." Suddenly, Urza looked hesitant to speak, wanting to say something, but didn't want to say it. Luozhen raised his brows slightly, looked at the awkward Urza and said with a joke, "How can that majestic fairy queen show a little woman like this?" Urza gave Luozhen a blank look, and then fell silent for a while. After the silence, Urza said to Luozhen, "Yesterday, the president told me that the council has given me a commission and said that I must complete it." Luozhen frowned, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Senate? What entrustment?" The moonlight shone on the two of them. Luozhen's complexion became colder and colder under the silvery white moonlight, and the cold light flickered in his eyes. Urza shook his head and said, the president didn't say anything, he just asked me to stay in the guild to rest for a while. The commission from the Senate has not yet been sent to the president, but he just notified you in advance. Luo Zhen nodded, and then didn't continue to ask, but the cold light in his eyes became colder and colder. Chapter 39, Natsu Who Stole the S-Level Entrustment. Under the darkness, two figures were sneaking around in the dark guild. One of the figures waved its small wings and rushed straight to the second floor of the guild. After picking up an order form on the second floor, the two left the guild directly. In an alley away from the guild, one of the figures held up the order in his hand, looked at the other with a worried face and said, "Natsu, are we really going to do this?" Natsu's eyes were serious, his fists collided in the darkness, and he said with enthusiasm, "I want to prove to the president and Luo Zhen that I already have the strength of an S-level mage, and I will definitely complete this commission of." Looking at the passionate Natsu, Happy believed in Natsu unconditionally. When the two left Magnolia, a figure sneaked behind them. He looked at Natsu who was going away with serious eyes. Natsu is crazy. He secretly wants to complete the S-level commission. Gray stood in the dark, watching Natsu's face sinking into the distance. The difficulty of the S-level commission is extraordinary. Even Myra Jane, who became an S-level mage, almost killed Lysina in the commission. What's more, there are only Natsu and Happy. Worried in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned to Mr. Carlo the horse. Carlo, who was woken up in the middle of the night, was full of anger, and became even more angry after hearing Gray's words. Slapping the table in front of him, the whole person was furious, and shouted at Gray, "Gray! Is everything you said true?" Gray nodded heavily, and said with the same serious expression, "I heard what Natsu said with my own ears, but I don't know which commission he wants to complete." Ma Karloff nodded, and then said to Gray with a serious expression, "Gray, you go to catch up with Natsu and the others now, and you must bring them back." Gray nodded heavily, and left the stable Carlo's house in a short while. After Gray left, Carlos the stable also got dressed and went to the guild. I checked the entrustment section on the second floor and found the order that Natsu had secretly taken away. Suddenly, Ma Karloff shifted his gaze to a dark corner. "Lagerses, have you been here all this time?" A figure appeared in the darkness. Lagerses opened his eyes were incomparably indifferent. He grinned at Carlos the horse and said, "Old man, it's been a long time since you want to care about my grandson." Lager thus, "I'm not kidding you. Why didn't you stop Natsu?" Ma Karloff burst out with a surge of momentum, looking at Lagerses with turbulent eyes and asked. Lagerses sneered, not paying attention to Mr. Carlos' question at all. If someone else needs to intervene in this kind of thing, then he should quit Fairy Tale as soon as possible. Fairy Tale doesn't need such a useless mage. With indifferent eyes, Lagerses glanced at Ma Karloff and said with a sneer, "You." Ma Karloff frowned, looking at the helplessness on the face of the rebellious Lagerses. Because of Ivan's incident, Lagerses became what it is now. Sighing, and looking at Lagerses full of disappointment, Carlos turned his head and went down to the second floor. Glanced by Ma Karloff's eyes full of disappointment, Lagerses seemed to be pierced by a sharp thorn in his heart. Angrily shouted at Carlos back, "I am your grandson. You never cared about me. Fairy Tale doesn't need the existence of these weaklings." Lager thus, Fairy Tale is a big family. If you join Fairy Tale, then everyone is a family. Before you understand this truth, you will never be a qualified Fairy Tale mage. Ma Karloff didn't talk too much nonsense with Lagerses, and turned his head and left the guild straight away. He didn't notice the gloomy face of Lagerses behind him at all. After leaving the guild, Carlos Ma's complexion was not good. He glanced at the dark moonlight in the distance and his complexion was heavy. After thinking about it, Mr. Carlo had no choice but to go to Luo Zhen's house. In the living room of Luo Zhen's home, Luo Zhen was crossing his arms with a face full of displeasure, looking at the horseman Carlo on the opposite side with an unkind expression. Urza at the side looked at Mrs. Carlos' heavy complexion, pushed Luo Zhen's arm, and then asked Mrs. Carlos, "President, what are you looking for us in the middle of the night for?" Carlos Ma nodded, and then told the two of them in detail. As Carlos Ma's words fell, Urza immediately stood up, and asked with a frosty face, "Is Natsu crazy? Doesn't he know that S-level wizards are not allowed to go to the second floor to receive commissions?" Urza was furious and extremely disappointed with Natsu's actions. "Urza, Gray has gone after Natsu, but whether he can bring Natsu back is another matter, so I hope you and Luo Zhen can set off to Alcatraz and bring that bastard Natsu back." Ma Karloff sighed deeply, looked at the frosty Urza and said. Without waiting for Luo Zhen's response, Urza immediately nodded in agreement. The pajamas on his body turned into armor after a flash of white light, and he said seriously, "President, leave it to us." Looking at Urza who was ready, Carlos the horse heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, why don't you ask me for my opinion?" Seeing that the two passed him directly, Luo Zhen shouted at the two who were discussing the problem with a face full of black lines. Urza stared, and stood beside Luo Zhen with his hands on his hips. He just stared straight at Luo Zhen without saying a word. "Okay, I'll go too." Being stared at so silently by Urza, Luo Zhen was finally defeated and said helplessly, spreading his hands. Seeing Luo Zhen agree to come down, Urza Tsundere turned his head and snorted coquettishly. After the horseman Carlos left, Urza completed the preparations for the entrustment. Looking at the huge package in front of him, Luo Zhen couldn't help but drop a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. "Urza, there's no need to make such a fuss." With a dry smile on Luo Zhen's face, he said to Urza brightly. Urza frowned, folded his arms and said, "It's just some clothes and necessities inside." With a dark face, Luo Zhen said helplessly, "Urza, we just went out to do an ordinary commission, and we will be back in a maximum of 3 days. It's unnecessary, it's really unnecessary." Under Luo Zhen's persuasion, Urza reluctantly gave up such a big package. Chapter 40. You engage in a sneak attack. Dawn and number 039, T talk about Wood. Gray chased and finally caught up with Natsu at a port. When he came to the port, he saw 3 figures not far away, and Gray's expression sank. "When I listened to Natsu before, there were only Natsu and Happy, but now there are more people." Taking a closer look, the extra person is the newly joined Lucy. Natsu and the others waited anxiously at the port because they could not find a ship to Galuna Island. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from behind. "Natsu, you fire-breathing idiot! Just stop!" Hearing the familiar voice, Natsu turned his head away and looked at Gray behind him with an uneasy face. "Why are you here?" Seeing Natsu's displeased face, Gray frowned, walked straight up to Natsu, grabbed Natsu by the collar, and shouted loudly, "You idiot! Do you know what you are doing?" "Of course I know, let me go." Natsu slapped Gray's arm away, and said with high spirits, "I want to complete the S-level commission, and I want to prove to the President that my strength is enough to be an S-level mage." "Fool!" Gray scolded, pointed at the 3 of Natsu and said, "The President already knows that you secretly took away the S-rank orders, so let me take you back. If you are still stubborn, Urza and Luo Zhen will come later." After Gray's voice fell, the expressions of Happy and Lucy changed suddenly. Immediately, Happy flapped her wings and came to Gray's side, folded her arms and said to Natsu, "Natsu, let's go back, this commission is not something we can complete." Yeah, Natsu, let's go back and admit our mistakes to the President." Hearing the names of Urza and Luo Zhen, Lucy and Happy immediately gave up. 1-on-3 at one time became 3-on-1. "Humph, even if it's just me, I have to go to Galuna Island to complete this commission." Looking at the rebellious Happy and Lucy, Natsu shouted loudly. Suddenly, a ship sailed in the distance. With joy in his eyes, Natsu jumped up on the harbor and jumped directly onto the ship. Surprised by the sudden appearance of Natsu, the captain of the ship quickly raised his weapon and looked at Natsu nervously. "Don't be nervous, I want to go to Galuna Island, can you give me a ride?" Standing on the deck, Natsu's face became extremely ugly. Natsu forced out a smile and asked the boatman. Hearing the name of the island from Natsu's mouth, the boatman immediately shook his head. "That island is a cursed island, and there are demons on it. I won't go there." "Natsu! You bastard!" Natsu jumps onto the boat suddenly, catching Gray off guard. "Ice make ice bird!" A blue magic circle emerged under Gray's feet, and then a lifelike ice blue bird appeared behind Gray. Gray jumped up and onto the big bird's back. Under Gray's control, the big bird came straight to the ship. Seeing this scene, Natsu was about to use his magic. But with the shaking of the ship, Natsu's complexion became ugly for a while, and he almost vomited out. Gray jumped onto the deck and grabbed Natsu's arm before heading back to shore. But when the boatman saw that Gray and Natsu were both mages, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to them quickly, "Are you all mages? If you are mages, I can take you go to Galuna Island." Just as Gray was about to refuse, Natsu, who was caught in his hands, suddenly jumped up. A punch landed on the back of Gray's head, and Gray turned his head to stare at Natsu before passing out. "You engage in a sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts." After knocking Gray out, Natsu shouted at Natsu and Lucy on the shore, "We are all on the same boat now, if you go back, the president will not let you go. Why don't we complete this commission together? At that time, we will also have credit." I have to say that Natsu really used his brain this time. Lucy couldn't refuse Natsu's words for a while, and after looking at Happy, he finally compromised. Under the leadership of the boatman, a group of people set off straight to the island. But not long after Natsu and the others left, the figures of Luo Zhen and Urza jumped down from Zeus and landed straight on the ground of the port. Seeing that there was no one at the port, Urza frowned and murmured, "Natsu and the others must have set off already." Under the knowledgeable and domineering perception, there is no one around. Luo Zhen shook his head and said, "There is no one else nearby, they should have already set off. What the hell is this guy Gray doing?" Urza frowned and shouted loudly. Then he said to Luo Zhen, "Let's hurry up, Natsu and the others may already be on the island." Luo Zhen nodded, took Urza to Zeus's back, and rushed straight to Galuna Island. Zeus was very fast, and after a while, he saw an island in a place full of fog. In this island, everywhere is shrouded in darkness, and the eerie feeling in this island is particularly heavy. Arriving on the island, Luo Zhen's arrogance enveloped the entire island in an instant. After searching around, Luo Zhen frowned and said, "Natsu, they haven't come to the island yet." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza couldn't help but look down, looking at the rough sea in the distance. "Then let's wait for them here." After an unknown amount of time, the shadow of a ship suddenly appeared on the rough sea. "Coming." Luo Zhen opened his eyes, looked at the shaking ship and said intently. Urza stood up, looking at the swaying ship expectantly. "Look, there are two people over there." On the bed, Lucy and Happy were clutching the mast tightly, and were almost thrown into the sea by the shaking of the ship. Suddenly Lucy pointed to the shore of the distant island and called out to Natsu and Gray in the cabin. Gray was tied up by them, glaring at Natsu, who was seasick. "You fire-breathing bastard, I'm going to beat you up sooner or later." Gray shouted at Natsu with his limbs bound. Natsu's face was full of discomfort, lying on the deck and vomiting into the sea. He didn't want to quarrel with Gray anymore. Those two seem familiar. Suddenly, Happy narrowed his eyes, staring at the two people on the shore and said. Gray crawled out of the cabin and looked at the two very familiar figures on the shore. Suddenly Gray's eyes became joyful, and he laughed loudly and said, "It's Luo Zhen and Urza. Luo Zhen and Urza are here." Chapter 41 I was kidnapped. I was wronged. It's Luo Zhen and Urza. Luo Zhen and Erza are here. Seeing the two familiar figures on the coast, Gray's eyes were full of excitement, and he stood up struggling. Just when he was about to yell, Natsu behind him suddenly yelled at Happy and Lucy, "Stop him!" Exchanging glances with Happy, Lucy threw Gray down directly, covering Gray's mouth firmly. "Now that we have boarded the pirate ship, we have no choice but to go all the way to the dark." Gray was struggling violently, but was pressed firmly on the bed by Lucy, covering his mouth and making no movement. "Hey, you guys are so excited, going out to sea in the middle of the night." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from above everyone's heads. The expression on Lucy's face froze instantly, and Happy turned her head dully. "I saw Zeus floating above the boat, grinning and watching everyone." Zeus. Lucy let go of Gray, and quickly curled up in the corner, looking at Zeus floating in midair in surprise. "Hey! Zeus, I was kidnapped by Natsu and Lucy, you finally came to rescue me." Happy waved her little wings, came to Zeus's side without tears, and threw herself into Zeus's soft body. "Happy, you traitor!" Looking at the rebellious Happy, Lucy was full of tears, and quickly waved her hands to explain. "Don't tell me, the master is waiting for you on the island, please explain to the master." The relationship between Zeus and Happy is still good, and he didn't refuse Happy to rub against his body. He grinned and said, looking at the ugly and crying Lucy on the boat. As the ship docked, Natsu, who was still like a salted fish, suddenly came back to life. Finally alive. Jumping up directly from the ground, Natsu looked at the two figures approaching not far away with a vigilant face. "Let's go." Natsu hurriedly pulled Lucy to flee towards the interior of the island. Who would have thought, suddenly lost sight in front of the eyes, and a darkness enveloped Natsu and Lucy. Deprivation of the five senses. Luo Zhen in the distance snapped his fingers, and Natsu and Lucy immediately ran around like headless chickens. "Yo, Gray, what kind of look do you have?" After Luo Zhen and Erza approached, they saw Gray whose limbs were bound and unable to move on the deck. Luo Zhen had a teasing smile on his face and teased Gray. "Luo Zhen, let me go, I'm going to beat that bastard hard." Gray blushed and shouted at Luo Zhen. With a wave of his hand, Prometheus, who was floating in the air, spewed out a small fireball from his mouth, and burned the rope on Gray's body. Gray's face was darkened after being unbound, and he walked towards Natsu who was running around step by step. A heavy punch hit Natsu's face, causing Natsu to let out a scream. "You fire-breathing idiot! Do you know what you've done?" Knocking Natsu to the ground, Gray straddles Natsu and punches Natsu in the face. Luo Zhen snapped his fingers to relieve the deprivation of the five senses. The next moment, Natsu suddenly jumped up and punched Gray on the cheek. The two wrestled on the beach. Erza didn't stop the fight between the two of them, and walked in front of Lucy with a heavy face. He squatted down and looked directly into Lucy's eyes with a serious face. "Lucy. Natsu is an idiot, are you an idiot too? Before you become an S-level mage, you are not allowed to accept S-level commissions anyway, and those who violate it will be expelled from the guild." Hearing what Erza said, Lucy's face turned pale in an instant. "Expelled from the guild? I finally joined Fairy Tale." Lucy quickly raised her head, apologizing to Erza with tears in her eyes. Lucy didn't push the responsibility to Natsu's head, and told her mistakes very sincerely. After hearing Lucy's apology, Erza nodded and said, "I will truthfully tell the president what you said, and it depends on your luck as to how the president decides." Lucy's face was ashen, and she nodded with a bitter smile on her face. Seeing the gray expression on Lucy's face, Erza did not comfort Lucy. After all, Lucy is already a qualified mage, and he has to bear the consequences if he makes a mistake. Frosty-faced, Erza walked over to Gray and Natsu, who were scuffling on the sand. A heavy punch hit the heads of the two of them. Seeing Erza approaching, the two stopped in a tacit understanding. "Natsu, do you know what stupid thing you did?" Urza had a frosty face, stared straight at Natsu and asked. Being stared at by Urza like this, Natsu lowered his head shyly, not daring to answer. Gray was complacent, and suddenly saw Urza looking at him, and quickly put away that complacent look. And you? Gray. Didn't the president tell you to stop Natsu and Lucy? Why are you here? Gray spoke anxiously, wanting to explain to Urza. Needless to say. Before Gray could speak, Urza interrupted Gray with a wave of his hand. He looked at the two people in front of him with disappointment in his eyes. You guys really let me down. Urza's words echoed in the ears of the two, and Gray's face was full of tears. I am really wronged. Now you all go back to the guild. Arms folded, Urza yelled at Natsu like the parents of the two. Natsu lowered his head helplessly, turned around silently and walked towards the boat. At this time, there was a sudden sound of intensive footsteps behind him. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of people in kei costumes appearing behind them. These people looked at Urza and others with sincere eyes, ecstatically. Are you here to help our mage? An old man in the lead looked expectantly, looking expectantly at Luo Zhen and his group and asked. Suddenly, Lucy pointed to a familiar figure in the crowd and shouted, It's you. You are the boatman. Hearing Lucy's words, Natsu and Gray suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction Lucy pointed. Sure enough, a familiar figure was standing in the crowd. He is the old man's son, and the cursed one on Galuna Island. With a bitter face, the old man glanced at the villagers behind him, and then said to everyone, Listen to my son, you are here to help our mages, aren't you? Chapter 42, The Strange Purple Moon. Devil and Number 039, S Village. Watched by the expectant eyes of the old man, Urza was in a dilemma for a while. It would not be in compliance with the regulations if he stayed to solve this commission, and if he just left, seeing the expectant eyes of these villagers, Urza felt very uncomfortable. Turning his eyes to Luo Zhen who was playing with Happy not far away, Urza was silent for a moment. Yes, we are the mages of Fairy Tale, the mages who accepted your commission and came to handle the commission. After a while, Urza raised his head, looked at the village head firmly and said. As an S-class mage, Urza can accept commissions in the guild when there are no commissions. Although it was not in compliance with the regulations to accept the commission temporarily, Urza also temporarily left the guild's rules behind. Urza, you. Hearing Urza's words, Gray's face was full of surprise. Just when he was about to speak, Natsu jumped up from behind and directly covered Gray's mouth. Sitting firmly on Gray's back, pinning him to the ground. You ice bastard! Stop talking! Now that Urza has accepted the commission, Natsu is the happiest. Being forcefully interrupted by Natsu, Gray rolled over and pushed Natsu aside. After a while, the two continued to wrestle on the ground. The villagers not far away saw Gray and Natsu wrestling on the beach, and they couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. Leave them alone. Urza waved his hand, looking at the wrestling Natsu and Gray as if he was used to it. Then tell us what happened and what the commission was for. Urza hasn't seen the order yet, and doesn't know what the content of the order is. Hearing Urza's words, the village chief nodded and led Urza and his party to their village. Their village is very backward, full of houses made of branches and roofs made of leaves. Walking into the village, Urza and the others already felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. Following behind the village chief, Urza walked up to Luo Zhen and said to Luo Zhen, why does this village feel strange? Luo Zhen nodded, leaned into Urza's ear and said, Heaven. Following Luo Zhen's reminder, Urza raised his head and looked towards the sky. A strange purple moon hangs in the dark sky, and dots of starlight are dotted around this purple moon. Urza's pupils shrank, and suddenly his vision blurred. Don't stare. Just as Urza was staring straight at the purple moon, Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to block Urza's eyes. Urza regained his composure suddenly, and said in a low voice, There's something wrong with that moon. The two of Luo Zhen were whispering, and Lucy and the others behind them didn't know what happened. Natsu Gray walked on both sides of Lucy, one left and one right, and Happy was waving her wings and playing with Zeus Prometheus in front. Come to the center of the village. Where is the village chief's house? Dear guest, please come in. The village head welcomed Luo Zhen and others warmly, and welcomed Luo Zhen and others into the house. After Luo Zhen and the others were seated, the village chief took off his mask, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. Ah! Seeing this face, Lucy cried out in fright and looked at the village chief in horror. Demon! Lucy's exclamation echoed in the small room, and everyone's eyes fell on Lucy in an instant. Being stared at by everyone like this, Lucy forgot to be afraid for a while, and lowered her head in embarrassment. As you can see, because of the curse of the purple moon in the sky, all the inhabitants of our island have turned into this monster. Outside the house, the villagers also turned into demons one after another, and the whole village became extremely terrifying for a while. So, what is the content of the commission? Looking at the terrifying village head, Luo Zhen asked the village head calmly with a calm expression. Destroy the moon. The village chief looked at Luo Zhen with piercing eyes, and he could tell that Luo Zhen and Erza were obviously the people in charge among them. And Erza was headed by Luo Zhen, so the village head looked directly at Luo Zhen. After the village chief's voice fell, Luo Zhen stood up directly. He cupped his fists at the village chief. Farewell. After finishing speaking, Luo Zhen turned his head and left. Hey, wait! Luo Zhen, wait a minute! Seeing Luo Zhen's resolute and non-procrastinating actions, the village chief quickly got up and called out to stop Luo Zhen's back. Master Village Chief, we are mages, not gods, destroying the moon? You think highly of us too. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, spread his hands and said. The village head also fell silent, with a dry smile on his face. It's just that even if the ferocious and terrifying face smiled, it was still more terrifying. Then change the content of the commission to lift the curse on the island. The village chief hesitated for a moment, and looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. Can? Under the expectant eyes of the village chief, Luo Zhen nodded and agreed. Very good. Seeing that Luo Zhen agreed, the village head burst into cheers. The voice of the village chief's cheers spread outside the house, and the villagers outside also started to cheer. All of a sudden, the whole village began to dance like demons. After everyone bid farewell to the village chief and left the village, Natsu and others followed behind Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen's back, Luo Zhen, what shall we do now? See there! Pointing to a mountain in the distance, there is a dilapidated temple there. Looking in the direction of Luo Zhen's finger, everyone saw the wreckage of the temple. Go there first and have a look, and we'll talk about it later. In fact, when Luo Zhen landed on the island, his knowledge and domineering aura had already enveloped the entire island. It has long been perceived that there are several unusual auras in that temple, and one aura is extremely powerful. All the people here are wizards, and their steps are not slow. It didn't take long to arrive at this dilapidated temple. Just as everyone was about to step into the temple, several figures suddenly appeared not far from Luo Zhen and his party, blocking their way. Stop! The few people who appeared were wearing black robes and a mask, and stopped Luo Zhen and others. Who are you? The sudden appearance of several people made Erza and others vigilant. Deprivation of magic power. Just as the two sides were still confronting each other, a magic circle appeared at Luo Zhen's feet. The purple magic circle engulfed everyone. The next moment, the people on the opposite side suddenly felt that all the magic power in their bodies had disappeared, and horror flashed in their eyes. Chapter 43, A Duel with the Same Sect. Gray vs Leon. What's going on? Why did my magic power disappear? My magic power is gone, what's going on? It's his fault. The few people who appeared looked terrified, feeling the exhausted magic power in their bodies, and looked at Luo Zhen in horror. Natsu, I leave it to you. He glanced at these people with calm eyes, and shouted at Grey Natsu and the two behind him. The two looked at each other, and rushed forward one after another, screaming strangely. Within moments the three were knocked to the ground by Natsu Grey. Losing their magic power and not being as good at fisting as Natsu Grey, the three were soon overpowered. With an unfriendly expression, Grey came to one of them and punched him heavily in the face. What is your purpose on the island? Did the villagers on the island become like this because of you? Punched in the face by Grey, the man passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. Before Grey was ready to ask the next person, Luo Zhen waved his hands to the crowd and said, "Just tie them up and throw them here. I think the mastermind behind the scenes is in front." Grey gave the remaining two men a vicious look, and tied the three of them tightly with a rope and threw them aside. A group of people continued to move forward, and there was darkness in the dilapidated temple. The invisible environment made Natsu and the others nervous. Prometheus floated not far from Luo Zhen, illuminating the way ahead for the group. Not long after, in a huge cave, a huge body suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. "Dear Lionla!" The moment he saw this huge figure, Grey suddenly let out an exclamation. This huge body was sealed by a piece of blue ice, and its ferocious face was lifelike. "Grey, do you know him?" Seeing Grey's strange appearance, Urza and others were a little puzzled, and asked Grey. After a long silence, Grey was about to speak. Suddenly an indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Of course he does." A man wearing a mask and covered in black robes appeared in front of Dai Lion. He looked at the crowd unkindly, and paused as soon as his eyes swept over Grey. A sneer appeared on the face under the mask, and then viciously swept across everyone present. "Are you the wizards of fairy tale?" The figure had sharp eyes, scanning Luo Zhen and his party vigilantly. "Who the hell are you guys? Why is Lionla here?" Grey blushed furiously, and glared at the man in black with red eyes. "Still don't recognize me, Grey?" The man in black smiled coldly, and then swung his right hand in front of him, and an ice blade suddenly appeared, slashing straight at Grey. "Leon! Why is it you?" Dodging the ice blade's attack, Grey suddenly realized, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. "Why did you bring Lion here? What the hell are you trying to do?" Gritting his teeth, Grey roared at Leon. "What? To break the seal of Dai Lion, of course." The face under Leon's mask was full of madness, and he turned his head madly to look at Dai Lion behind him. Stretching out his hand on the ice, he muttered to himself sickly, "Ulu, as long as I defeat Dai Lionla, I will surpass you." At this moment, Leon has fallen into madness, wanting to prove his own strength. "Leon, you are crazy. Dai Lionla was sealed by you at the cost of his life, and you want to undo Dai Lionla's seal for such a boring purpose." Grey was furious and wanted to rush forward regardless of Urza's stop. "Grey, what do you know? In order to surpass Ulu, I spent so much time learning magic every day, but Ulu is willing to sacrifice his life to seal this demon just to save you. Ulu is dead, so who else do I want to surpass? Since Ulu can't defeat Dai Lionla, if I can defeat him, I have already surpassed Ulu." With crazy eyes, Leon tore off his mask and roared at Grey. The scar was uncovered, and Grey felt a stabbing pain in his heart. If it wasn't for him, Ulu wouldn't have died. Grey looked lonely, and couldn't help but lose his balance and took 2 steps back. Natsu stepped forward and grabbed Grey's back. "Although I don't know what happened between you two, I absolutely don't allow anyone to destroy a thing that I have to do even if I sacrifice my life." Natsu's fists collided, flames spreading from his fists. "Natsu, stop!" Suddenly, Luo Zhen's voice echoed in the empty underground cave. Everyone focused on Luo Zhen, and Natsu was about to ask Luo Zhen why he stopped him. "Grey, since he is your senior brother, and you are here for your master, then let him be handed over to you, no problem." Luo Zhen turned his head, looked at Gray, who was in a daze, and said with a smile. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Gray raised his head blankly. The crowd had never seen Gray's Nana look. Gritting his teeth, Gray's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. His eyes became firm, and he said, "No problem, leave it to me." Blue's magic circle emerged from the ice under his feet. Gray's right hand turned into a fist and placed in the palm of his left hand. "Leon, come on. Let's fight it out with what you taught us." Looking at Gray, who cheered up, Leon's eyes flashed a little relief. "Gray, come on." Leon didn't cast magic with both hands like Gray did. With a wave of his arm, Bing Blue's magic circle also appeared at his feet. The ice magic battle between the two quickly unfolded, with dazzling modeling magic. All kinds of wonderful creations are formed in the hands of the two. Just as the two were fighting, Luo Zhen walked up to Dai Lion at this moment. "Gently place your palms on top of the ice cubes." A faint spirit could be felt within the ice. On the top of the ice cube, a purple beam of light was falling on the ice cube, slowly melting the huge ice cube. At the same time, what can be sensed is the powerful soul power contained in Dai Lion's body. A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face, and he couldn't help muttering, "Is this the demon created by Ziraf? It's so powerful." Even after being sealed for such a long time, Dai Lion's body could no longer hold on. But the soul in the body is still abundant. Chapter 44 Calamity Demon Dai Lion. Lift the seal. When Luo Zhen checked the icebound Dai Lion, Gray and Leon had already fought. Also from Ulu's sect, the fighting skills of the two are almost the same. The shape magic released by Leon with one hand can create items faster, pressing down on Gray from the beginning. And Gray, who has obeyed Ulu since he was a child, and honestly uses two-handed modeling magic, has a slight gap with Leon in terms of strength. But steadily, it is still difficult for Leon to win Gray in a short time. Natsu and others not far away watched Gray's battle quietly without intervening. Because of what Luo Zhen said just now, this is a battle between Gray's fellow disciples. Even if they wanted to intervene, Gray wouldn't want to. As companions, they naturally respect Gray's wishes. The drops of the moon continued to condense, dripping on the ice that sealed Lionla. A few cracks appeared on this huge ice block, and Del Lion would break out from the seal at any time. Ice make fishing net. The moves here do not use the English names in the original work, which is a bit suspicious of the word count. On the ice-covered ground, Gray slid on the ground, putting distance between himself and Leon. With both hands together, Blue's magic circle spread under Gray's feet. The next moment, a huge fishing net of ice appeared in the air, covering Leon directly on the ground. The corner of Leon's mouth twitched into a sneer, and he waved his right hand in front of him, and then a pair of huge ice scissors appeared. The moment the fishing net and the scissors collide, the fishing net is crushed. The sharp scissors rushed towards Gray, about to cut Gray in half. Ice make ice cube. Looking at the ice blue scissors under the firelight, Gray didn't panic at all. A thick block of ice condensed in front of him, blocking the attack of the scissors. "Gray, it seems that you have improved a lot over the years." Seeing that his attack was blocked, Leon stopped and stared at Gray sharply. Gray showed a bad face, glared at Leon viciously, and shouted, "Leon, stop your behavior now, and I will let you go." "Let me go? Think about yourself first." Leon smiled coldly, although he knew that it would be difficult for him to leave here today. But Leon didn't have any fear in his heart. Ulu's death had already driven Leon into madness. Click! At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the battle between the two. A crack suddenly appeared on the huge ice block that sealed Dai Lion, and the crack started to spread continuously from the top until it penetrated the entire ice block. Gray's complexion changed, and he quickly shouted to Luo Zhen, who was directly in front of the ice cube, "Luo Zhen! Get out of there!" Luo Zhen ignored Gray and looked up at the cracked ice. The drops of the moon are about to break the ice completely. Gray left Leon behind and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. Want to leave? Don't pretend I don't exist, Gray. Seeing that Gray wanted to abandon himself and rush towards Lion, Leon stood in front of Gray with a sneer. Looking at Leon in front of him, Gray showed anger, and roared angrily, Leon! Don't be obsessed anymore, have you forgotten the tragedy caused by Lion? Leon laughed wildly, and his face became a little ferocious because of his wild laughter. Looking at Gray with a smirk, he roared angrily, how could I have forgotten? If it wasn't for Ulu, I would have been the one who sealed Lion and pulled him. I must kill this monster with my own hands. At the beginning, Gray wanted to use Absolute Freeze to seal Lion Love privately, but was stopped by Ulu. Watching Uru use Absolute Freeze, he taught Gray the last lesson with his life. You bastard! Looking at the obsessed Leon, Gray's eyes finally showed unbearable anger. That's it. Gray, use your full strength, use all your strength, in front of Ulu, let her see who has inherited her strongest strength. Seeing the anger in Gray's eyes, Leon not only did not show any discouragement, but roared at Gray with wild laughter. Seal Die Lion pulls cracks in the ice that keep spreading, and it doesn't take long for the ice to go through. Watching the cracks on the ice grow longer and longer, Gray became more and more nervous. A stern look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ice make Rose Garden. Ice Blue's magic power overflowed Gray's body, filling the narrow cave within a moment. This is... Countless icy blue roses suddenly rose from the ground, instantly covering Leon's body. This is Ulu's move, how did you know it? A flash of thought flashed in Leon's eyes, and he couldn't help questioning Gray. Gray didn't answer Leon's words, and the beautiful but dangerous roses suddenly turned. The branches covered with thorns scraped against Leon's body. The blood was sprayed on the roses of ice blue, adding a little coquettishness to these roses. Rose Garden's move was mainly to trap Leon. Gray crossed his hands, and a huge scythe appeared in Gray's hand. Ice make Death Scythe. Grasping the scythe in his hand, Gray's eyes flickered coldly, and his feet slid on the ice, heading straight for Leon. Leon regained his composure, a burst of blue light flickered beside him. As the blue light fell, a giant ice tiger was formed. The giant tiger roared and rushed into the rose garden, destroying the alluring ice blue roses in less than a moment. Gray, who was holding a scythe, had already rushed in front of Leon, slashing at Leon with a huge scythe. Ice wall. Leon was unhurried, stretching out his hands to form a thick ice wall in front of him, separating himself from Gray. Boom! The sickle slammed heavily on the ice wall, making a loud noise. In the heat of the battle between the two, Urza appeared by Luo Zhen's side with a worried face. Looking at the cracks spreading on the huge ice block, Urza asked worriedly, is this seal going to be lifted? Luo Zhen nodded, looked at Dai Lion who was frozen in front of him and said, the purple moon should be caused by Gray's senior brother to break the seal. As long as the ceremony they are performing is interrupted, it should be able to break the seal. The purple moon is gone. Right above the ice, the two could clearly see Purple's moon just overhead. There was a small hole there just enough for the moonlight to fall on the top of the lion's head. Chapter 45 Dai Lion pulls back to life. Iceman Home Ice. Boom! There was a bang, and the shattered ice cubes splashed all around. Luo Zhen quickly shielded Urza in front of her body, and the sharp ice cubes kept hitting Luo Zhen's body, but they couldn't even pierce Luo Zhen's skin. As the mist cleared, Gray and Leon, who were fighting, also stopped. He stared blankly at Dai Lion who broke the seal from the ice. Frozen for many years, Dai Lion is still alive. A little slowly looked at the strange environment around him, and let out a roar that shook the sky. The violent roar echoed throughout Galuna Island, and the villagers in the village looked at the temple on the top of the mountain in horror. Suddenly, Dai Lion stretched out his huge arms, and slapped Luo Zhen and Urza directly in front of him. Change, Armor of Vatra. Just when Dai Lion was about to hit Zhong Er with his arm, Urza, who was behind Luo Zhen, rushed out suddenly, wearing a pair of gold armor. Holding Dai Lion's huge body, he shouted to Luo Zhen behind him, "Luo Zhen, go!" Seeing Urza struggling to resist Dai Lion's back, Luo Zhen couldn't help smiling. Stepping forward quickly, he raised his palm and put it in Dai Lion's palm. The next moment, Luo Zhen pulled Urza behind him. Urza, who was pulled away by Luo Zhen, hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing?" But before Urza finished speaking, he saw Luo Zhen pushing Dai Lion and pulling towards the front. It depends on the palm that is about to fall on the ground, but there is no way to fall. Boom! The other palm clenched into a fist, and a heavy punch hit Dai Lion's palm. The sound of the explosion echoed in the narrow cave, causing Lucy not far away to cover his ears. "Urza, you don't think I'm really powerless just because of the nickname of the King of Souls, do you?" Pulling Dai Lion away with a punch, Luo Zhen turned his wrist, turned his head to look at Urza and said with a smile. At this time, everyone suddenly recalled. Is Luo Zhen's strongest is his soul magic? No, it was Luo Zhen's terrifying physical strength. Although Natsu was the only one who had seen a dragon among the people present. But everyone even thought that Luo was really a giant dragon in human form, and his body was too strong. Roar! Dai Lion, who was blown away, stood up, because the ice on the lower body had not been lifted, so his movements were very limited. Standing up straight, his eyes filled with fury, he let out a deafening roar at the crowd. The next moment, Luo Zhen stepped on the ground fiercely with both feet, and cracks like spider webs suddenly appeared on the ground. The cracks continued to spread around. Urza quickly put on the Kuroba armor, and flew to Lucy's side. "As long as there is something wrong, just take Lucy and escape from here." Luo Zhen jumped up and appeared in front of Dai Lion in an instant, clenched his fist tightly with his right hand. A punch fell on Dai Lion's head. With heavy punches, Dai Lion was knocked down when he just stood upright. Without giving Dai Lion a chance to stand up, Luo Zhen knew that Dai Lion's vitality was not much left. After knocking down Dai Lion, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from Luo Zhen's body. This manic and violent breath directly suppressed Dai Lion. Even Del Lion, known as the Disaster Demon, has never seen such a terrifying breath. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Zhen put his right hand on Dai Lion's forehead. A pure and powerful soul was drawn out of Lion's body. A manic roar came from Dai Lion's mouth, and he waved his struggling arms around, trying to throw Luo Zhen, who was standing on his forehead, away. Boom! Clenching his fist with his left hand, he punched heavily into the void around him. The next moment the space shattered, and cracks spread in the air. A terrifying concussion force appeared, shattering Dai Lion's arm. As Dai Lion's struggle weakened, the soul was completely extracted. Looking at Dai Lion, who had completely lost his movement, leaving only a trace of his body, Luo Zhen turned his head and jumped on his forehead. "Luo Zhen, what are you going to do?" Seeing that Lucy was holding a transparent soul body in her hand, Urza asked, a little puzzled. Luo Zhen didn't answer, and walked towards the ice shards that Dai Lion shattered. Finding a relatively large fragment, Luo Zhen integrated the soul extracted from Dai Lion's body into the ice. With the passage of time, a human face suddenly appeared on the ice. Limbs, torso, head are slowly being generated. After opening his eyes, the Iceman's eyes were full of confusion. Raising his head to see Luo Zhen in front of him, his mouth was full of devotion and respect. "Owner. You salutes you with allegiance." With the formation of the Iceman, her figure was bumpy, and she knelt down in front of Luo Zhen on one knee. "Get up." Luo Zhen's eyes showed satisfaction, and he raised his hand to let him stand up. Then he said to Urza, "Urza, get her a dress." This Iceman is different from the three homies created by Luo Zhen before. Once she was formed, it was as if she had her own consciousness. "You are you. How is this going?" "Hey, Luo Zhen, she is Wulu." After Urza took out a set of clothes for Ulu to change into in the space, the eyes of Gray and Leon were full of excitement and nostalgia. The two of them didn't bother to fight anymore, and rushed to Luo Zhen's face, looking at this figure with an extremely familiar face. Gray couldn't help but burst into tears, and rushed forward to give this figure a hug. Impossible, impossible. Ulu is dead. Leon at the side was shocked when he saw this familiar face, and he kept talking. Gray, Leon. How did you grow up? At this time, Ulu got dressed and looked at Gray and Leon who had grown up before him. Words came out of Ulu's mouth. Are you really you? Are you? It's Ulu, it must be you. Hearing their names from the ice mouth, Gray immediately burst into tears. Leon also trembled, walking towards Ulu with difficulty. Kneeling down in front of Ulu with a plop, Leon's tears kept dripping down the ground. With sobs in his voice, he tremblingly raised his head to look at the very familiar face in front of him. Ulu, I miss you so much. Chapter 46 Resurrected Ulu. How to break the magic. Looking at Gray and Leon kneeling in front of him. A tear also condensed in the corner of Iceman Ulu's eye, across Ice Blue's cheek and dripped to the ground. Ulu squatted down, put his palms on the heads of Gray and Leon, and gently stroked their heads with his hands. Seeing the warm scene in front of them, Urza and Lucy were speechless in shock. Waving the wings behind him, Urza brought Lucy to Luo Zhen's side. Looking at Ulu's lifelike face and Gray and Leon who were crying bitterly, Urza asked Luo Zhen curiously, what's wrong with the two of them? Who is this Ulu? Luo Zhen replied with a smile, can't you see that Ulu is the master of Gray and Leon, who sacrificed his life to seal Dai Lionla? Surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Since Senior Ulu has already died, why is he resurrected in this form? And call Luo Zhen you as the master. Lucy looked in surprise at Ulu whose facial expression was no different from ordinary people, and asked Luo Zhen curiously. My magic can extract the souls of other people, and then endow other objects with their own life, but the target cannot be the one with life. Ulu used super magic absolute freezing to seal Dai Lion back then, and his body and soul were completely turned into this ice cube. Ulu's life has disappeared, but her soul and memory are condensed in this ice cube. After extracting the soul of Del Lion and injecting it into the ice cube, Ulu has become a brand new life created by me. It's just that You is different from Zeus and Prometheus. You has the memories and feelings from before, so he is a different Homies. Luo Zhen crossed his arms and explained to Lucy beside him with a chuckle. With Luo Zhen's explanation, everyone immediately understood. Then Dai Lionla's soul is in Senior Ulu's body, won't there be any problems? Lucy's sudden question made the whole space quiet. Both Leon and Gray raised their heads abruptly, looking at Luo Zhen with concern in their eyes. I was afraid of hearing some unacceptable bad news from Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen grinned and said, don't underestimate me. I don't think the attainment of soul magic belongs to anyone. When I pulled out Lion's soul, I completely wiped out part of its extremely evil soul. The rest is the purest soul body. After Luo Zhen's voice fell, Gray and Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the three Ulu masters and apprentices who were weeping bitterly, Luo Zhen and others wisely walked aside and gave the three a chance to tell their hearts. Leon, is that purple moon in the sky your fault? After the master and apprentice got along for a while, Gray finally recovered. Pointing to the purple moon in the sky, he asked Leon. Leon nodded and said, that's right. Saradai told me that the moon drop can undo the seal of absolute freezing, that's why I came to this island. Saradai? Who is that? Hearing this strange name, Gray was stunned for a moment, but couldn't remember the name in his mind. He just went out with Sokka and the others to stop you, didn't you see them? Seeing Gray's puzzled expression, Leon continued. You're talking about them. Gray suddenly realized that the few people just now Luo Zhen didn't give them a chance to declare themselves, and directly deprived them of their source of magic power. Now they may still be tied outside the temple. Then how to untie this magic circle? Gray temporarily ignored the few people outside, and quickly asked Leon. The magic circle was destroyed the moment Lionla was released. Leon spread his hands and pointed to a dilapidated magic circle not far away. Then why hasn't that purple moon in the sky disappeared? Gray frowned, looked at the alluring purple moon above his head and frowned and said. Leon shook his head, saying that he didn't know such a thing either. Gray turned his head and found Luo Zhen and others in the distance. Tell everyone exactly what Leon just said. After learning that the magic circle had been dispelled, but the purple moon in the sky still existed, Lucy immediately became dejected. Then let's shoot down the moon. Natsu was full of fighting spirit, and the flames surged under the collision of his fists, and he turned around and was about to rush out of the cave. Stop, Natsu! Looking at Natsu's back, Urza let out a cold drink helplessly. Natsu's footsteps stayed in the air, and he turned around with a dry smile. Are you a fool? How could the moon be shot down? Poking Natsu's forehead, Urza's face was covered with black lines. Being reprimanded by Urza, Natsu stood aside dejectedly, and muttered to himself, then you don't say think of a way, then you can only shoot down the moon. Leon also looked at Natsu with strange eyes. How could anyone have such an idea? Is this guy an idiot? Go ask Saradai, he should have a solution. After a moment of silence, Leon followed Ulu to the crowd and said to them. Saradai is one of the guys who just got tied up by Luo Zhen. Is that the guy you're talking about? At this moment, Luo Zhen, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke, pointing to a short figure not far away. It's him. Leon turned his head and looked in the direction Luo Zhen pointed at. A familiar figure came into view. Hey, Leon, have you betrayed us? Seeing that he had been exposed, Saradai was no longer hiding, and appeared in front of everyone floating in mid-air. We are just a cooperative relationship. My goal has been achieved, so let's terminate the cooperative relationship. Leon sneered, looked at Saradai with folded arms and said with a sneer. TCH, what a hassle. Looking at the wizards in fairy tale, Saradai frowned deeply. Without looking back, he rushed directly to the outside of the cave. Stop! Seeing that Saradai wanted to run away, Natsu suddenly jumped up from the ground, his fists were condensed with flames, and he punched Saradai directly. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Jumping to the top of Saradai, he punched him on the back and knocked him down to the ground heavily. The smoke cleared, and Saradai stood up with a gloomy expression. He patted the dust off his body. A crystal ball floated in front of him. Chapter 47. See you next time, Altair. Puzzled. Natsu saw that Saradai was still able to stand up after being punched by him, his brows were raised slightly, and he was ready to move forward with a grin. Raging flames blazed behind Natsu, his fists collided, and he walked towards Saradai step by step. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Natsu was picking up speed, and soon he was running, arms slanted behind him. Go straight to Saradai's figure. Seeing that Natsu was about to come up to give him a bite, Saradai's face was frosty, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Natsu leaped high, with flames attached to his arms, and went straight towards Saradai. Just when Natsu's arm was about to hit Saradai's face, the crystal ball in front of him suddenly moved and blocked Saradai's body. The crystal ball turned into an afterimage, and appeared in front of Natsu in the blink of an eye. A heavy blow. When Natsu was about to touch Saradai one step ahead, Natsu was directly knocked out. The crystal ball slowly floated back to Saradai, looking at everyone with a sneer on his face. Damn it! Natsu in the smoke let out a roar, and then Natsu's figure rushed out of the smoke and went straight to Saradai. But the next few times, Natsu hit Saradai and was knocked out by his crystal ball. Saradai frowned deeply, looking at Natsu who was roaring and rushing towards him again, feeling impatient. Let's get rid of you with one move. The magic circle under the feet condensed, and the magic power continuously poured into the crystal ball. The crystal ball exploded with a bang, and appeared in front of Natsu in an instant. Just when the crystal ball was about to hit Natsu's face, an ice wall suddenly rose in front of Natsu, blocking the crystal ball's attack. The crystal ball was inlaid on the ice wall and was still spinning. The sudden appearance of the ice wall made the rushing Natsu have to stop. Dissatisfied, he turned his head to Gray and shouted, "You ice bastard! Don't interfere in my battle!" Gray was full of doubts, he didn't use this magic himself. Glancing at Leon, he saw him looking at him with the same puzzled eyes. At this time, the two reacted and turned their eyes to Ulu behind them. I saw Ulu making the same movements as Gray, and a miniature magic circle was condensed on the fist. "Ulu, is that you?" Gray looked at Ulu, who was using magic, in surprise. "How about it? Master's strength is not bad." Ulu grinned and wiped the tip of his nose with his finger. "Damn it!" Saradai glanced at Ulu bitterly, turned his head and wanted to rush out of the underground cave and leave here. Suddenly, a terrifying breath enveloped it. Saradai's face instantly became extremely pale, and his whole body seemed to be suppressed by a mountain. With difficulty, he stretched out his palm and grabbed the crystal ball beside him. The Ark of Time, the glory of all gods. Suddenly let go of the crystal ball in his hand, letting it float freely into the air. The next moment, a series of bright attacks appeared in the narrow cave, and they went straight to Luo Zhen beside Urza. Saradai also knew that the only person present with such strength was Luo Zhen. As long as Luo Zhen is dealt with, everyone is no match for him. With a wave of his right hand, Luo Zhen directly blocked the attacks from all directions. With a sudden step on the ground with both feet, the ground collapsed, and Luo Zhen appeared in front of Saradai in the blink of an eye. Under the terrifying coercion, Saradai suddenly felt fear in his heart. Horror flashed in his eyes, and he quickly avoided meeting Luo Zhen's gaze. Just now he saw with his own eyes how Luo Zhen extracted the soul of Dai Lion from his body. Seeing Luo Zhen's familiar movements, he thought that Luo Zhen also wanted to extract his own soul. The body is constantly struggling, pushing, and beating Luo Zhen with hands and feet. Throwing Saradai out heavily, he said calmly, "How to get rid of the purple moon on Galuna Island?" Being thrown to the ground by Luo Zhen, Saradai covered his neck and coughed twice. The formation of the moon drop is to form a thin film over Galuna Island. The moonlight passes through the thin film to form a purple moon. You only need to smash the thin film covering Galuna Island to relieve the residents of this island. Problem. Saradai was shocked and panicked. No matter how he faced anyone, he was not as terrified as he was facing the man in front of him. "I see, let's go." Luo Zhen nodded, not intending to settle accounts with Saradai. Originally thought that he was going to die here completely today, but when he suddenly heard Luo Zhen's words, Saradai suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen in disbelief. "You said let me go." Saradai looked at Luo Zhen in surprise, and pointed at himself. "Some suspect that they have heard wrong. Don't go, right? Then don't go." Luo Zhen frowned, and the magic power overflowed Luo Zhen's body, and he was about to step forward to kill Saradai. Seeing that Luo Zhen really wanted to let him go, Saradai summoned the crystal ball to his side without the slightest hesitation, and disappeared from everyone's sight after a while. "See you next time, Altair." The moment Saradai left, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head sharply to take a look at Luo Zhen, his eyes were full of shock. Why? Why would he know his identity? I have never come into contact with this monster in front of me. Looking at the slightly raised corners of Luo Zhen's mouth, Altair was even more puzzled. Is it really okay to let him go? Coming to Luo Zhen's side, Urza looked at Luo Zhen's profile and asked. Luo Zhen shrugged and said with a smile, "It's not that we have to kill each other, why do we have to kill each other?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza nodded in agreement. But if those souls who died under Luo Zhen's hands heard this sentence, would they roar at Luo Zhen? Let's get out of here, I already know how to complete the mission on this island. Turning his head, he shouted to Lucy Natsu and others behind him. Everyone hurriedly followed Luo Zhen's back and walked towards the outside of the temple. Gray looked at Ulu, who was also following, and walked beside Ulu without the slightest hesitation. Leon also hesitated for a moment and followed. Leon and several companions were tied up and thrown outside. When Luo Zhen and others appeared, their eyes revealed despair. Now that Luo Zhen and the others have appeared, does it mean that Leon is also defeated by them? But when they saw Leon following closely behind, they were stunned. Puzzled. Chapter 48. The world will be destroyed. Leon, what's going on? Seeing that there were only some signs of fighting on Leon's body, but he didn't look injured, several people couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Leon waved his hand, and remained silent without answering the words of the few people. Several people saw that Leon didn't want to say anything, so they didn't continue to ask. Suddenly, the eyes of several people fell on the woman covered in icy blue. They remembered that there was no such woman when they went in before. Why suddenly more people came out now? And this woman didn't look like a normal person, her whole body was covered in ice blue, as if she was made of ice. And they also saw that Leon and the shirtless man in their group seemed to be very familiar with this woman. The three walked together so closely. The people who were tied up looked at each other, completely puzzled. Luo Zhen lifted the deprived magic power from several people, and felt the magic power gushing out of their bodies again. Tears filled their eyes instantly. It's good to have that familiar feeling back. Leon, what's going on with us now? The people whose limbs were untied followed behind Leon, and one of them, a man wearing a dog head mask, approached Leon curiously and asked. Leon was silent for a moment, and said to several people, "We lost." Dai Lion's seal was lifted, but he was also killed. As Leon's words fell, the expressions of several people changed suddenly. They are all survivors of the Dalian disaster when they were young. Under the destruction of Dalian, they survived under the protection of their relatives. Dai Lion La was killed. Several people were silent, and a line of hot tears flowed from their eyes. Everyone left the temple and went down the mountain. Back in the village, Leon and the others couldn't help being startled when they saw this group of demon-like villagers. Seeing that Leon and the others were taken aback, Gray glanced at him with a sneer and said, "It's all because of the moondrop magic you're doing here that the villagers on the island are cursed." The few people are not bad, and they also showed shame when they heard this. Looking from a distance, there is a thin purple film in the sky. If you don't check carefully in the middle of the night, you can't see the appearance of the film at all. Changing clothes, Tian Lun's sword. Since as long as the film is destroyed, the curse on the island can be lifted. Urza immediately switched to the Tian Lun armor, and rushed to the sky with two long swords in his hand. With the flying of the sharp blade, dozens of sharp long swords shot straight into the sky, trying to destroy the film in one fell swoop. But the distance of the film is too far. Even if Urza used all his strength, the long sword could not reach the desired height. Unwilling to fall to the ground, Urza continued to switch Kuruba armor. Flapping its wings and flying into the air, an afterimage of black flashed under the dark moon sky. Holding the Kuruba long sword, he shot straight at the membrane in the sky. Standing in the center of the village, Luo Zhen frowned, looking at the ultra-long distance purple film in the sky of Li Tian, feeling a little dignified in his heart. Most of Luo Zhen's abilities are on the ground. It is really difficult for Luo Zhen to rush to such a high distance. After Urza returned to the ground, he shook his head helplessly. "Let me try it." Taking a deep breath, he asked the village chief not far away for a long knife. As Luo Zhen gathered all his strength, he threw the long knife, and a streak of light streaked across the air, shooting straight into the sky like a shooting star. But the difference is that the meteor is from top to bottom, and this kind of streamer is from bottom to top. The speed of the long knife thrown with all his strength in the air directly exceeded the speed of sound, and bursts of sonic booms exploded in the air. The long knife stabbed fiercely on a hard barrier, but failed to penetrate the barrier. The knowledgeable domineering sensed this scene, and Luo Zhen also showed helplessness. Why doesn't Luo Zhen use magic? Suddenly, Lucy on the side spoke. Luo Zhen spread his hands and said helplessly, soul magic is useless, and vibration magic is not used. This is an island. If vibration magic is used, it can indeed destroy the film on it, but it may also cause a tsunami. And the port city not far away. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Lucy couldn't help swallowing. So scary. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zhen summoned Zeus over. Jumping on the back of Zeus, Luo Zhen commanded Zeus to soar into the sky. Zeus's speed was extremely fast, and after a while Lucy and others couldn't see the figures of the two clearly. Coming to the top, Luo Zhen could clearly see the hard barrier above. Zeus, come closer. Seeing this purple film, Luo Zhen nodded in satisfaction and directed Zeus to approach. Zeus, who received the order, approached and came to the side of the purple film. The moment he approached, Luo Zhen gathered all his strength and slammed his fist heavily on the barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered, and the sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, echoing in the empty sky. The barrier is shattering, turning into bits of purple starlight and melting into the darkness. Urza and the others on the ground showed joy, seeing the gradually disappearing purple barrier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the disappearance of the purple barrier, the bright moonlight falls. Bathed in the light of the silver-white moon, the villagers closed their eyes, waiting for their curse to be broken. Suddenly, stretching out his hands, the village head bathed in the moonlight opened his eyes. His figure has not recovered at all, but there is a different look in his eyes. His clansmen also gradually opened their eyes and looked at each other silently. The figure of Luo Zhen returned to the ground and came in front of Urza and others. Urza frowned, looking at the villagers who had no intention of recovering. He couldn't help asking, hasn't the curse been broken yet? No, the curse has been lifted. A smile appeared on the ferocious face of the village chief, and he walked in front of Urza and the others. But you. Hearing what the village chief said, Lucy was still a little scared looking at his ferocious face, and stuck her head out from behind Luo Zhen and Urza. Yes, this is what we are, the curse is not this. The village chief grinned, and such a smile made the already ferocious face even more terrifying. What? The words of the village chief shocked everyone except Luo Zhen. Following the village chief's explanation, everyone knew. The villagers on this island are not human beings at all, they are originally a demon-like race. They are able to switch between humans and demons. It's just that they were affected by the drops of the moon, making them forget their identities and their abilities. After seeing his demon face, he thought the island was cursed. Chapter 49 URU is my home eyes. A ship sails on the sea. This is because the village head of the island sent someone to send Luo Zhen and others to leave the island in order to thank Luo Zhen and others. And the person who saw him off happened to be the man who brought Natsu and others to the island, the son of the village chief. At this time, he has recovered the appearance of a human being, propping up the boat and sailing on the sea. Sitting on the deck, the sea breeze gently blows on Luo Zhen's face. Urza sat beside Luo Zhen, hugged Luo Zhen's arm, and leaned his head on Luo Zhen's shoulder. The sea breeze blows Urza Scarlet's long hair, blowing it slightly fluttering. Luo Zhen, after Natsu and the others go back, how will the president punish them? Looking up, looking at Lucy's profile with some worry, he asked. Don't worry, the president is a knife-mouthed bean-curd heart, although he said he would punish Natsu and the others, but in the end, big things will be turned into small things, and small things will be turned into small things. Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Urza Fei Red's long hair, and replied with a chuckle. After hearing Luo Zhen's words, Urza also thought of the character of the groom Carlo. Covering his mouth, he laughed lightly, and said with a smile, "That's right, the president treats everyone in the guild like his family, even if there is a punishment, it won't be serious. Although Urza said so, Lucy, who was not far away, had already started to get scared. Sitting tremblingly in the corner of Class A, Gray, Leon, and you sat in the cabin. The two truthfully told Ulu some things that had happened in these years, as if a child who had been away from home for many years suddenly saw his mother and confided to his mother the bitterness he had suffered in these years. Ulu stretched out his ice-cold blue hands, and gently landed on the heads of Gray and Leon in front of him. With a gentle smile on his face, he said to the two of them with a smile, "You brothers must live in harmony, and you will have to walk side by side in the days to come." Gray and Leon glanced at each other, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. The two snorted coldly and turned their heads away, not looking at each other. Ulu smiled, not paying attention to the funny scene of the two little guys in front of him. After Ulu was resurrected in this way, he was no longer the same as the previous Ulu. Although Ulu now has his own life again, and has all his own memories. But the current Ulu belongs to Luo Zhen. "Ulu, come back to fairy tale with me, we will always be together." Suddenly, Gray raised his head, looked at Ulu and said expectantly, "Hey, what nonsense are you kidding? Ulu must be with me." Without waiting for Ulu to answer, Leon directly interrupted Gray's words, grabbed Gray's collar and shouted loudly, "Leon! You wanted to destroy Ulu before, so I won't give Ulu to you." Gray was also not to be outdone, grabbed Leon's clothes and turned back. In the narrow cabin, two people were pushing back and forth. Soon the movement inside the cabin caught the attention of everyone outside. Natsu was lying on the deck, passed out with a big lump on his head. Obviously knocked unconscious by someone. Urza came to the cabin with a bad face, looking at Gray and Leon who were wrestling. "Stop!" Urza shouted loudly, staring at the two with unfriendly eyes. Hearing Urza's voice, Gray subconsciously withdrew his arm. The next moment, a fist hit Gray's face heavily, and Leon looked at Gray, who was hit by his punch, with disdain. "Humph, can't this work?" Leon smiled coldly, looked at the fist marks on Gray's face and raised his head proudly. But before Leon was proud for a while, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from behind him. I saw that Urza had already stood behind Leon at some point, and punched Leon heavily on the back of the head. Leon turned around with a cold face, reached out and touched the back of his head. Immediately after rolling his eyes, he fell to the ground and passed out. "Fool!" Gray rubbed the place where he was punched on his face, and looked at Leon, who was knocked out by Urza's punch, with a smirk on his face. Not long after, Leon, who had passed out, woke up slowly. Looking at putting himself on the deck, Gray and Ulu are sitting beside him. Leon rubbed the back of his head, frowning and feeling some pain. Silently glanced at Urza not far away, and when Urza glanced over, Leon quickly looked away. "Ulu, let's leave after we get off the boat." The first thing Leon did when he woke up was to talk to Ulu. "You is going to follow me back to fairy tale." Before Ulu could answer, the two started arguing again. If it weren't for Urza's unfriendly gaze scanning the two would probably continue to fight. Suddenly, a calm voice reached the ears of the two. "You seem to have forgotten me." Following the sound, Luo Zhen was lying lazily on the deck, raising his hands and smiling at the noisy two. "Luo Zhen, what do you mean by what you just said?" Gray frowned, suddenly feeling ominous. "Ulu will not follow any of you, you is mine now." Luo Zhen grinned, looked at the noisy two senior brothers and said. As soon as Luo Zhen's words fell, Leon stood up with an unkind expression. Looking straight at Luo Zhen, he asked word by word, "What do you mean by your sentence? If you don't explain clearly, even if I can't beat you, I will fight you." In Leon's heart, Ulu will always be ranked first, and no one is allowed to defile Ulu. Literally. Luo Zhen didn't care about the threat from Arion at all, and sat up with his arms propped up, with a smile on his calm face. "Hey, don't be joking. Ulu is alone, how could it belong to you? Leon stood on the deck and shouted at Luo Zhen angrily. Who told you that Ulu is still alone now? Luo Zhen smiled coldly, looking at the icy blue Ulu. Luo Zhen continued, Ulu is now the homies I created, although she has Ulu's soul and memory, but she belongs to me homies. When Luo Zhen's words reached everyone's ears, Erza fell silent. How come, even if it is Luo Zhen, this is too much? Lucy covered her mouth, looking at the cold smile on Luo Zhen's face. Her face was also a little unsightly. Gray on the side lowered his head, silently looking at the deck. Asshole. Chapter 50. What kind of farewell drama are you doing? Asshole. Luo Zhen's words echoed on the vast sea, and the entire deck fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly, Leon stood up and looked at Luo Zhen with sharp eyes. Looking at Luo Zhen with a dark complexion, he put on a fighting stance at the slightest disagreement. I know I'm not your opponent, but I'm willing to give my life for Ulu, don't underestimate me. Leon's body was filled with cold, and a touch of ice under his feet. Blue's magic circle condensed. The next moment, an ice blue iceberg condensed aside. Leon's face was as black as iron, and he stared at Luo Zhen with anger in his eyes. The moment Leon shot, Erza immediately stood up, and a long sword appeared in Erza's hand instantly. The point of the sword pointed directly at Leon, looked at him calmly and said, I advise you to calm down. How can you be calm? Hearing Erza's words, Leon's anger surfaced on his face, and he roared at the crowd. When the sword was on the verge of breaking out, Lucy stood silently behind Erza. Regardless, they are members of Fairy Tale. At this time, Leon cast his eyes on Gray, who was silent and kept his head down. Gray, hurry up and express your opinion. Ulu took you in back then, taught you magic unconditionally, and even saved you. With a hideous expression on his face, Leon glared at Gray and roared. Gray stood up slowly, glanced at Leon, who was full of anger, and then looked at Ulu and Luo Zhen, who were silent at the side. Ulu, is what Luo Zhen said true? There was hope in Gray's eyes, hoping to hear words of denial from Ulu's mouth. After a moment of silence, Ulu raised Bing Blue's cheek and looked at Gray and Leon with a complicated expression. Nodding his head, Ulu calmly said, Yes, my life already belongs to the master. As Ulu's voice fell, the entire deck suddenly fell silent. Leon slipped and knelt on the ground in disbelief, staring blankly at Ulu's figure. Gray was also uncomfortable, with 2 lines of hot tears streaming down his face, his head lowered and his whole body trembling constantly. As the role of the mother of the two, Ulu still felt a little uncomfortable seeing the 2 of them showing this appearance, even though they had already lost their heart. Gray, Leon, don't feel sorry for me, I did it myself. With a smile on his face, Ulu walked up to the 2 of them and poured them into his arms. In Ulu's arms, Gray and Leon burst into tears instantly, like children who have been wronged and thrown into their mother's arms to seek comfort. Erza withdrew the long sword in his hand, looked at the calm Luo Zhen, and then at the 3 people hugging each other. He came to Luo Zhen with a complicated expression, just about to say something. Luo Zhen glanced at Erza with a complicated expression, and then said, I really don't understand why you are so far apart. Although Ulu is a homies created by me, she still has her own memories in life. I didn't say to erase Ulu's memory, why do you want to look like you will never see him again? After Luo Zhen's words fell, the 2 brothers Gray, who were still crying, raised their heads instantly and looked at Luo Zhen in a daze. Especially you, Gray. Sorcerers who also belong to Fairy Tale, you and Ulu can see each other without looking up, why are you so pretentious? A burst of scolding from Luo Zhen woke Gray up. Gray, who was suddenly awakened, also reacted. Luo Zhen is a mage from Fairy Tale, and so is himself. That Ulu is Luo Zhen's homies, isn't that also the mage of Fairy Tale? After reacting, Gray stood up excitedly, threw himself in front of Luo Zhen and gave Luo Zhen a big hug. Go Go away. Gray hugged Luo Zhen tightly, which made Luo Zhen feel a chill. Pushing Gray aside, Luo Zhen patted his clothes in disgust. Gray didn't care, and looked at Ulu beside him with a smile. But Leon fell silent, looked at Ulu at the side, and then at Luo Zhen and others. Gritting his teeth, Leon stared at Luo Zhen and said, "I want to join Fairy Tale too." "Then you have to find our president, it's useless to find me." Luo Zhen shrugged, but did not explicitly reject Leon. In this way, the ship docked quickly, and everyone embarked on the journey back to Magnolia. Because Leon decided to join Fairy Tale, his companions decided to follow Leon after careful consideration. Amidst Natsu's protest, everyone got on the train. It didn't take long to get back to Magnolia. As soon as she stepped out of the station, Lucy fell silent. Some feared how Carlo would punish him if he returned to the guild. He looked at Urza beside him for help, but Urza ignored him. Lucy lowered her head helplessly and followed behind the crowd. Back at the guild, everyone saw the group of people who came back, and the whole guild fell silent. When Luo Zhen and Urza left to pursue Natsu and others, the fact that Natsu secretly took the S-level entrustment also spread in the guild. Everyone looked at Natsu and Lucy with complicated expressions. Directly in front of him, Ma Karloff was crossing his arms, looking at Natsu and Lucy, who came back with a livid face. "You three idiots!" After a long silence, Ma Karloff suddenly jumped up. A hard punch landed on Natsu's head. "Is the S-level entrustment as simple as you think it is?" Carlo the horse yelled at the three of them loudly. Natsu, Happy and Lucy bowed their heads obediently, and stood aside to listen to Carlo the horse's reprimand. Breathing out angrily, Ma Karloff looked helplessly at the two people and the cat in front of him. Beside the horseman Carlos, Myra Jane suddenly stood up. There was no smile on her gentle face. Slowly walked up to Natsu. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and slapped Natsu on the face. The crisp voice echoed in the guild, and everyone watched this scene dumbfounded. That gentle Myra Jane actually hit someone. After Mirajana's personality changed drastically, everyone seemed to have forgotten what kind of person Myra Jane was. The appearance of Mirajana's little sister, the irascible girl, seems to have been replaced by this gentle Myra Jane. Now Mirajana's face is livid, standing straight in front of Natsu and the others. Natsu, who was slapped by Myra Jane, was stunned.